shit. That's what I'm talking about.
Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one, I'm the lady that would bring you down. There's a joint on the corner where the big boys play, where the whiskey's running like the river, but they all never come for the booze and bass. I'm the one, I'm the lady that'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this
From the beginning. Okay, now. Are you ready?
May be uncertain, but one thing remains true. There is a simple power in people coming together and sharing knowledge and building a strong community towards the same goal. Year on year, this is our goal. We've been building a community of experts coming together, sharing knowledge, learners from industries coming together, learning from them, and students coming here and educating themselves. Hello, everyone. My name is Khyati Kawa, and I'm going to be your host for day 9 of Edutainment Show. I would once again like to invite all of you to the 8th edition of Edutainment Show Live 2020, Asia's largest design and media education festival. Edutainment Show Live 2020 is a 10-day education seminar with 150 plus industry stalwarts sharing insights through webinars and panel discussions and workshops every day. We are on day 9, so a very warm welcome to all of you. We have hosted 7 seasons of this show since 2013, and through the participation of several institutes and several accomplished industry experts in the past, we have proudly guided lakhs of students through exciting career choices in creative studies. We strive to continue our tradition this year and are hosting a virtual edition of Edutainment Show from 11th to 20th June 2020. A quick announcement for all of you. If you haven't done it yet, then please go ahead. There is an exciting virtual event which is happening simultaneously. You can log into www.edutainmentshow.in. I'd repeat that. It's www.edutainmentshow.in and register there. It is India's first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media and design. I'm sure you'll enjoy yourselves there as well. Here's another quick announcement for all you students out there. There is a free aptitude test and career counseling by EcoleInstitute.lab, Raffles, Marangoni, Silica, and Whistling Woods International on Edutainment Show Live. The website here is vx.edutainmentshow.in. So there is a limited slots available. So I want all of you to hurry up. You can also call on 98192-39193. I'll repeat that number for you. It's 98192-39193. And another exciting news for all of you is that we have a giveaway. So register yourself at the 3D Virtual Expo on www.edutainmentshow.in. Log into the Virtual Expo, visit the stalls, look for cookies in the document section. You have to collect all 3 cookies and send the screenshots to us on edu_giveaway at eventcapital.in. I'll repeat that ID for you. It's edu_giveaway at eventcapital.in. Today, end of the day, we will have 3 lucky winners who get a chance to win Amazon vouchers worth 1,000 each. So don't forget, go out there and look for those 3 cookies in the document section and take a screenshot quickly and send it to the ID, which is edu.giveaway at eventcapital.in. 3 of you lucky winners will get 1,000 rupees worth gift voucher from Amazon. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, it's an exciting day today as we have some stalwarts from the industry, some really inspirational and influential people, starting with our first one. I just want to give you a context to it. Yeah. So design is thinking made visual. Now, design thinking is a mindset, not a toolkit or series of steps. Designers are known to be thinkers and ideators. And to begin today's session on Journey as a Designer, we have with us 2 brilliant minds. Siddharth Kabra, who has been working as a design consultant for the last 17 years for clients across sectors. He will be in conversation with Mr. Sajid Ansar, who is the CEO and founder of Idea Spice Design that is based in Dubai. Idea Spice Design is a leading branding, design, and marketing firm in the region with offices around the world. They have created over 1,400 brands globally over the last 17 years and specialize in creating and growing homegrown brands. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you are ready. I'm going to hand over the screen to Mr. Siddharth Kabra and Mr. Sajid Ansar. Very warm welcome to you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Khyati.
Thank you, Khyati. Thank you so much for this introduction, and happy to talk to all you students aspiring to do design. And Sajid, let's jump right into it. the first thing that I wanted to kind of begin with is we started together, right? Almost together. So Sajid used to rag me in NID. He was a year senior, and we did some work together later. And he's running this extremely successful design business with a global footprint. So Sajid, I want to understand how did you start? So what was the journey? Maybe you could start even before deciding to become a designer. What was the thought process? Why did you decide to say join a creative field, come to NID?
Sure. It's a good question, Siddharth. So we'll start with, I think there are a lot of students also on the call. I never thought of design first. When I was in school, I was creative. I did a lot of stuff in school, the theater and drawings and everything which was there. And my plan was always to go for BCom in Bombay. And my plan was then, my ambition was to go to Harvard afterwards. So there was never a plan or a thought for design ever. And I hadn't heard of, I went to National Institute of Design, which is where Siddharth was my junior. I hadn't heard about NID at that time. And in fact, there was a classmate of mine whose dream was always to go to NID. So she was preparing and she had worked on it. She got the application form and she had done the whole process. And then there was a teacher of mine. So she felt that I should apply to NID. And I had no clue about it. She just said, just apply. And I think that with your skill set, it'll happen. So it's interesting because it was a teacher who sort of felt that would be the line. She pushed me. And by the time the NID application dates were over, so there is a process where you apply for it, it comes to you, and then you fill it. So again, I guess I was lucky that I decided not to give up and think about the technical stuff. And it sounded exciting from the way the teacher said. And this girl who had gone to NID, visited and done all the homeworks, with the way she spoke to NID, it sounded exciting. It just sounded like, wow, it's a space where it's all creative people. It just sounded like a crazy place. So I did is I took a copy of her application form. At those days, you take Xeroxes. I took Xeroxes and I answered on a Xerox copy, the whole thing. And then I posted it to NID and I put a covering letter saying that, don't reject me on legal grounds. It's not the usual way of doing what you should do. I enclosed the money which was supposed to be for the application, actually in money in the envelope.
Cash. Okay.
Yeah, so it could maybe look like a bribe. I guess it was put in the envelope, and there was a long sentimental letter about how my future depends on this, and don't reject me on. It's a very unnatural way of applying. And I guess, in a way, in a design institute, that stood out. The fact that there was a guy who had a Xerox copy and he didn't give up, and they brought it up. So when I went for the test, I loved the whole questions and the way it was done. In fact, the test was on the school sports day. So I went on a train to Chennai, finished the test, and I ran back to the station because I wanted to come back for the sports day because I was heavily into sports at that time. I didn't care about the test. Maybe the speed at which I finished the test, in fact, a lot before people, I ran back because I had to catch the train. And I had, my sports shoes and stuff. I changed up in the train and ran to the field where the school sports day was happening. So the focus was that, and maybe it happened without the pressure. So when I got the call for the interview, it wasn't on my plan at all, wasn't the radar. But once I went to NID for the interview, I fell in love with the place, the architecture, the kind of questions they were asking. And it was quite scary for me because everybody else who came for the entrance had these bags full of large sketches, and I went with sports certificates. I didn't have any sketches. So I went to a design school interview with sports certificate. But again, it was more about the passion for it. When they asked questions, I spoke about why. And I really wanted to be part of the place. So in many ways, for me, the lack of preparation happened. Once I finished the interview, I had to be in this place. I really wanted to be part of this campus, this life. And when I got called in, it was, I couldn't believe it. And then there was no turning back. It just sort of, I had to join the place. So that is the story of how NID happened. But for students, I think if I look back in retrospect, look at the stories, if there was no logic, I probably would have said, no, dates are over, I shouldn't apply. The fact that I didn't give up, it worked out. The fact that I didn't get stressed about the entrance and went for a creative this thing, you don't over prepare, or you don't go in like a typical entrance exam. You've got to go and express yourself creatively. So those, I think, helped me in retrospect. And so when I went to NID and the whole process happened, there was that part of me which always wanted to be an entrepreneur, that Harvard element. So when I finished NID, I felt the Design Institute prepares you for a creative this thing, and I felt there was a gap in my business education. And there was a gentleman called Sunil Handa who had come to lecture on campus, and he at that time there was a company called Core Healthcare, which is one of India's fastest growing healthcare companies. He had come in, maverick, crazy guy, his drive, and he looked like a really driven. And there was an article which came out saying he's one of the most toughest people to work with. And I felt probably I should take an apprenticeship with someone like that. So when I finished NID, I went for the interview and I said, I don't want a job. I just want to learn entrepreneurship and I want to be with you for 4 years. So where that number came from, etc., I don't know. I thought of it as a 5-year program, 4-year apprenticeship before I start. And I think he took me under his wings, and it was like boot camp. It sort of pushed me to the limit. He would make me go in the factory and said, you designers are an ivory tower, you got to know. So it is a corrugated company which he later acquired. So I used to go and run the machines, clean the machines, and give me a bunch of boxes, and go on the road and sell it. It was like that program apprentice actually. He probably was like Donald Trump also. But so I learned a lot. He used to make me sit next to him, learn what negotiation is, go to Surat, buy machines and come. And he sent me for the IIM MEP program. He paid for it. He became like a father figure. And I think I learned everything about it. And I think another lesson for students is there are two ways. There are people who start immediately and succeed, but it's also important to know what are the skills you lack. Either you pick it up in different ways, or you find mentors, work somewhere, find the best practices, and you save a lot of time when you start your own thing. You make mistakes on somebody else's stuff, and you also get the wisdom of picking it up. So for me, I think that apprenticeship helped me to get in the skills of business, and that was the aspect after NIT.
So, so Sajid, this is brilliant, and you spoke about not giving up, and in that context, I'm sure you might have had many times when you were staring at failure, right? Through your journey, and if you could touch upon how you went through this, how did design help you? That was one area that I wanted to touch upon, and the other is when did you finally decide to start Idea Spice? Why UAE? Because you were in India, you were living in India, working in India. Why did you start in Dubai, and what made you start your own company? What were the other options that you were looking at?
So I'll combine, both these questions in the answer. I'll come to the failure part in the second thing. So once the 4 years finished in Core Emballage with Mr. Handa, I told him that once I get married, I'm going to be leaving, because I used to work 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. I looked at it as a process for this, and my wife was born and brought up in Dubai, and so I got married and I decided to start my own thing. At that time, Mr. Sunil Handa said, if you want, you can start in Ahmedabad. I'll give you an office. It was more like he was going to be a mentor who would help me and I thought of taking that on. So the idea was set up in Ahmedabad, and that time it was really about how do I help designers who have creative companies to grow their business. That was a plan which I had at that time, to be able to combine my management things for other designers. So that was the space I was looking at, and I was going to start in Ahmedabad. I had set up the house. We had redone this whole place, and since my wife was from Dubai, after marriage, I took 3 months off, not doing anything to just spend time with her. And as part of the process, the idea was to visit her parents in Dubai and go for the shopping festival, and that is a plan. So I came to Dubai, saw the place, and then my big dream was to go to IKEA. And I always wanted to go and just hang out in IKEA. It's a big thing. And in Dubai, I was spent for 2-3 days just in IKEA. And I think most of the money I had, I spent on me and my wife when we bought all the furniture from IKEA, and we were going to take it back to India and set up this beautiful house. And around that time in Dubai, things started to change. And during that month which I was there, they announced freehold properties in Dubai. There was an internet city and media city. It looked like that place was changing, and I was maybe lucky to be there at that time. And I had gone with the mindset that creative people can't go to Dubai. It's only about money. And I carried that. And towards the end of my trip, I realized that there were no design companies. They were just ad agencies, and they gave design for free Nobody paid for design. Media money covered it. Printers made logos, and there was no market. And in my mind, I thought that maybe that's an opportunity. The fact that no designers were there were no design companies, and it's a place about to go ahead. And I remember I spent all my money in IKEA. I told my wife, we'll go to IKEA. If they take the stuff back and give the money, then we'll stay in Dubai. Otherwise, we'll go back to India. So it actually hinged on IKEA's return policy. So again, it's quite interesting that we went. IKEA said, yeah, you can give the stuff back, and we give the money back. And 2 days before I was going back, I decided to stay back. I didn't know what I was going to do. Just stayed back. I remember Mr. Handa was extremely upset when I went back to Ahmedabad to sell my stuff and tell him. And he said, you're going to go to Dubai, you'll take a job and you'll get fat and nothing's going to happen. Thinking, all this training, that destiny is going to go. And I guess I was happy that he got angry because I decided to take a job and, get a feel of the market. But in Dubai, if you get a job and everything is paid well, it's very easy to forget that and just get into that lifestyle. But the fact that he got angry, it helped me to remind myself that, boss, you've got to get into business. Your destiny is there. So I got a job, my first job, and I felt that I've got to understand the market and work for a few months. And maybe I was lucky I got a job which was, everything was wrong. I mean, it was how not to do a job. We didn't get salary for months. Work was just do it for the sake of it. It is not about the client. So it taught me what not to do. And the fact that I didn't get salary for quite a few months just after getting married, it meant I was down to my coin box and I had to do something about it. And I guess serendipity, there was a person from Ahmedabad who we used to do a lot of work with. He had moved to Dubai. He called me and he said, look, I've moved here. I've joined this radio station, which was launching this. It's called AR, right now in Dubai's biggest radio station. They got a whole host, and he was joining them. And he shared that, I'm joining this place and it's been fun. And I miss working with you guys. You guys in NID used to do crazy creatives and I used to do work. And he said that we met all the top ad agencies and their work is really bad. I'm now trying to create this. And without thinking, I just said, I've got an ad agency. And I don't know why I said ad agency. I did product design, did corrugated afterwards. I had no clue what advertising and communication was. And I just gut feel, I just said, yeah, I can. So he said, why don't you come in and take the brief? Maybe you can pitch. I said, yeah, well and good. So I went for that, got an advertising brief. On the way back, I bought a computer. I actually bought a book on advertising, David Ogilvy on advertising. And the pitch was in 2 days. So it was almost like, you've got to cram up and use, like you said about the design process. It's about what we are taught in design is there is a problem. There is a research, there is what's got to be done, what are the objectives, and then you start the creative. So I just said I'll apply the same thing. It's got to be able, and then I can benchmark on what's happening around the world. And I was quite famous in NID for bad jokes. So I said, I'm going to go with what I'm strong at. My strong suit is bad humor and puns, and I'm going to just work with that. So we did a whole campaign. We as I did a whole campaign while I was working, presented, and got the pitch over all the big international firms, and that's how Idea started. It was just by happenstance. And yes, the other question you asked, problems, it's something which in entrepreneur's journey, it's constantly going to happen. It's even now with the pandemic and what's going on, you are going to be faced completely with things. And I give an analogy even to my kids when I'm speaking that I went to Kilimanjaro, I did a trek. So that's the analogy I give. Like when you have a mountain, you can see Kilimanjaro from far, and you see it every day, but you're on this trek for days. Some days you get lost. If the guide is not there, it's gone ahead. You've taken a wrong detour, but you can see the mountain ahead. And I guess entrepreneurship is like that. You have bad days, you have cash flow issues, you have clients who pull out, somebody's undercut, somebody important leaves you. But if you have that clarity where you're going and it's just a little bit, you've got lost and you can see the way ahead and you tend to come out of the woods and you're back on the trail. There are multiple ways to get there. You can't follow the path. But at the same time, though you're getting towards a destination, on a trek, you enjoy the whole ride. You look around, you're seeing the trees, you're seeing the clouds. So that's what entrepreneurship is. You've got to enjoy the mistakes. You've got to enjoy the wrong routes which you take. And as students, some of you will get into entrepreneurship and it's not fun. It's not going to be fun. There is stress. It's always about cash flow. There is that whole stress. Do you take your salary out? When you take care of yourself? There is something unplanned hurtling at you all the time, but that's the fun of entrepreneurship. That's these detours and things which go wrong. And I think the beauty of it is what you brought back is if you apply design, if every problem falls and it's a design process, what do we have here? It's not a problem, it's a challenge. Can I follow some steps? What are the outcomes? Who's done it before? You put the research down. You have multiple things where you brainstorm like design, and you know the right answer. You see the pros and cons, and you apply it. And I think any giant problem, you think, what's the worst? This is going to pass. What are the options I have? And this is what I'll do. And I guess that's the beauty of the design process, that it equips you for anything in life. It's just a matter of breaking it down, finding as many solutions, and research and doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right when you say that entrepreneurship is about something unexpected coming at you all the time, and you got to be prepared. And I'm glad to hear that design helped you through these moments. The next question I wanted to ask you is, you started Idea Spice, and I remember it was a very tight unit. We were doing a lot of work, and over the years you did expand beautifully, right? You expanded not only geographically but in domains, in verticals, and I think you also had a retail brand at some point in time. So how did that expansion go? And especially for a designer, what you don't see a lot of large design companies, especially multi-locational design companies, are very, very rare, right? So how did you take that decision, and how did that journey go? How did your expansion occur?
It's a very good question, because again, as for designers or even students going, I think it's a big lesson which you learn. So, and I realized, I think it's for me an important lesson, because you are taught as entrepreneurs, as businessmen, it's always about scaling, it's always about growing, it's always about, and that's what business does. You make money, you put it back. You make money, you put it back. And I realized after, let's say, 15, 20 years that that's not what business is about. It's not about the scale. It's not about looking big. It's not about, and you chase that scale. You look at more business, you look at more volumes, and you look at expanding. And I think worldwide businesses are always looking in that perspective. And you hear, especially during this time, that the biggest companies are on the verge of folding, and you get they use bank loans, they use shareholder money, and they're constantly growing. And I think the big learning at the end of everything is there is a key driving for business, and you see even .com companies, etc., all forgetting that, because business is about profits. It's about making money. It's about cash flows. So if you think of why am I expanding, if it's for the sake of expanding, and you hear people saying that I want to grow, and you ask them next question, and I do coaching now with a lot of entrepreneurs and clients who come with branding with that. What is the reason for your growth? Why do you want to have these 10 offices? And they say, because we've got to capture the market. Okay, why do you want to capture the market? And you keep asking the question, the last answer is to make money. And that's the real reason for doing it. So if you can pause and say, can you make that much money as you're doing? Can you do that with lesser overheads? And that's a big learning for entrepreneurs, I think. In fact, it's right here. So this is a book I've been reading for the last few days. That's why I'm talking from a passion. It's called Profit First. And this whole book talks about the aspect of a Frankenstein, that you create something, and the beauty of it is really at the end of it, it's about making money. And I think my biggest learning is I've done multiple stuff, grown it in geographies all over. But if you can do it with passion, if you can make a difference in other people's life, if your client's life is going to change because of and you've got a product which is excellent and life-changing, and the key thing is you are making a lot of money and there is enough cash flow. At the end of it is cash flow. It's not what's looking good in the bank. It's not that you sit the auditor and then you make it look like it's profitable. And I've seen before, auditor says you have profits and you say, where is the money? I don't see the money, but an accountant says you've got profits. But that's very different from having real money. And I think my big wisdom or really is you've got to have cash with you. It's not what looks in the bank. It's about profit, and it's about loving what you do. And I think that's my takeaway. If I look, is it going to make me a lot of money? Am I going to be excellent at it? Am I going to be the best at it? and am I going to make profit? Otherwise, I shouldn't do it. And that's my takeaway from all the different companies I've started. Since somebody's asked a question, you want to address that also?
So I want to first finish with my last two questions, and then we'll move here. So if you could talk about your current process, what does a day look like in Idea Spice? What is the structure? Maybe you could take us through, very quickly through how a project is done. So that was one. And what are you doing now after 18 years? What is it that is your next mission? You do a lot of mentorship programs. You're also training a lot of people with entrepreneurship and otherwise, as life goals. So I want you to touch a little bit on that. What is your journey ahead? And say a day in Idea Spice. How does it look for
I think
most of
the day in the design process is exactly like we were taught in our first year of design college. And we had a professor who's no more called Mr. MP Ranjan. And I think that seed and foundation which he laid is exactly what we do. But then over time, that time gets shorter, and as you get more experience, because now, like Kathy had introduced, we've done 1,400 brands, and you have a gut feel about the business, about market, the dynamics. So a big part of the process is really looking at benchmarks, competition, the study, looking at what's happened, why they're doing what they're doing, and like we've asked ourselves, what is the objective of why we're running business? So once you get the pulse of the client, what is he really coming to you for? So I don't look at it as a design process. At the end of it, design is a language, but we also internally don't talk design to a client. So if I speak fonts, colors, the client doesn't care. So the real reason is he coming? Is he looking at growth? Is he looking at competition? Is he looking at diversification? Is he looking at a company which is fading and requires a complete thing? Is he looking at us to completely change his own perspective? Is it the son trying to convince the father? Because there is all those human dynamics at play. So big part is first understanding what do they really want, and are we doing the right thing to get the end picture? The same thing as a Kilimanjaro analogy. Because what happens is we could in design go the complete route and get caught up in the design or the fun of the looks part of it. And most clients don't come for that. So one is to, and as I think the professor used to say, is the brief the right brief? That, we need to change the brief. At the end of it, what he came for, I mean, when you apply the coaching method, it's very different. So, and coming to the next question of, and combining this is what is next for us. I think I've learned that I should do coaching for entrepreneurs separately and I should do branding separately. So the idea is now to merge these two. When a client comes in, I've actually now recreated the process where I've also added the coaching process. So I am reworking their mission, their vision. Where do they really want to go? How do they get there? Is it a mindset for entrepreneurs? Because, for example, a simple example is we do a restaurant, we make it look beautiful, but then they serve bad food. The service is bad. So design cannot equip that. And that I feel is a solution which is not complete. So now adding the whole process of mindset coaching for the person, for the junior staff, the change management, how do we get them to think finance? How do we change their relationship with money? So when you combine coaching and design, it's like the blue ocean strategy, and which is a book I think students should all read. Blue ocean is when it's a competitive red ocean and is bloody. You create a new market, which is a blue ocean where there's nobody there, where you're combining two different industries. So what I'm working with now is to combine the coaching, design industry as one and help entrepreneurs to completely diversify. I think we've lost Siddharth, right? Sid, you're back. We got 5 minutes left.
Yeah. So I think let's take that question that we got. So I think it was about what qualities a designer should have, and I think that a lot of misconception is there around design. You talked about your process and your project. I've met a lot of students in 10th standard and 12th standard, and they think that design is the ability to draw, or design is the ability to use nice colors, etc. And clearly it's very different than that. So one of the questions, what are the good qualities a designer should have? So maybe you want to take that.
Sure. I'll combine two of the questions. Somebody also asked about how do you get business management and stuff into it. I think the mindset for both, the
Right.
biggest attribute designers got to have is high emotional quotient, which means that you're thinking from the other person's perspective. Because at the end of it, you're always thinking consumer, be it product design, fashion design, everything, and even understanding a client. That sympathetic nature of observing what people want. When you're in a restaurant, looking at the mistakes. When you're on a train, seeing what's comfortable, what's the ergonomics. Where you're constantly observing, learning. That curiosity, I think, is the biggest quality for a designer. The empathy of other people, to think from their perspective, get inside their mind and think what they're thinking. Because good communication is being able to connect and know what the other person will react to. Because if you think from your own perspective, you're an artist, and that is also right. An artist is somebody who expresses and doesn't care what the other person thinks. A designer is somebody who expresses and wants to make a difference towards an objective, the brief which is there. So I think that empathy aspect, because design, drawing stuff, people think it's inherent. You can learn drawing, but your nature of being inherently curious about stuff, of constantly growing, looking for mentors, sitting in, and because in design, I think we learned a lot from other people, sitting on campus filled with designers, talking to them, outside people coming and speaking, internships. You learn, I would say, 90% from others. I think that nature, even if you don't go to a design school, just by observing, having an apprenticeship, all those are fantastic. Kyati?
Cool. Thanks, Ajit.
Thank you, Siddharth.
Kathy, over to you.
Thank you so much, both of you gentlemen. I think it was a wonderful session. The students have definitely taken some good learnings out of this. So thank you very much. And all of you out there, we will be right back in just a few minutes. and welcome back to the day 9 of the Edutainment Show Live 2020. Our next session is the most pivotal session of the day. I'm sure all of you are excited for it. Journalism, they say, should be done without fear or favor. And next up, our panel discussion is on how journalism as a career will evolve in the post-COVID era. And for the same, I would like to call upon the moderator of our panel discussion, Mr. Joyanta Mukherjee, Director, External Affairs at Jagran Lake City University. And we have a stellar panelist as well, Ms. Griha Atul, Senior Journalist, Mr. Vikram Oja, Consultant Anchor at ET Now, Mr. Sachin Kalbag, Executive Editor, Hindustan Times, Mr. Alok Joshi, Veteran Journalist, Columnist for Hindustan Prabhat Khabar and Navodaya Times. A very warm welcome to all of you. And I'd like Mr. Mukherjee to take the conversation forward.
Thank you very much, Kathy. I welcome the panel to this very interesting discussion, and thank you for joining us today. Let's get into the discussion immediately. Firstly, I would like to ask, and I start answering the question from Mr. Sachin, that how exciting has the field of print journalism been for you? What are those factors which make the print journalism field very exciting for you right now?
Well, in the post era, I doubt whether you can call it exciting, but it has been. I mean, it's been 26 years since I've become a journalist. I think the issue is that if you can make it exciting, it becomes exciting. So it doesn't matter what medium you belong to, whether it's print or radio or web or television. Really doesn't matter. What's important is how you contribute to that medium, how you take and absorb from that medium and communicate to your audience. Now, in the case of print, it is the readers. But over the last many years, and you've been noticing it too because you've been part of many journalism schools, print is no longer print. I mean, print is primarily internet now. I mean, all your stories are broken on the web. All your stories are broken on Twitter and Facebook and YouTube and WhatsApp. And only the next day will you read it in print. So print in that sense has remained a 24-hour cycle for the medium. But print journalists are no longer print journalists in that sense. I mean, they have to be multimedia. For the last many years, I've been doing radio shows. For the last many years, I've been doing internet. So it is not a new thing for print journalists anymore. I think the exciting part now is how you adapt to emerging technologies and use that to your advantage. I don't want to have a situation where I keep saying in my time this used to happen, but it makes me feel that I'm older than I am. But when you didn't have access to technology, which is primarily the internet, you actually had to go out and do your ground research by walking on the field day in and day out. It no longer happens with a lot of journalists, but journalists who stick to the basics have not only been successful, they've also been able to build their credibility across several mediums. So, and those are the names that are, very familiar to all of you. So it is not a new thing. You'll see that credibility has been built because they are on the ground, because they're aware of the grassroots situation. No matter what medium you belong to, it doesn't matter really whether you're a print journalist or a non-print journalist. These days, the wall between various media has fallen. Like, for example, these days, and for many days actually, I do 5 radio shows every single day. My newspaper owns 3 radio stations. I'm on every single radio station every single day. And that is either by recording or I do a live thing. I do a podcast now once a week. And this was something that was unheard of for print journalists many years ago. You will also see a lot of print journalists who have gone into television. Vikram would know a lot of people because Vikram has spent a lot of time in television now. So many of them have gone into television because some of them have been able to adapt to that new medium in a different way than most of the print journalists have. So while the field remains exciting overall, I don't think we should classify or compartmentalize saying that, you are a print journalist or you are a web journalist or you are a television journalist. Those walls have been broken a long time back. and technology has enabled that breaking down of the wall. I think the next step should be how you adapt to each of the mediums, how your stories change for each of the mediums, how your presentation changes for each of the mediums. And that is the most key part that we need to talk about.
And that's a wonderful insight. Ms. Griha, would you like to add to what Mr. Sachin has said?
I totally concur on each and every point that Sachin is making, but I would like to believe that I have been, I've seen the best of both worlds, like any 90s kid would say. I started off 15, 14 years back when television news and 24-hour news was booming. And, that space was constantly there. And you had to keep churning news, whether it is breaking news content and otherwise. So there was everything associated, specifically in the broadcast sphere of journalism. So I've seen that. And having said that, by and by, for the last, I think, 4 to 5 years, I've seen the boom in the digital space also. And even the mainstream news networks have, they have a considerable amount of content and, expertise and time that is being spent to actually curate the content that is not just on TV, on print, to put it on digital. It's very, very important. But that was restricted to just the curation of content. What we are seeing now is content generation in a completely new sphere, and that is what is really, really exciting now. I mean, from 14 years back to now, things have changed considerably, but I always like to believe that media is all about constant evolution, constant change. People are so ready to acknowledge that change that they want to, and they always, we call our, like journalists are always these go-getters who want to actually be there, in the thick of things and do things the way it's required to be done according to the time. And it is very important to be doing that to stay relevant, and not just stay relevant, but to lead the game. And which is what, it eventually, goes down to, it becomes like a number game when it was only about 24 hours journalism, 24/7 television journalism. And even today, it's the same thing basically. But I think the core right now, as much as we keep saying, and the elephant in the room has already been addressed, that, it's all about digital medium of journalism. That is the next big thing. That is the thing right now. It is the present. I believe it is very, very important to also talk about digital monetization. That is something that is the future. That is something that has to be there. And especially and during the pandemic, we've seen how, newspapers and subscriptions have suffered so much that, even if your delivery agent is not able to basically, provide for the newspaper that you read every morning, you'd have to go online and read that content. But it's very important to pay for that, because you eventually pay for the hard copy, the newspaper, which I think people have difficulty warming up to. They're doing so now. Having said that, we are still that Netflix generation who pays for the Netflix subscription. So why not pay for the news that you consume online? And it's very important. I think that's something that I strongly feel about, because after spending 14 years in television, it's only now that I've decided to do things on my own, curate content, also develop content, which is completely new, do something that I've always wanted to do, which probably television news would not have given me that kind of space, because it requires a lot of space, time, and there are always time and space constraints, when you're working for, let's say, a channel like a Times Now or an India Today, because you've got so many things to be, presenting in that 24 hours. So there's not just time for that one particular content. So right now, I think the next big thing is also that you have to develop a niche, and people will come to you if you are good with what you claim to be your demographic. And that's how journalism also sort of is changing, because people are warming up to that idea. And I also think that there is a lot of citizen, journalism. That concept of citizen journalism, which started way back, and it was only reduced to, let's say, good news stories, which were recorded over a phone by a person, is more and more now. People are relying on content like that. The other day I was watching a story on how LNJP ward number 27 had COVID patients, and there were dead bodies also in that ward, and that was a visual that went viral, and it was later on picked by television channels. So that's why I say that more and more impactful stories, which are curated well and which are actually given by people, normal people, the citizens of the country, has become, the need of the hour, and also the next thing that people are actually getting involved in.
That's absolutely correct. And from there only, I would like to then ask Vikramji that someone who goes live at 7 p.m. in the evening and also has seen this transition, what would you like to add to this discussion in terms of the excitement in the line?
Yeah, just like Sachin pointed out, initially we started out in print, and we thought it was a logical progression for those who inclined towards, live news as it is, as it's happening kind of medium would move on to television. Every medium, we understood it because I did radio in between as well. So it comes with its own needs, the prerequisites. And now, in this kind of scenario, I find that changing a whole lot because it's about the basics remaining the same, you adapting very quickly because every journalist, no matter, like Sachin pointed out, any medium that you are present on, you are multi-present across media. So for me, the excitement remains as it was in news. Even while we were talking, and I have to be shamefully admitting it, I'm looking for news on my mobile phone and thinking, how am I going to react to it? Because you see flashes coming across on your mobile phone. So the basic thing you would want to ask yourself, if you are trying to be a journalist, are wondering whether you are cut out to be a journalist or not, I was constantly being thrown the phrase, do you have a nose for news? Do you know whether a certain story can become a new story or not? Can you get a sense of that? And once you get the story, how are you going to deal with it? How are you going to present it? Where is it going to come in your run order? All of those things are very exciting as part of the entire news mechanism. But essentially, it's about going out there and finding stories, digging out stories that you don't, that you at least think the world needs to know. And that process itself, you need to be excited by. What medium you want to be present on, how you are going to adapt to it, what you're cut out for, which part of that medium you want to be part of, because there are so many layers, right? I mean, I do voiceovers for so many packages, and I find that's a stream in itself to kind of, have the right intonation to be able to convey a certain meaning the way it's supposed to be given out. And I'm not talking about advertising videos. I'm saying even news requires that skill today. So everything has gone through layers. The kind of editing that you put in a feature package as opposed to a basic news package, the time that you have to spend on each story, all of that is so exciting because all of those decisions you as a journalist are going to make when it's your story. How you're going to present it on the web, how you're going to present it as a television story. Today in our edit meeting, that's what we were discussing about a certain story that I'm doing about the advertising world and about brand endorsements and how they are dipping. Now, how is this story going to be presented? Initially, I started off doing it as just a story. I was trying to just get my research in place. How am I going to present that on as a digital copy? That's something that I discussed at the meeting itself. Which part of it would lead that kind of content? Also, it was decided that this story would become part of a 9 o'clock news discussion. It's a Friday, so it becomes an important element to play up a story like this. So those kind of calls are also as exciting as finding the story itself. So all those elements put together, I think it's an exciting time, and technology is really making everyone a journalist to that extent. So how are you going to stay above the rest? Because like Riha is pointing out as well, citizen journalists, now that's a concept that has emerged over a period of time. Anyone today with a phone, with a camera can be filing a story and, on social media, on digital microblogging sites, you can be putting out your own story. Now, it's about building credibility for yourself, building consistency for yourself in the kind of stories, the line of thought that you present. That's going to make you a journalist, and the others not so much. So those are the kind of calls that you need to take, whether or not you want to pursue that. And once you do, then you have to follow it with passion, no matter what medium you're at. I know there is this entire rush towards being in front of the camera, being an anchor. But frankly, I think you need to be a journalist first. You need to be a reporter on the ground. That's held true for the longest time, ever since Sachin and I started out in our careers. And I don't think that's any different now. So Sachin, if in case you're feeling like you belong to a certain age, you have company. We started out together. There you have.
That's absolutely good. And as they say, as you pointed out, and Sachin, you also pointed out, the nose for news never goes away. And that's the eternal law which remains. And with that, I come to Alokji. Alokji, being a former managing editor of two language-based channels, CNBC, Bazaar, and Awaz. How exciting is it right now for the regional space, for the regional news spaces, and what excitement do you share with our students today?
So one Jayanto, first of all, I don't like the term regional. Regional is not its language. Earlier, if you remember, Sachin would remember it, of course. There used to be a term called vernacular. In the British time, Vernacular Press Act was brought to tame down the Indian language media. So it's not really regional. People sitting in Delhi and Mumbai talking in English consider themselves national media, and that's no more the case. In fact, regional is more national, and regional in languages that I don't know. I can't comprehend Telugu from Malayalam from Tamil. I can figure out one of these languages is this, but they are really huge languages, and the smallest province in this country, Kerala, used to have the largest newspapers in the country. And that was a puzzle for us sitting in Lucknow or Allahabad or Banaras. How can a Malayalam language paper sell so many copies? And why can't an Indian language paper not sell? At that point, Indian Express used to be the largest selling paper in the country. And they used to boast largest net circulation in India. And now you see in the top 10 newspapers of the country, there's not a single English newspaper. That's how people started working. So that's how, as far as the management of the media goes, some newspaper owners decided that no, this is our space and we are going to claim it. And they successfully claimed it. Good journalism, bad journalism, paid news, you can blame it all on them, but they did successfully run their business and they went on to capture that space, which was supposedly not their space. They were supposed to be the second grade citizens in the world of media, but they proved everyone wrong by claiming that space. Even smaller papers, which are number 4, number 5, are now much bigger than the top English newspapers. And same holds true in television space, because I have worked for both newspapers, television, radio, internet, all kinds of medium. And now I am on my own. I run my own YouTube channel, one Alok Joshi. So now I know I have a taste of everything. Where I agree with all my previous speakers is that you have to have it in you. The metal has to be within you, and it can't be that you're working for Hindustan Times, that's why you're a journalist, or you're working for Times Now, that's why you're an anchor. It doesn't work that way anymore. Nowadays, there are anchors on YouTube who are much bigger personalities than anyone. And that's the biggest threat which is going to come to the establishment. And as Griha pointed out about monetization of content, and I want to raise a point there. You are asking why not pay for news. So there was a time when in newspapers, when I started working for newspaper, we were told that there's such a huge cost involved in producing a newspaper, and it cannot be met by subscription money. You can't, the subscriber won't be able to afford a 30-35 rupees newspaper. Nowadays, if you count the pages of Times of India or Hindustan Times in metros, it will be beyond 100 rupees, and they sell it for 5 rupees. They can't, they will never be able to recover that cost from subscription. But what stops a television channel from charging for its content? That is a fear within the management. My channel, when it started charging 1 rupee per month, it was perhaps the most expensive channel in the country in the Hindi space. Only the English channels like CNBC TV 18, ET Now, they have the courage to charge 4 rupees. And that at a point when the sports channels are charging 30 rupees a month. So you are not able to charge 30 rupees a month for a news content channel. What does it speak about you and your confidence in your own content? I can proudly say that I said that in one of the meetings, in the top management meetings, said that raise this money as much as possible and my viewer will pay for it. Because I know my viewer is willing to pay. If you have that content which makes people come to you, and especially because I was running a business channel where there's a captive audience. People go to a business channel to do some transactions. They do transactions based on the content or knowledge they are getting from the channel. So they have no other way. They will come and watch it for money. But that is something that the industry needs to address as we go forward. Because if you are not charging, how will one pay? And then, as Sachin said, now the life is digital, television, radio, newspaper, everything. We kind of, I'm not getting the newspaper for the last 3 months now. I almost forgot how to turn pages. Though I'm a book lover. I don't read books online. I like the smell of paper. I can't live without that. Still, now I'm learning to live without a physical paper. And there is another thing that is coming with this is as the media evolves, and that is the most important thing. When we started, I started in 1987 as a journalist, a full-time journalist. At that point, there was a hierarchy within the office, and there was a hierarchy in the society. Printed word was supposed to be the ultimate thing. This is in newspaper meant it's the cardinal truth. You can't question something that has come in the newspaper. Now anything as in the office, people taught me, my young colleagues taught me that why you asking every morning? Because we were taught that way. My bosses used to ask me, how many papers did you read today? And if I hadn't read at least 4 papers, I'd be ashamed every morning. But 10 years ago, my young colleagues, they used to very casually tell me, no paper, I didn't read anything. Tell me anything important. I'll read it just now. Because I have a mobile phone, I have an internet connection, they can go and refer to what you want. So they had no need to get up in the morning and read all the newspapers. And my own son, I begged, pleaded, everything, and I said, please do read a newspaper. And he used to call me and tell me why. Why should I read a newspaper? Then I'll throw some questions, some incidents of importance that happened, some big news, and you know about this? Yeah, I know about that. And he will answer all my questions on that. Because he read it. I don't know how he read it. Because he uses different devices. He is now on a different platform. So I'm not able to match with him. If sitting in the newsroom or doing my own YouTube channel, if I'm not able to match that generation, then I'm lost. I'm nowhere. And this is what we need to understand now as media persons, that gone are the days when a newspaper person or a television anchor or any content provider for that matter, person or institution, was beyond questioning, beyond doubt, or on a higher pedestal. Now the viewer is on the same pedestal with you on social media or on digital. They start questioning you the moment you start speaking. Immediately you start getting comments on the side box. So that is the situation today, and that's why it is more worrisome for the institutions. For people like me, I'm an individual sitting here. I can do my channel from Bombay, from Delhi, from Lucknow, wherever I go. I open my laptop and start. That is my infrastructure and that is my overhead. But the same thing lots of organizations are doing, and they are doing it successfully. I must compliment them. Lots of big organizations running television channels and newspapers are also running YouTube channels or Facebook pages, and they do live and all. But they have a huge overhead, a huge cost, which is not there for people like me or lots of individuals who have started just like that. They have not stepped into a newsroom at all. They decided after doing their journalism or mass communication courses that this is not the way I'm going. You must have seen that Nazma Api video. That Saloni Gaur is a young girl who started off like that, and she's a sensation today. How can anyone match that? How can an organization with its might match a person with a content? So the content used to be the king. Content is the king today. Content will remain the king. You have to learn to create and curate new content. And technology has given us the freedom to reach to the masses and to the audience which is interested in my content. It's a direct connect. That's an advantage for the people who are entering the field of journalism, maybe a disadvantage for the organizations, but for the individual, it's certainly a powerful moment.
Thank you, Alok. So all in all, a very exciting time, as they say. But coming from the excitement which is there in this line to the hard facts for today, and that's what we wanted to discuss in a little more serious manner, because students today, I've had parents who have asked us, like, today, post whatever is happening, the virus, the pandemic, the issues on ground, parents also feel that is journalism going to be still safe for my child to take up as a career in the near future, because they see the struggle. So on those lines of the struggle, I would like to ask the panel one by one again, that what are the challenges you and your colleagues are facing today in reporting the news in today's time, in the pandemic time, when we're reporting from home, but still there's so many of our colleagues who are there on the ground, going into the hospitals, interviewing people, giving the real news against so much of danger around them. So what are those challenges which you feel are there on ground today? Because that's something which parents want to be addressed towards. So I'll start from Vikram this time. Vikramji, what are those challenges you feel you all are facing on ground in today's time while reporting the pandemic and around it?
Well, I would say the challenges are no different than what every one of us is going through, living through on a day-to-day basis. I'm talking about people who are not journalists as well. But we are in the business of essential services, and there is a reason the news needs to be put out there. So yes, there have been many cases of, and there have been cases within my organization. I, of course, work with ET now, as of now. Being a business channel, we've been on the ground. There have been cases where journalists have suffered and have been infected. But those are real situations. I mean, every time you're reporting on something, there is going to be a certain element of risk. What do you think war journalists go through at any given point in time? I mean, when they are reporting on war that's taking place, obviously they're putting lives on the line as well. So to that extent, yes, the pandemic is hitting us out of the blue. We didn't know how to deal with it, but then that's what news is. Be able to process the kind of information that you are getting, and to be able to send it across, to disseminate that in a convincing fashion. And that's your job. There will be job hazards. There is no taking away from that. As it is with this pandemic, there will be other things in the future, as there have been in the past. But we have to deal with it. And that's part of the excitement. It takes me back to the real reason why I decided to be a journalist, because I get to do that. But having said that, yes, during journalism school, I also learned the concept of journalist as a hero. Sometimes you want to step into the firing line because you want to prove yourself as a journalist. Now, that's something that is a decision you take while you're on the field. How much you're going to push and how much of a risk it is. That's something that becomes a personal call, because when you're there in the middle of the action, you're not going to wait and make a phone call to your editor and check whether this is okay and that is not. You are going to do whatever you think is right at that moment. Perhaps it will not make it on the channel eventually, but at that moment, you will decide whether or not you want to take the risk or not. So yes, it's up to you as a person, how many precautions you take, how much risk you want to take to prove yourself as a journalist, like in any other job.
Absolutely correct. Because the reason I'm asking this question, and I'll turn the next one towards Sachinji, is because even I can understand the excitement, and I can understand the hazard which come. I also reported during 26/7 when I was a fledgling journalist that time, and it was very exciting to be there in the middle of the highest rainfall and going ahead and reporting it. But we knew that after 3-4 days, it would turn back to normalcy. Today, the pandemic, we don't know when it will turn back to normalcy. So that's the reason probably there is a little bit of fear. And hence, Sachinji, could you address this a little more, that being from that side, what challenges will be faced? Because this is not going to normalize for the next 6 months to 1 year. So what are we looking in terms of the challenges here?
We are not aware of what's going to happen, that's for sure, because this pandemic has come after 100 years. A pandemic of this size has come after 100 years, but there have been catastrophic events in the past too. The world wars have come, the crisis across the world, the oil crisis, the 2008 financial crisis. So it's not new that media has gone through, this problem. This is unprecedented only because, this has lasted so long, and the impact is not only going to be short term, but also medium term and long term. Now, only those organizations or those individuals who will adapt to new situations and confront what is happening in front of them. One of the will survive. Right now the point is to survive and not just to be. I'm going to get this much raise. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. No. Right now the whole point is to survive. Once we survive, we'll find out for ourselves, because our knowledge about the disease itself is evolving. It's what we knew yesterday is completely different from what we are going to know today or what we're going to know tomorrow. So that's going to evolve. Sometime in April, some experts said the peak is going to come in May. It's almost the end of June, and now we are saying the peak is going to come in July. Some people are saying the peak is going to come in November. So we don't know how long it's going to last. So be that as it may, let's assume that we have to live with the pandemic for at least 3 to 4 more months. What do we do in that situation? The first thing is we need to save money. Because if we don't save money now, we are not going to invest that in the future. The technology is going to overwhelm us. The situation and the circumstances are going to overwhelm us. And people right now are not willing to pay for certain kind of content. I mean, that is pretty sure. So even though we may be idealistic and say that, let's charge this much for a newspaper, or let's charge that much for a TV channel. The fact is that people are not willing to pay, primarily because they are also into saving mode. So the human thing is right now survival, not just for bankers and for journalists, but it also, it's literally for every sector of the society. So that is one. The second part is, once we are out of it, who's going to be ready for the situation in that time will be determined by what you want to do now. So we are doing on-ground reporting, and like Vikram said, all the journalists who are on ground right now have the fear and have the challenge of facing COVID themselves. We've had a situation in Mumbai where more than 50 journalists tested positive in one single day. There was a similar situation in Chennai. There was a similar situation in Delhi. So no journalist across India or anywhere in the world rather is immune to this disease. So, that is one. So, but like what journalists have to go, we still have to go there. When I was the editor of Midday in 2011, people will remember that we lost J-Day to an underworld shooting. It was a daylight shooting which happened in Mumbai. We lost a journalist because he was an investigative journalist. So did that stop other investigative journalists from stopping, from investigating more and more stories? In fact, there have been more investigative reports, after that in various media now, and not just in television and print. It's the primary medium now has been digital, and like Alokji also said, it is not just the institutions that are doing it. The individuals who are posing as journalists, and some of them are built the credibility through extensive research, very good reporting, etc. And they've created a niche for themselves. So those people and those institutions who adapt to these new situations are the ones that are going to survive. The second point is, and this is that every panelist has pointed out, is about technology. Now, we are on the throes of getting 5G technology. There are already phones that have arrived in the market that have 5G technology. Once 5G becomes the norm, what are the things that you're going to do with your content and present that in a manner that is available to all the people? When 4G came in, all the companies and all the institutions adapted to 4G over a period of time. Some of us still haven't, but many of us have. when 5G comes in, who are the people who are ready for it? And that investment of time, effort, and money has to be done now, which is why I think saving money is important. Survival is important. Once we get into that situation where technology is in front of us, that's 5G, which is, if I'm not right, it's going to be at least 7 to 8 times faster than what 4G is. 4G. And that's going to revolutionize, video, for instance. It's going to revolutionize podcasting. It's going to revolutionize digital content. It's going to revolutionize content delivery mechanisms for even newspapers. So in the pandemic, like Alokji pointed out, for 3 months he didn't get news, and he didn't get a physical copy of the newspapers. But newspapers were available in the PDF format. Everybody used to send you WhatsApps, saying that you can read this, etc. And there were these loyal people who would still call me in the morning. Suppose I had an assignment in the morning, and by 8 o'clock I didn't send the WhatsApp of the PDF. People would call me up and said, "Sachin, where is your newspaper today?" Right? So people are still, thank God for that. But people are still used to reading that in whatever form. So that is one. So I think survival, investment of time and effort for the future, and the moment this whole thing is over. We can't say that today it's over and tomorrow it's going to restart. We can't say that because it's going to be a process. But whoever is going to be ready for it needs to invest that time and effort now.
Great. So being ready for it is more important. And so Grihaji, going with that, and also adding one more question, because we have 10 minutes left for the panel now. So also, just not the challenges which are there today, if you're adding something new to it, and plus now in the future, what are the rules which are now changing for journalism overall, thanks to today's situation? What do you think are the new rules which are going to come in?
So I will not be delving a lot into the challenges part, because let's look at the future and let's look at the positives, because Sachin and Vikram have ably pointed out all that we are facing and all that we need to actually skirt through and keep working. So that's something that is there. We have to move on. What I have realized in this pandemic and in this situation of the lockdown is that there is so much that you can do, whether it's the big news channels who have gotten their anchors to anchor from home, produce content from the confines of your home, which is what I am doing. Yeah, exactly, Vikram. So I'm saying that, all of that has become possible. And that's something as novel as the virus that we're talking about. We're also looking at these novelties, which are very, very exciting. And it can be as exciting to the stuff that even Alokji has pointed out, that you have to keep, be ready to actually be okay to go ahead and do certain things to stay relevant and to actually lead the pack. So what I have felt and what I found, I've been a film journalist all my life. And I've realized that when I started out, obviously networking becomes very, very important. So once you've had that sort of a network base, and once you do not have like a brand to pillion ride on, and you do not have sort of a Hindustan Times or, for that matter, Niti now, and you go ahead and call these people who are, so to speak, stars or celebrities or key cricketers, there are very few people who would actually respond to you because you're still starting out. And this is in context with our session. And I think this will be very important because I'm coming from a personal experience here. I have worked with big brands and I've decided to now fly solo. I decided to, start this chat show. It's called Coffee Time with Griya, where I go ahead and interview these people who people want to look up to. Their influencers in their own right. They can be actors, they can be film directors, they can be cricketers, they could be YouTube influencers, the works. After struggling with my lineup in the first week when I decided to do this, I have now had people who are readily approaching me, wanting to come to me, wanting to speak with me. It's because the content is speaking. It's because they're seeing what is the kind of impact that these chats, these interviews are actually bringing to people. This is the content that people are wanting to watch, and this is something different from, let's say, what we are being presented with. And then again, you'd have people, for example, I have a journalism backing. I come from a journalism school. I have, dealt with all the technical aspects of it. But having said that, I have also come across, whether it is interns in my organization, who are coming from scratch, who do not really have that sort of a background where they would look at the technical aspects of journalism, be it print, be it television. Digital is a newer space. But still, they are just those, yearning zealots. They are those exuberant lots who want to actually make it work, and they actually consume content, let's say with a particular influencer who's going ahead and speaking about the Indo-China skirmish, and he's explaining it in a 10-minute video, and that's where the audience is actually there. They would not want to go ahead and look at a debate at 9 p.m. prime time. They would want to just go online and look at, explain. I mean, there are these things which are there, that the Indo-China standoff explained, or for that matter, COVID-19 pandemic explained. But this is what is being consumed readily. That is also something that we have to, and we need to actually wake up to. And there are more and more credible news organizations, many of them, who are actually going ahead and do that. I mean, even if Vikram will present his 9 p.m. news, he would have like a online version of that content curated, where you'd have the main text put out, and that's something that people are going ahead and doing. For example, we've had Sushant Singh Rajput passing away. They've got so much of stuff that was doing the rounds on social media, which is where people pick up the news from. There were also people who called out things which were not ethical, because like Alokji was saying, that the reactivity, the news is actually responded to and reacted with very, very readily in these times. So that's also there. And there is also these influencers like a Manoj Bajpayee or a Shekhar Kapoor doing their own different version of a sort of news that we've actually woken up to, and talk about it differently. And people want to listen to that rather than listening to a senior journalist talk about this is what has happened, and this is how he took his life. So these are the things that I think has been something which is different, and people are actually wanting to consume that content in a different way. And this is I think where the future lies. And it's very, very important that you look at these new and novel ways of creativity, look at content in a completely different space. When I started off 14 years back, I was working under Dr. Qamar Wahid Naqvi. And I started off with Aaj Tak's Delhi channel, which was Delhi Aaj Tak. And obviously the channel was Hindi, and Hindi was not my better language. But I actually tried to do things differently. And I used to present my stories rather than just writing a script, studio VO sort, which is what we used to be taught. Ki aapka ek studio hota hai, ek voiceover hota hai. So that actually was recognized back then. And it's, I think, the similar thing here. You have to keep churning out new ways. And it's, I mean, pretty much as it's a pandemic time, it is very, very exciting is what I feel.
Great. So I have the last 3 minutes, and I know I have to come back to Alokji. So I'll conclude with Alokji. But before that, quickly in 60 seconds, Sachinji, for the future, what are the rules which you feel are going to change? Something like mobile journalism going to take a little more effect. What do you think is going to be the new thing in the future?
I think the two big things that will happen in the future, and that's already started happening, is one is, as Greya also pointed out, explainer journalism. Explainer journalism is going to be really a big thing, primarily because people are yearning for good quality, credible content, explaining things to them and not just shouting over each other. So that is point number one. The point number two is how to adapt to different media and how you train your journalists in the institution, or how you train as an individual to adapt to different media and exploit the advantages of each of them is going to change the way we look at journalism. So a print journalist can be a digital journalist, but how to present the same story in a digital format will be different, and that needs to be taught and learned at the same time by all these journalists.
Okay. Thank you, Sachin. Vikram, quickly.
Yes, as far as monetization, something that was being widely discussed, you can't forget that as much more of digital journalism that you practice, and the need for monetization is very high, what is going to happen is that much more data analytics is going to play out. So every story that you put out, its success, its impact is going to be constantly watched and measured. And the moment it does well, you're going to be asked to do much more of that. So how are you going to align your interest to what you want to put out? So the way in which you present your stories, that has got to be thought through over and over again until you reach that critical mass. That's something that's definitely going to happen, no matter, again, which medium you're going to be working in, because digital is going to rule, and that's where the way we'll consume news. There's no taking away from that.
Thank you. So Alokji, before I conclude, I would like you to conclude this. So with your thoughts on both the sides.
Yeah. So I think we have done, we have covered almost everything, and now where Vikram ended was with there will be a pressure on how things go forward. One thing that you asked Sachin, I would first start with that, and since there's not much time left on our hand, that maybe there is going to be a scenario in future where you don't need any newspaper, any television channel, or any YouTube channel. You wake up in the morning, there's a chip inside, and you get all the information you need. So that is an imaginary situation, but if you read 1984, that was imagination, and it's all true today. So I don't know what's going to happen there. But this threat that Vikram pointed out is very real. This happened in television. It's in front of us. This program gives you TRPs. Make more of such things. So what we have been calling the TRP race, or so-called obscene TRP race, will reinvent or come reincarnate in digital also. I do a channel, a small channel I do. I used to do a book review, and which is highly appreciated. Everyone wants, whoever watches it says, do it more of it, but it doesn't get me views. A trivial video on Sonbhadra gold got me thousands and lakhs of views. So you don't know what's going to click, and in digital, this is a very serious question. That anything that works will be replicated more and more and more. And there, for the new people, for young journalists, since you hosted this panel for them only, the key is to be your own self. Like in this pandemic, if one person has come out successfully and really well, that is Barkha Dutt, because she ventured out on the road. She took a car and ran across the length and breadth of the country, covering it on the road, while we were all sitting in our rooms and covering. Some of brave reporters were there out in the field, as Vikram mentioned, and they are all playing with their lives. But she did a long thing, and on Mojo, mobile journalism. Someone is asking the future of mobile journalism. This is the future of mobile journalism. And then she reversed and went to Ladakh. So this is how, if you want to be on the field, you have to be on the front everywhere where the news takes you. If you are not doing that, then that's a problem.
So thank you very much. So I think so. We started with having the nose for news, which was the eternal rule ever, and continuing with that rule, but also going towards being original, being yourself, and being there at the moment, because thanks to the internet, every moment is changing at a second's time. So thank you very much to the panel, and I'm hoping that the students who heard us today took away something good from us, and we hope to continue this in the next panels also. Kathy, back to you now. Kathy, you're on mute.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Mukherjee. I think this was a very well curated and moderated session. Thank you to all our panelists as well. I'm sure the students have gained a lot of insights and information through this session. So thank you so much to all of you, and to everybody watching us. Don't forget, you can send us your questions on the Zoom or on Facebook or any platform that you're watching us on. I'd like to just quickly remind all of you that there is an exciting virtual event which is happening simultaneously. You can log on to it on www.edutainmentshow.in and register there. It is India's first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media and design. So don't forget to log on and take a look around. Also, there is a giveaway that we've planned for all of you. Register to our 3D virtual expo on www.edutainmentshow.in. Log in to enter the virtual expo, visit the stalls, look for cookies in the document section, and collect all the 3 cookies that you can find there, and send us the screenshots. Our email ID is edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. I'll repeat that for you. It's edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. All you have to do is move around, look at the stalls, experience, take the whole experience in, and go to the document section, and you will find cookies there. There are overall 3 cookies which you need to find all of them and send us the screenshot on this email ID. 3 lucky winners today, end of the day, will win Amazon vouchers worth 1,000 each. So don't forget to participate in this, and we'll see you back in just a while.
I can't stop the nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel the good, good creeping up on you, so just dance, dance, dance. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. Ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. Everybody say.
You didn't choose to come here today. You decided much, much earlier, when you made your first pencil stroke, when you chose your favorite color, the day you discovered what is beautiful and what is not. This is why you are here now. Your talent brought you here. It's time to begin.
So welcome back everybody to day 9 of the Edutainment Show Live 2020. I hope till now you're having a really good time because we've had some amazing sessions. But now is the time when we're talking about art, artist, and creativity. So all of you, the creative souls out there, I hope all of you are ready because this is one of my favorite sessions as well. I want to start with giving you a quick rundown on this quote that I read by Oscar Wilde. He said, I made art a philosophy and philosophy an art. We speak about art in such beautiful words, right? We say art is something that makes you breathe with a different kind of happiness. Art is too important not to share. But can art pay? Now, this is a big question that is going to be answered in our next session. We have an exciting panel discussion on your art can pay your bills. This is curated by Commune, and for the same, I would like to call upon somebody who himself has been an artist for decades. He's been an amazing orator, anchor. He is the founder of Commune. He is the managing director of Geometry and Compass, Mr. Roshan Abbas. Very warm welcome, sir. And when a person like him is moderating the session, it's going to be a great one. I'm going to invite our panelist for the discussion, Mr. Yaya Butchwala, poet and performance artist, Ms. Saini Raj, writer, poet, and actor, Mr. Rakesh Tiwari, author, performance artist, and TEDx speaker, Mr. Anshu Moore, stand-up comedian, host, and motivational speaker. A very warm welcome to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kathy. It's so nice to be introduced by you, and thank you for talking about life, philosophy, and money all together. I think that's what life is all about. As Maslow's hierarchy says, person first tries to look for roti, kapda, makan, right? I mean, that's the most basic thing. And then once you've got that, you keep moving up that pyramid, and ultimately there's a point when you've got it all, and then you're looking actually for what perhaps you had at the beginning, which was maybe a little bit of a view on life, philosophy, a view to mean a little bit more. But I think most of the people we're talking to today are at various stages of their life, not in age, but definitely in terms of their philosophy, their art. So I'm so glad that I've got all these people here with me. Rakesh Tiwari is somebody who recently quit his job at a BPO to take a full-time job at his art. So I'm actually going to start with Rakesh, because I think this is the new for Rakesh. Rakesh, how did you start this? कैसे शुरू करा ये जब आपने जर्नी जब फाइनली डिसाइड कर लिया कि चलो अब हॉबी नहीं अब प्रोफेशन बनाएंगे?
जी सर, जैसे कि आपने पूछा कि ये किस क्या चीज जिम्मेदार थी, सो आई से कि हालात ज्यादा जिम्मेदार थे। मतलब अपॉर्चुनिटी तो कहती है, जिस दिन आप कलाकार बनते हैं आप अपने आप को पहचान लेते हैं कि आप कलाकार के मौके सामने आ ही जाते हैं, और आजकल की दुनिया में मौकों की कमी नहीं है। सो अपॉर्चुनिटी तो मिलती रहती, लेकिन दो वजह थी। एक तो हालात, क्योंकि हम बीपीओ में काम करते थे, उल्लू वाली शिफ्ट होती, रातों के बैटमैन थे सस्ते वाले। तो 2 बजे का पिकअप आ गया, निकल गए, जा रहे हैं, क्या ही हो रहा है जिंदगी में, मतलब 3-4 बजे अंग्रेजों की गालियां खा रहे हैं। सो बीपीओ नेचुरली एक ऐसा प्रेमिसेस है जहां पर 10-12 साल काम करने के बाद आपको लगता है कि मुझे निकलना है, मुझे भागना है स्पेस से, मतलब जीवन में कहीं तो भागे। सो वो एक अंदर ही अंदर खिचड़ी चल रही थी कि नहीं यार यहाँ से निकलना है। और जब आप बहुत मोहब्बत करते हैं अपने पैशन से, आर्ट से, तो एक बिलीफ आ जाता है कि शायद ये आपको यहाँ से निकाल ले। सो ऑलवेज हैड दिस बिलीफ कि पोएट्री शायद मुझे इस बीपीओ की जंगल से निकाल लेंगी। द सेकंड रीजन व्हिच आई एम कमिंग टू इज यू, सो दैट इज रोशन अब्बास सर। रोशन अब्बास सर हमारे पीछे पड़े थे तकरीबन, मतलब इनका नाम रोशन अब्बास, मतलब ये एमसी हैं, आर्टिस्ट हैं, इनका नाम एनसी रोशन अब्बास होना चाहिए, नौकरी छोड़ो रोशन अब्बास। सो ये कहीं भी कोई जैसे इन्हें कलाकार मिलता है सीधे आते हैं, पूछते हैं अच्छा क्या है, क्यों नहीं छोड़ रहे हो, कितना कमाते हो, बन ही जाएगा। सो ये बहुत जरूरी है कि जिंदगी में एक मेंटर हो। जब भी आप
एक्चुअली तो हाँ जी, एक किस्म से राकेश तो हमारी पोल तो खोल ही रहे यहाँ पे, बट टू एवरीबॉडी एल्स इज हियर, Saini, you have a very amazing journey because you used to be a child artist, then you gave up all that fame. I saw the other day that you're still posting Shakalaka Boom Boom or whatever ke tasveerein and giving you those kind. I mean, it's one day already in a sense, not maybe living off your art, but it's being commercialized. Then you went into a journey where, I mean, you were just a student, and then you were writing, if I remember correctly, you were writing at Disney for a while. And again, then you moved into the world of poetry, performing art, your writing, and your tell us a little about your journey.
Okay, so for me, art was never a discovery. It was something that I always did. In fact, everything else in life was a discovery. So for me to understand, oh, there is science and there's commerce, people also do engineering. Those were the revelations of my life. I was always even as a child, always drawn towards performing arts. Family always encouraged me. As a kid, I used to say, I'm going to grow up and be a heroine in the films and I'm going to dance around trees with Shah Rukh Khan. And nobody ever told me that it was weird and it's not going to happen. Everyone was like, yes, you can do this, of course. So for me, it was never oh my God, how? And then later on, of course, and I'm very grateful that it worked out and my family was supportive. They would take me to auditions because my journey was also the different kind where I would force my mom to take me to auditions. I would keep telling her, I want to act and I want to do this and I want to do that. As soon as I reached my 10th grade was when she made me stop acting because she was like, no, you have to, it's your board exams and stuff like that. And that's when I kind of stopped acting. After which I discovered so much because I spent some 7-8 years of my life on set. I realized that there's so much about being on set and art that is more than just being an actor. So I was very drawn and inclined towards the work that they did behind the camera. So when I had to get a degree and I realized that the only thing that ever interested me was art, and by then I had realized that I had this knack I used to write a diary and I used to listen to a lot of poetry and lyrics and songs. I was a huge Gulzar fan at a very young age, a huge Jagjit Singh fan, and it was always sort of encouraged in my household. So I went on and I got a degree in screenwriting, and post that actually, that's when my dream sort of took a backseat. That's when I was told that, oh, okay, now you have a dream, but your dream cannot pay your bills. So what you need to get is a job. And I had like some 3-4 years of very bad years of just joining places and quitting, joining and quitting. And I was never bad at my job. I did I played a good part there, but I never really enjoyed it. It never brought me happiness. I was very short on money for a really long time. And I thought, just writing in diaries is not going to pay my bills. So I that's when I joined Disney and I had a good time at Disney. Disney paid really well, but I was constantly dissatisfied. And I think that's around the time I met you. So Rakesh is right. You've been a mentor for a bunch of everyone. And then my fairy godmother.
Everybody on the panel.
ये सेशन में ये होने वाला है, अंशु बोर भी यही बोलेगा. A child artist who then wanted to discover a love for writing and doing so much more, that was Saini. But Anshu Bohr, I must tell you, Anshu, how many people did you have working under you? That's what I want to know first. I need to pick up on.
रहने दो.
मुझे कभी कभार समझ में नहीं आता कि मैं अंशु को when I talk to people and I'm like I could sell him as a business speaker, I can sell him as a stand-up, I can sell him as a storyteller, as a motivational speaker. I also want to sell him as an actor, of course, which I will do at one of these stages. But all of these things, Anshu, but for somebody who was so well established in his career, I mean, for you when you were hosting for Microsoft, it was just fun. And I could see the joy, but I mean, giving up something as big as you did to take up something which you had no clue of, because an idiot like me again came and said,
guys, either we're all doomed or like because everyone.
सब रोशन के घर ही जाएंगे eventually. एक कमरा दे देना.
आर्टिस्ट की जिंदगी में ना उसको एक ऐसे पिलर पोस्ट चाहिए कि जिसपे जो है खंबा पकड़ के हम खड़े हो जाएगा. अच्छा ये है तो हम निकल जाएंगे. तो वो कहना बहुत जरूरी है.
But tell us, Anshu, tell me, I mean, giving up something as big as that, was it a very tough decision? Did it take you time? Was it in a heartbeat? Did you discuss it with friends? Tell me the process of suddenly deciding to chase your art and chase your passion.
Yeah, I think this whole thing in my head now, I'm sure it has started when I was a little kid, because the earliest memory of that I have at home, मैं वो झाड़ू पकड़ के ना बेड के ऊपर चढ़ता था अपना नाम अनाउंस करके. ठीक है. तो मैं नाम अनाउंस करके बेड पे चढ़ता था और कुछ रॉक सॉन्ग की तरह ऐसे कुछ गाना वाना गा के फिर सबको थैंक यू बोल के फिर मैं बेड से उतरता था और काफी टाइम में बेड पे खड़ा रहता था. तो and I've always loved stage, always, like whether I was in school in debating or instrumental music or whatever it was, right? Any opportunity to get on stage, I used to love it. And फिर जिंदगी आ गई, फिर लोगों ने कहा कि इंजीनियर बन जाओ, MBA बन जाओ, यहाँ नौकरी ले लो. तो then I spent 18 years in corporate life. But even in corporate life, I would not miss an opportunity to be on stage. Like irrespective of what my position was, I would get up on stage and host an event or do whatever, right? Because I realized it about 4 years ago that I am the happiest when I have a mic in my hand. Like there is no other feeling of work that I have which gives me so much of joy and happiness. And it just so happened.
Would have kept you at Microsoft with just a mic in your hand.
हाँ, मेरे को शायद Microsoft में सैलरी इसलिए मिलती थी कि मैं उनके फ्री में होस्ट कर देता था इवेंट. But there was a point 4 years ago when this.
Because this has a mic in it. Sorry.
Arey wow, well done, Saini. No, so there was a point 4 years ago when I think this thought started coming in my head that हम लोग जिस जमाने में रहते हैं ना वो जमाना बहुत डिफरेंट है, right? This is the kind of era that we live in. अगर कुछ चाहो करना तो nothing stops you, not even finances, and I truly believe in it. हमारे बचपन में कहते थे ना कि वो अगर ठीक से पढ़ोगे नहीं तो चाय की दुकान खोलोगे. And then some kid thought, brilliant idea, opened Chayos and Chai Point and got multi-million-dollar funding, right?
Yeah.
तो वो ये ख्याल मेरे दिमाग में आया था कि I should just go ahead and do it. And it was a split second decision. Like Sunday रात को decide किया, Monday को resign कर दिया. And I wanted to get into comedy, stand-up comedy. मेरे को पता नहीं था कि stand-up comedy में होता क्या है, process क्या है बनने का, कितना पैसा कमाया जाता है, कुछ नहीं पता था मुझे. But I knew that I'm going to give it a shot. In my head, the only thing was, if I have to do it, I will not do it as a hobby. I will give up everything and go full-fledged into it so that, at least there is some level of hard work and passion that goes into it, that should go into it. So, and that's how I quit. Like one fine day, I just quit my job.
Fantastic. And did you speak to your family? Because you said you gave it up quickly, but I mean, what happened? Did Monica suddenly turn and say, hello?
Yeah, which was very interesting because हम लोग actually तमाशा मूवी देख के आ रहे थे संडे को, okay, and मुझे मूवी ठीक ठाक ही लगी थी, and but उसमें the whole following your passion bit was there. And जब हम मूवी देख के वापस आ रहे थे तो हम कार में डिस्कस कर रहे थे. तो मैं था, मेरी वाइफ थी, मेरा बेटा था, he was in 10th at that point in time. तो मैं बार-बार बात कर रहा था about people following passion etc. And my wife just asked me a question saying, तुम इतना बात करते हो about following passion, what do you want to do? And I was like, I just want to be on stage and make people laugh. That was my only statement. And मेरे दिमाग में सिर्फ वही था. And she was like, then what is stopping you? And there was a dead silence in the car, like for a few minutes. And then I was like, actually nothing. And she said, just go ahead and do it. And we didn't have a conversation. घर आके रात को कोई major discussion नहीं हुआ. Sunday night थी. तो वहाँ के सो गए. And सुबह उठे, my wife was getting ready to go to work. I was getting ready. And while she was going out of the house, so I just casually mentioned, I said, so फिर मैं resign कर रहा हूँ. And she was like, yeah, just go ahead and do it. And I resigned. And at that moment,
Surya didn't say, Papa, मेरी
सूर्या का actually इसको फीस का परवाह नहीं थी because I used to head Xbox at Microsoft. तो हमें फ्री के गेम्स मिलते थे बहुत सारे. Right? तो सूर्या का ओनली इशू वाज कि पापा फ्री के गेम्स कैसे आएंगे. एंड आई टोल्ड हिम, आई सेड बेटा ऐसा नहीं है कि सबको एक्सबॉक्स में काम करना पड़ता है, बाकी पेरेंट्स भी गेम लेके आते हैं. एंड ही वाज लाइक, नहीं बाकी पेरेंट्स कमाते भी हैं, तो आपका लग नहीं रहा मुझे. बट इट वाज दैट इजी, रोशन. एंड आई थिंक आई नाउ रियलाइज इट. फॉर मी द होल प्रोसेस सीम्ड वेरी इजी. इट वाज ओनली लेटर व्हेन पीपल स्टार्टेड सेइंग कि यार इतना बड़ा स्टेप ले लिया at this age and whatever. I didn't feel it that way. I think because of the ecosystem around me, they made it so simple for me to just take that step.
Amazing. Yeah. So I think a big lesson for everybody who's watching right now is the fact of saying that surround by yourself with people who are your cheerleaders, rather than surround yourself with naysayers all the time. And if they whine too much, then spend Sunday at 4 p.m. with Saini so that I plugged your show as well. But when I discovered you were already, when I say discovered you, as in I saw what you were doing, I was amazed to see that you'd already built at such a young age a following for yourself. So, how did your parents react to it? How did they handle it?
So, parents have always been surprised. Ever since I discovered this art form, they've been like, "Ye hai kya?" Because for
And
them,
when did you discover? Just for people's
I
understanding.
discovered this back in 2017. I had just graduated and graduate होकर भी actually थोड़ा time हो गया था. मैंने अपनी पहली नौकरी भी छोड़ दी थी. और
which was in a radio station?
No, it was a digital agency.
Okay.
I have switched almost 3-4 jobs in like a span of.
Quickly tell us so that people know what were the jobs. So that before Yaya Bhootwala became Yaya Bhootwala, he was Vaya Bhootwala. What was the why?
I worked in 2 digital agencies. Then I was a film critic in one place, and then I was working in a radio station as like a morning show programmer and a copywriter. तो मतलब ये सब थोड़ा बहुत किया एंड आई वाज ऑलवेज फीलिंग इनकम्प्लीट क्योंकि आई थिंक स्कूल से वो एक फीलिंग रही है मेरे साथ कि आई हैव नेवर बीन अ ग्रेट किड इन स्कूल लाइक आई वाज ऑलवेज बिहाइंड इन एकेडमिक स्पोर्ट्स हर चीज में मैं पीछे था और मुझे किसी चीज में ग्रेट बनना था नॉट बिकॉज लाइक टीचर्स तो कहते थे बी बेस्ट एट व्हाट यू डू आई जस्ट वांटेड टू बी ग्रेट एट समथिंग सो आई थिंक देयर हैज ऑलवेज बीन अ जर्नी टू फाइंड समथिंग दैट आई कुड बी ग्रेट एट एंड हर बार मुझे बीच बीच में ऐसा लगता था परफॉर्मेंस इज माय स्पेस लाइक वो कहते हैं ना ऊपर वाला हिंट देता है तो आई थॉट परफॉर्मेंस इज द स्पेस वेयर आई कुड बी ग्रेट सो व्हेन माय पेरेंट्स सॉ दिस लाइक माय फादर यूज्ड टू थिंक कि मेरा बेटा जब ओपन माइक्स पे जाता है पोइट्री परफॉर्म करने के लिए वो शराबियों के सामने परफॉर्म कर रहा है बिकॉज फॉर हिम कैफेज एंड दो स्पेसेस वर ऑलवेज दैट so he always used to think why are you doing this to yourself and my father loves me way too much मतलब वो मुझे स्ट्रगल करते हुए देख ही नहीं सकते वैसा तो he would always be stressed out कि क्यों कर रहा है it's not till I got my first show like वीडियो वायरल हुई तब भी उन्हें उतना असर नहीं हुआ बट जब पहला शो मिला और शो के बाद एक पे चेक मिला तब उन्हें रियलाइज हुआ कि ये कुछ तो ऐसा कर रहा है जिससे ये पैसे भी कमा रहा है खुश भी रह रहा है सो आई थिंक the whole goal of a parent is like when they tell you to do something it's also because that they want you to be happy in life and that you can earn for yourself अगर आप अपनी पैशन से ही कमाना शुरू कर दोगे उन्हें कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी
Okay, very good. So I think guys, and to the questions that are coming, guys, I'll spend 15 minutes on just the questions. The session is going on till 4 p.m. I hope, in case I've got the timing wrong, somebody please tell me. But what I really wanted to know from you guys is, how do you put a value? Because Anshu just said it, and it was a cue to me saying he didn't know what people charge and what is to be done. How did you all figure out a value for your art in terms of getting paid? Did you ask around? What did you do? Saini, let me start with you.
I did a bit of asking around. I wanted to see, because for me, if I only talk about the poetry scene, because that is the truest. I've also been a screenwriter, so I've written a couple of short films. I've worked as a, but those are then industry standard salaries that are assigned to you. When I started doing poetry, and when a couple of my initial videos went viral, and suddenly, like Yaya said, Yaya sort of discovered the scene. I entered the scene when it was already sort of built up. So for me, thankfully, luckily, there were already these people who were making money. So I knew, okay, this is how much they're making money. Because I'm sure it must be a great struggle for like Yaya and Amandeep and all to set like a standard. For me, it was, I also acted, so I knew how much acting would pay per day, how much brands paid. Then we had you, and we have Amol, who's really been Amol manages me for, and it's not, I mean, it sounds fancy, but to get here was also a very, very big task. But I asked around, I got to know, also because of that, initially I worked for really less money that I didn't know was even a thing, because you're just, here I was paying 250 rupees every Sunday to go and perform at an open mic. And then all of a sudden in 2 months, people were giving me money to perform on stage. So any money was good enough money. But what I have learned through it is that it is also very important not to undervalue yourself. As much as you love your art and you want it to reach out to people, a lot of times it is important to know what stage you're performing at, and that for that reason I specifically have a mold, because I hate doing the business part of the conversation, but to understand business is important. That's what
I think it's a very good point. So guys, don't undervalue yourself. One very big point which is there. Secondly, ask other people in the circuit. And people are very helpful. I mean, don't ask the producer, ask talent. Because producers have to make margins, so they will not give you the right picture. I'm telling you very honestly.
Yeah.
But if you ask other talent, they will normally give you a good thing. Anshu, same question to you. Because Yaya, Saini and Rakesh at some level are in the poetry and storytelling circuit. But for you, how did you figure out how to price?
I think there were three things that I did. Initially, obviously, I asked around just to get a sense of different levels of comedians, what they were charging. And you always get a ballpark figure, so you never get the accurate numbers. And the second was then I told myself that I'm a beginner in this field. So I obviously put out a very low number for myself and put it out there. But more importantly, every time I went out and did a show, whether it was a corporate show or otherwise, I asked the people after the show of why they called me. Okay, I was trying to understand why me, why was I called? And I was hoping that they would not say because you were the cheapest. But the reason that I got most of the time was, especially in corporate shows, Roshan, was that you've had that corporate experience for 18 years and you're a comedian and you do certain kind of comedy, and we felt it will be a right fit. The moment I heard that, I knew that I should be charging for that fit. I should be charging for that experience that I carry, plus the art that I'm carrying into the show. So then I started raising the bar a little bit. And after that, it was just one thing after the other, right? You looked at, if I released a video and it went viral, then I was like, okay, the price needs to go up. And that's the cycle. And then you look at industry standards and maintain yourself.
Yeah. Just to give people a little bit of an idea, just to let you know, very simply, guys, sometimes a little basic maths, which you can do is that if you're performing at a commercial show, and I don't know whether this maths works for everyone, but if you look at, say there is a comedy club and it's got 200 seats and they're charging 500 rupees a ticket, that's a lakh, that is the maximum that they can take. And very often there will be a 50-50 split between, and this will be post taxes and post other expenses, between the artists, not an artist, because very often it's a bunch of people, and someone else. Now, even if the capacity doesn't fill and it's about 50% or whatever, so look at it that, I mean, is it fair to say that in one of these group kind of activities, it's not about money, it's more about performance, and therefore anything between 2,000 to 10,000 bucks would be a good thing for a person on one of those ticketed 3-4 people performing together kind of event, Anshu?
I think the criteria should be very different, Roshan. We used to go to a Canvas Laugh Club, right? That was the comedy club at that point of time. And Canvas Laugh Club was in Cyber Hub, which is a corporate area. It used to be a corporate crowd. I actually never bothered how much they paid, whether it was a solo show or multi-comedian lineup, because I knew that the people that I'm performing to, those are the guys who are going to give me corporate shows later on. They are the guys. So it was the opportunity part of it, which is very important. So there are certain areas where you will perform just because you are getting exposure at a very decent level. And by exposure, I don't mean 2,000 people will write about you or whatever. The kind of audience that will eventually pay you money, that audience is there. And then the rest is, you look at, you should differentiate, right, where money is being made. Like I was very clear, Roshan, when I came in 4 years ago, that I will not get 100 people in the room, right, at least for a year. I didn't have that value in the system at that point of time. I knew even in the comedy scene at that point of time, corporates were the ones who were paying money. People were not making a lot of money in public shows, in multi-comedian lineups, in comedy clubs. There was hardly any money that was being made. So even from my brand perspective, I started working towards that in the early phases, saying my brand should appeal to corporates. So if I was going on stage, I was wearing a jacket and a properly dressed up. I was very clear that I would do a certain kind of comedy, which would be clean and, respectful and all those things. So there were certain things that I was doing to appeal to that audience, and that got me very quickly into the game of corporate shows. And once you start establishing your name, your credibility, then you have more kind of freedom to play around.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Rakesh, I'm coming to you. Rakesh Tiwari, it was very difficult when Rakesh actually started professionalizing and looking only to make money from here. मैं एक नाम रखता था राकेश का, इसका नाम था कि दिल है कि मानता नहीं, क्योंकि राकेश हमको बताते थे कि सर इंदौर से कॉल आई, उनके पास पैसे नहीं है, एक तरफ का टिकट दे सकते हैं, दूसरी तरफ का हम देके चले जाए, and it was so difficult to convince you. Why is it so difficult to convince an artist sometimes to charge money? Why? What is the issue?
सर कैसा सर, एक आर्टिस्ट या तो एक समय आर्टिस्ट हो सकता है या तो सीए हो सकता है, मतलब दोनों चीज नहीं हो सकता वो। जब आप कलाकार बन जाते हैं तो आप मुनीम जी नहीं बन सकते, तो आपके अंदर वो भावनाएं आ जाती हैं। तो कई बार एक्सपोजर, जो अंशु सर क्या कहते हैं, कई बार किसी कॉलेज से तो ऐसे भी कॉल आया कि सर आप जानते हैं हम क्या करेंगे, हम गेट पे ऐसे 10 बाई 20 बटा का पोस्टर लगाएंगे, सब लोग दिखेंगे, पागल हो जाएंगे, मतलब ऐसे भी। यानी ये क्या एक्सपोजर हुआ। लेकिन ये बात होती है सर, कई बार बीइंग अ पोएट या कलाकार जब आप होते हैं तो आप उस इमोशन चीज में आ जाते हैं कि अरे कितने लोग हैं, अरे इतने लोग आपको सुनना चाहते हैं, मतलब दे कांट पे। हमारे पास है नहीं सर, पर हमारे पास दिल बहुत है। और एक पिताजी ने एक चीज सिखाई थी कि बेटा, जो पैसे नहीं दे सकते वो इज्जत बहुत देते हैं, इज्जत कमाओ। तो उस चक्कर में कई बार चले गए। मेरी लड़ाई तो आज तक आज भी आपसे होती कि मतलब मुझे पता ही नहीं कि चार्ज करना क्या है।
Really, I want to tell you guys that there are times that I have conversations with Rakesh or with Amol. Again, Amol actually, and the reason this is curated by Commune, I must tell you all this, because all of these artists, we have the good grace of being able to take care of at Crave, which is a division we set up at Commune because I'm a problem solver by nature. मुझे लगता ये था कि यार ये लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? Why are they not standardizing? Why are they not figuring out? So just to give you all information that Commune curated this because these are all artists that we manage, and sometimes they behave like too much of artists and we have to figure it out, and then sometimes occasionally they do know, but it's one of those things that happen. So Rakesh, how do you say no? How do you say no now?
अब तो सीधे मैनेजर से बात ना तो हमसे आज भी नहीं बोला जाता सर, लेकिन
it's a fair point and by the way आजकल वो अच्छा आदमी था जो कविता है वो बहुत ही अच्छी चल रही है. I mean of course many people, when somebody uses your work without giving you credit, Rakesh, तब कैसा लगता है?
अरे सर क्या ही बताएं, बहुत गजब आग लगती है. लेकिन फिर अब देखिए, लेकिन जैसे कि अच्छा आदमी था जैसे कविता है, अब आपको उस चीज के लिए बुरा लगेगा जो आपने मशहूर होने के लिए लिखी थी या की थी और अब वो यूज की जा रही है. एक अच्छा आदमी था, एक ऐसा आर्ट पीस था जो मैंने लिखा इसलिए था जो मेंटल हेल्थ अवेयरनेस लोगों में आए, लोग समझे कि यार सिर्फ अच्छा आदमी था कह देने से कुछ नहीं होता, आपको उससे आके बात करनी है. सो मुझे उसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं होती अगर आप यूज करो, क्योंकि मेरा मकसद वो था, मशहूर होना था ही नहीं, पैसे कमाना था ही नहीं. और एक चीज जो मैं आपका सवाल वापस जाऊंगा, व्हाई इट इज डिफिकल्ट फॉर एन आर्टिस्ट टू से नो, बिकॉज एज एन आर्टिस्ट हम ये मान ही नहीं पाते कि यार हमें इतना मिल सकता है. मैंने कई बार अमोल से शो के कोट कम कर, नहीं पागल है, इतना थोड़ी देंगे वो, अरे ऐसा थोड़ी होता है. तो कहता नहीं सर आपको नहीं पता उनका ब्रांड वैल्यू है ना, नहीं यार कितना बुरा लग जाएगा तुमसे बात करना बंद कर दे तो. सो हम कहीं ना कहीं इनसिक्योरिटी में भी जीते कि नहीं यार इस कवि सम्मेलन का तो हमको 2000 से 5000 मिल जाए बस बहुत हो गया. अब कोई 15 देता तो चश्मे से धुआं निकल जाता कि ये भी हो सकता है. सो हाँ, बिना क्रेडिट यूज करना तो ठीक है, मतलब आपको या तो अपनी स्टाइल ही ऐसे बनाए, जैसे अच्छा आदमी था कई लोगों ने पढ़ दिए तो लोग मुझे लिंक भेजते कि अरे ये लगता है आप ही ने लिखा है, तो आप अपना स्टाइल ही वैसा बनाइए ना कि कोई अगर यूज भी करे तो वो ओरिजिनल उनका लगे ही नहीं, कि लगे कि नहीं यार किसी और ने लिखा है.
So I think getting due credit is a very important thing in our industry because I see all of you writing, and I mean Saini has written, she's written for brands. Saini, you wrote for Shah Rukh Khan, right?
Yeah.
What was that? Tell us a little about something like that, and when that opportunity happens, what for you in an opportunity like that is payment?
That was actually a very, very unique experience. So I have written for Shah Rukh Khan in the past. I was working with Facebook for a while. And for that, I was on a monthly stipend. So it was just one of the projects. So it was very different from how this project ended up being. But like Anshu sir said, actually, it's quite true. Every project now that I think of is depends on what am I gaining from this. So is it exposure? Is it the opportunity to work with great people? Is it a brilliant part like the Commune play that we did? It was a part that I really wanted to perform. It was the play, we were traveling. So, there are other incentives, and then money sort of, it's important because you have to pay your bills. But it's not something that you will really fight for so hard that you leave the project. So with the Shah Rukh project, also something similar happened. We were in lockdown, and I remember I got a call at night from Unerased Poetry. And he was keeping it, Simar was keeping it very hush-hush. He said, no, there's no money, will you still do it? And I told him, no way. we're in lockdown, and if there's no money, I'm not doing anything because everybody has to pay bills. And I was very curt about it. And he said, Acha, it's for red chilies. If it happens, then Shah Rukh might do it. And I said, no, I'm okay, fine. I'll just write something and send it. It was the moment.
ऐसा तो हाथ की मैल होता है.
ऐसा तो पैरों की धूल होती है. Sorry, it's
so nice to know. We're a little short on time, so I'm glad you told us.
I have to tell you this much, that the very next day was when I got to know that some 10-12 other writers had sent in pitches, and because Shah Rukh happened to like it so much that I got a mention everywhere on all his social media handles, and I also got a token, so it wasn't free work.
Well, that's wonderful. It's really wonderful.
Awesome.
Artists supporting artists, which is also what we desperately need at our times.
Absolutely, I think it's a very important point. So well done. And I'm going to quickly ask Yaya. You have done tours, and when you do a tour, payment is a very different thing. So before I start taking audience questions, which I will do right after this, I just want to ask you, as an artist, when you're planning a tour, what do you do? Do you set a number from before? Do you do it later? How is it done?
I majorly get a brand on board. Like Amol से हमेशा मेरी यही बात रहती है कि first we should have a brand on board, because we shouldn't just be dependent on कि हम tickets से कितना कमाने वाले. We should always have an idea कि tour खत्म होने के बाद इतना amount तो घर आना चाहिए. Because like although you want to entertain the audience and everything of that is like the positive emotion, but at the same time you are gone for like 25 to 30 days. That's a month. जब आप कुछ नहीं करने वाले हो. So you have to find the equivalent amount beforehand only. Like you have to figure that out. So I think मेरा जो पिछले साल भी टूर हुआ था और ये साल होने वाला था, we had figured out कि सबसे पहले हम हमारा amount sort कर लेंगे, उसके बाद ही टूर करेंगे. So I think it takes a lot of back end कि हम 2-3 महीने से ही शुरू हो जाते हैं कि अच्छा ठीक है यहाँ पे ये काम करने वाला है, ऐसे brands हो गए. And I think majorly Kalakaksh has been very helpful in that. मतलब because the first two did it.
Love actually does do this really well. And I tell you, as artists, guys, very often what you require is somebody who believes in you, which is why I said you need a cheerleading squad. You need some friends to be able to check what should you charge. And then you need somebody who can hustle for you. And Love Parashar is somebody I genuinely feel, he really puts his heart when he puts a show out there. Amol also, of course, tries to hustle. Many people do. I think everybody who's out there trying to make this happen for artists tries their level best. Even a Simar does it, even a Daniel does it, even a Kopal does it, even brands like OML and everybody else who's trying to represent people, they try to do it, but build your own little ecosystem, which is very important. Now, a couple of questions that have just come in. So I'm going to start with one question, and anybody can answer this. Also, it would be good to get, Anshu, if you can start by answering this one. An anonymous attendee has said that established artists are earning through workshops and shows. How can an artist who has just started off earn?
Is it a lockdown question or is it otherwise?
I would say that, right now, obviously, must be referring to current. So let's look at the current situation.
Yeah, I think
if it's not true and you want to say post is better.
Let me address both. In the current situation, I think the beauty of the current situation is you can do your own shows. If you believe that, even if you're a new artist, if you just come into the field, but if you believe your work is good, go out, create your own shows. It's so simple to do it now on Zoom or other platforms. It's so simple to do ticketing on your own. Even if you get 10 people to listen, those 10 people will go talk. The thing is, you can do you can do like a show every night if you have to. It'll both help your craft in terms of having an audience and then building it up, right? That's what you need to do if you're a new artist. Also, if you're a new artist, you should associate yourself with other artists. Like, for example, we have a lot of younger comedians who then associate with us. When we are doing solo shows, they ask for opening spots because then they get an audience to perform to, they get a little bit of money, but more importantly, their name gets thrown out there and people get to see their work. So, younger artists, the hustle obviously is 100 times more than what an established artist truly does. But it's about just looking at number of opportunities. Just look at your entire ecosystem around you and say, where do I have an opportunity to perform and hopefully make a little bit of money, and then going after every opportunity.
Thank you, Anshu. Ritik Jain,
may I to add?
Yeah, go ahead, Yaya.
सर तो पहले हम बेसिकली लाइक लॉकडाउन इज अ सिचुएशन जहां पर आर्ट की इतनी ज्यादा भूख है ना, बिकॉज एवरीवन वांट्स टू कंज्यूम मोर एंड मोर नाउ. और जब पहले हम शोज लगाते थे तो मतलब there was always like we knew कि हमारे पॉकेट से शायद कुछ जाएगा ये सेटअप करने में, वो सेटअप करने में, वेन्यू लेने में. बट राइट नाउ इफ वी डू लाइक अ जूम थिंग, अगर आपके शो पे जैसे अंशु सर ने कहा कि 10 लोग भी आ रहे हैं तो पूरा 10 का 10 द अमाउंट इज कमिंग टू यू डायरेक्टली. तो आई थिंक दिस इज अ ग्रेट टाइम टू स्टार्ट ऑफ एंड डू एक्सपेरिमेंट्स, बिकॉज यहाँ पर आपका नाम जाना जा सकता है in this time.
Great.
Can I add a point, Roshan? Can I?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just very small point on it. While we are saying please go ahead and do your own shows, one thing I want to tell everyone is whenever you're doing a show, even if there are 4 people coming in or 400 people coming in, at home, do it professionally. Like invest in whatever you can in terms of lighting, a basic mic, or whatever it is to give them, like dress up properly. I unfortunately in the beginning of the lockdown saw a few, I won't name them, very young comedians trying to do shows, and वो bed पे लेटे हुए थे अपना ऐसे laptop रख के, and they were trying to do comedy. And don't disrespect the audience. If they are paying or even if they're giving you time, give them a very, very professional show.
Very, very important point. And I would say that, I mean, most of us, I think, have invested in gear. It doesn't cost more than 3,000-4,000 rupees to put basic gear together. In about 10,000 rupees, you can get very good gear if required. And please, if you have a question, please come to the commune handle, which is KOMMUNEITY at Instagram. All the artists who are here, they are also there, and they're all very helpful and will answer your questions. Rakesh, the question for you, what is the ultimate goal you're seeking after coming entirely into the art field? Ask Ritik Jain.
सर्वाइवल. मतलब मुझे हमेशा से लोगों ने क्वेश्चन पोज किए जब भी नौकरी छूट भी गई थी. सो आई एम एट एज 34. यहाँ एक छोटी बिटिया है 5 साल की. सो जैसे ही हमने रिजाइन भी किया था तो पहला ही क्वेश्चन मैनेजर से आया था, कैसे सर्वाइव करोगे यार, मतलब टीसीएस की नौकरी है, 50,000 रुपए सैलरी उठा रहे हो, 10 लाख का मेडिक्लेम है, सब कुछ तो है, सेटल्ड है, कैसे करोगे. सो मेरा जो अल्टीमेट एम ये है कि मैं अपने और उसका कॉर्पोरेट दुनिया के बीच में जो एक गैप है इसको मैं कितना लंबा कर सकूं. लोग कहते नहीं यार बहुत कितना नहीं करोगे, एक पॉइंट के बाद तुमको लौटना पड़ेगा. सो माय अल्टीमेट गोल इज कि पहली बात, इससे पहले कि मैं दूसरों को इंस्पायर करूं कि नहीं यार अपने सपने के पीछे भागो, चलो. मेरे आसपास में, मेरे रिश्तेदारों में, आसपास में, मोहल्ले में कितने लोग हैं जो आर्टिस्ट हैं, बट दे आर वेरी स्कैर्ड कि नहीं यार इससे घर चल पाएगा क्या. सो मेरा प्राइमरी या इकलौता गोल वही है कि मैं सर्वाइव करके बताऊं कि नहीं यार चल सकता है. कई बार बस एक कदम लेना ही जरूरी होता है. आओ, कोशिश करो और फिर उस गैप को जितना हो सके लंबा करते जाओ कि नहीं यार. एज आपने बहुत पहले हमारी बात हुई थी, कैलकुलेशंस होना बहुत जरूरी है कि आपके महीने के एक्सपेंसेस क्या हैं और उसके हिसाब से आप अंदाजा लगा लीजिए कि अब से लेके 6 महीने का प्लान कर लीजिए. वो हो गया तो उसके बाद क्या. सो दैट्स, मैं शॉर्ट टर्म गोल्स पे चल रहा हूँ कि आज मेरा एम ये है कि अगला 6 महीना मुझे वापस कॉर्पोरेट जॉब में नहीं जाना. क्या मैंने इतना कमा लिया या इतना बना लिया वो फिक्स हो जाए, ठीक है. उसके आगे 6 महीना ऐसे कर करके सर्वाइव करना, क्योंकि जब ऐसे कर पाओगे तभी तो आप लोगों को बोल पाओगे कि छोड़ो, आगे बढ़ो.
बहुत सही बोला. Shrutika का एक question है, and anybody can answer. Saini, if you want to take this, or Yaya, if you want to take this, how can a watercolorist or a painter monetize their art skills amidst the huge competition that's already there?
Saini, you're taking this one?
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to.
I'll give you guys a quick answer while everyone else is thinking. See, if you're a watercolorist or a painter and you're willing to paint for other people, there are hundreds of ways. I was telling someone the other day saying, if your art is good, and if you went and said, hey, you went to 10 influencers and said, I made a sketch for you or a painting for you, etc. First, learn to broadcast. First, don't narrowcast, broadcast. Let many people get to know your skill. Once it's known and people start appreciating it, you'll automatically be able to charge for it. And then doing an online exhibition. I've been telling people about this girl called Ankita Chawla who did a profile on Instagram which she sketched out, and it was a resume of hers, and it got her a job in Deloitte. So a resume on Instagram getting you a job on Deloitte is one of the simplest things I can tell you. A watercolorist, she was a painter. So you can totally monetize it. It depends on how you're looking for it. If anyone else has an answer and wants to add to it, please go ahead.
I would also, I mean, you can also branch out to more, like learn more. That is one. I have done this. When I was just starting out to write, I used to message all of my favorite screenwriters on Instagram, message all lyricists, directors. A lot of people replied back. I went and met them. I've assisted them. I interned with them. So the only way, and some of them, some kind people, but also when you branch out in real, like if you're just into watercolor painting, maybe animation could be something that you could look into, maybe study that and then contact animators. I know a bunch of people who've done that and now are successful working at Safari Studios and now independent animation, animators. So there are different, I think you should keep branching out your art as you keep finding more opportunities. Yeah.
Great. It's a great answer. I also want to ask you guys, because obviously this whole thing about we've got a whole bunch of students who are watching us, and many students are following already, maybe not their passion, but something which they are doing as a course. It could be an MBA, it could be a regular course, etc. How should they find time for their art, and how much time should they invest in it?
Well, can I take that?
Why not?
Now this will sound philosophical, okay? But honestly, if you genuinely love doing something, it will not feel like you're investing time into doing this. I genuinely didn't know that I could someday write a song for Shah Rukh Khan. But I remember while I used to go to college and come back from college, that 1 hour bus ride used to be me with my earphones on and listening to the radio and just memorizing songs. And so it never felt like I was investing time into my art. Art is always going to be there around you because you love it so much. It's your passion. What now the current generation has the sense and the means to monitor, to hone their art. That, I mean, I had no idea that I could ever make money from this. Now my sister, who's 15 years old, knows that if she paints a wall, she could then do, because she loves painting, so she paints the house everywhere. So she clicks pictures and puts it up on Instagram, and she knows what course she wants to study. So there are more opportunities now to sort of hone your art. How much time to invest? All of your time is less time because you genuinely enjoy doing it that much. But also at the same time, now you know how to structure, give it a structure. That is
great
sense that they have.
Great. Absolutely fantastic. We've got a last couple of minutes. Go on.
मेरे ख्याल से मैं एक चीज और कहना चाहूंगा कि ना फिलहाल जो है, क्योंकि जिस एज में आप हैं, तो ज्यादा अपने आप पर एक प्रेशराइज मत कीजिए। कि मैंने एक चीज देखी, मैंने कई बार अपने रिश्तेदारों में अपने बच्चों से बात की है, मतलब चाचा के भतीजे के लड़के, तो उनको बड़ा ये कि नहीं यार हमें कमाना है, हमें जल्दी अपने लिए कुछ करना है। अपने आप को प्रेशराइज मत कीजिए इस चीज में कि यार अभी पैसा मिलेगा, ये भी हमको कुछ भी करके इसे कमर्शलाइज करना है, इससे कमाना है, उम्र निकल जाएगी तो क्या होगा। मेरे ख्याल से इस वक्त जो आपको वक्त देना है, बीइंग अ स्टूडेंट, ठीक है पढ़ाई तो है ही है, इस वक्त दीजिए अपने आर्ट को बेहतर बनाने और ज्यादा परफॉर्मेंस एवेन्यू ढूंढिए जहाँ पे आप अपने आर्ट को एग्जिबिट कर सकते हैं। जब सही वक्त आएगा, when it's about to be commercialized, दुनिया से ज्यादा आपको पता चल जाएगा कि अब आप उस लेवल पे आ गए हैं जब आप इसको कमर्शलाइज करें या चार्ज कर सकें या मौका कर सकें। हम कई बार आर्ट को ही सोर्स ऑफ इनकम बनाने में इतना पीछे पड़ जाते हैं कि आर्ट को बेहतर बनाने में वक्त ही नहीं मिलता, तो उसे बेहतर बनाइए। मैं तो यही कहूँगा।
Yeah.
Sir, if I could join like a
go
last
ahead,
point.
Go ahead.
तो I just want to talk about the time that you invest. जब मैंने स्टार्ट किया था तो everyone would be like you have to invest a lot of time, maximize. पर कोई ये नहीं कहता था कि it's not just about like जब हम time investment की बात करते हैं, it's not just about the creation of a poem. Like अगर आप poetry के बारे में पढ़ भी रहे, that is still an investment in the art. तो अगर if you are in different ways, जैसे मुझे acting पसंद है, script writing पसंद है, तो अगर मैं Netflix की कोई सीरीज भी देख रहा हूँ फ्रॉम द पर्सपेक्टिव के मुझे सीखना है कि ये डायलॉग्स कैसे लिखे गए थे, आई एम स्टिल वर्किंग, दैट इज स्टिल पार्ट ऑफ माई जॉब, एंड इफ माई जॉब इज ऑल्सो एंटरटेनिंग देन दैट इज ग्रेट. सो आई थिंक इट्स नॉट अबाउट कि आप कितना टाइम इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हो, इट्स अबाउट कि आप कितने फील्ड्स में, मतलब लर्निंग, क्रिएटिंग, ये सब में भी इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हो.
Yeah, we have to break the conditioning. हमें वो, when you're not, we are constantly told that you're not doing something. When you're just sitting and reading or watching some, all of that is you investing in. If you're investing in yourself, you're the art. That's how you're going to bring it out. Which was one of the questions also.
Oh, so what a great line. If you're investing in yourself, you're the art. I think I've got our quote for the day. Well done, Finally. Anshu, I want to just ask you one last thing, because you do this really well. When you have to publicize your shows on your own, what else, apart from working on your set, what else do you need to do? Last question.
I think this is again something that you told me long time back in 2016. I still remember I was sitting in a coffee shop and talking to you and telling you that मेरे को कोई opportunity नहीं मिल रहा. This is when I just started, and you used this phrase with me saying, "Go sell shamelessly." Okay, so it is this whole notion of selling shamelessly. I think people, just because shame is added in that word, people think it's bad. But I reach out to everyone. In initial phases, I used to message every single person in my phone directory. I would reach out to as many people to promote what I was doing and ask for help, ask for them to retweet, tweet, etc. All of those things. So you got to shamelessly sell yourself. I think that's extremely, extremely important, especially when you're starting off.
Great, guys. So many lovely points that have come in from everyone. Thank you, guys. I think we are right on time just now, though I haven't been given a message to say this is the end, but I think we're on standby. So we're going to hand it over to you. Thank you, Anshu. Thank you, Thank you, Rakesh.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Roshan sir.
That was really nice. And over to you, Khyati. Now we've given you all a lot of inspiration. Now go out and sell shamelessly, get paid for your art. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Roshan sir. And to all of you lovely artists out there, I think we've taken so much inspiration from you and tips that we are definitely going to implement in this lockdown and after it as well and get paid. So all of you students out there, if you've got that artistic inspiration in you, that artistic strike in you, don't forget, do value it and make sure that others value it too. So ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward, let me just remind you one more time that do not forget there is an exciting virtual event which is happening simultaneously. You can log on to www.edutainmentshow.in and register there. It is India's first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media and design. And like Albert Einstein said, creativity is contagious. Pass it on. So we'll be right back.
How do you imagine the world around you? Is it what you want it to be? At Raffles Design International, knowledge is power and imagination is personified. Where you see problems, we see opportunities. Where you see limitations, we see exploration. When you don't know where you fit in, let's discover your world of possibilities. Our team of design professionals will provide you with the right tools for success. Get ready to design your future.
So, hello everyone, and welcome back to the day 9 of the Edutainment Show Live 2020. Now, you get what you work for, not what you wish for. You've heard that, right? Work hard and be kind, and amazing things will happen to you. I'm sure you heard that as well. So, the next up topic that we have here is follow your passion, hard work pays. Now, I'm sure all of you are wondering, is this true or not? But we have two amazing artists who are here with us to talk about this very topic. We have with us Mr. Siddharth Kannan, who is a voiceover artist, an amazing anchor, radio jock, and so much more. His energy and enthusiasm is palpable. And he's going to be in conversation with Miss Kirti Kulhari, who's an amazing Indian actress and a TEDx speaker. She's been part of many Bollywood projects, and very recently, you've seen her in the amazing show of Amazon, which is 4 More Shots, Please. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are ready to actually uncover does following your passion and working hard pays off. So, ladies and gentlemen, giving it to you, Siddharth Kannan and Miss Kirti Kulhari.
Hey, thanks so much, Khyati. Thank you for that brilliant introduction. Imagine being introduced by intelligent, pretty lady and then conversing with an intelligent, pretty lady. Kirti Kulhari, my friend, how are we today?
Hey, we are good. We are good. Today, actually, I'm a little like, today is one of those days when I'm like, oh God, I want this day to pass. So today, to be very honest, I'm in that kind of a space. Yeah, I can't wait for 19th of June to be over.
Oh, but listen to me. You do this. Put your hand like this. Give me a victory wave. To all the students watching, to yourself as well. Yeah, baby. That's the spirit, man. Champ. You know what? I've known you for years. And मैं ये दिल से कहना चाहता हूँ कि I am so proud of you, Kirti. एक लेडी जिन्होंने जर्नलिज्म और मास कम्युनिकेशन में पढ़ाई की, फिर एड्स किया, थिएटर किया, and in 2019, what a gamut of films, Mission Mangal ho, Indu Sarkar ho, Pink ho, Shaitan ho, 4 More Shots ho, you have really built up so much of credibility of a lady who, without any background in terms of being an outsider in the Indian film industry, has left a huge impact. पहले आप मुझे बताइए, जब आप देखते हो अपनी जर्नी को, क्या चुटकी काटते हो और बोलते हो, oh my God, is this a dream or is it the reality?
Well, कभी-कभी चुटकी काटनी पड़ती है. Most of the times I can see it for what it is and, be very grateful for it. But कभी-कभी चुटकी काट के grateful होना पड़ता है because I really believe, Siddharth, that, a lot of people work hard, a lot of people are talented, but not, unfortunately, not everyone so-called makes it to be able to, talk about their journeys and talk about how it's been and where they are. So, yeah, I just feel grateful, yeah. I think I just feel lucky to be in that category, which has kind of, quote unquote, made it to some extent. But, yeah, it just a lot of gratitude, yeah. And I'm not being very humble about it or very, cliche about it. But truly, I think when you look at the way everything is, you look at the world, and when you look at yourself and what you have, I'm sure you know what it means to just feel gratitude for everything,
Wonderful, and a lot of gratitude to you for coming on the Edutainment Show. But mera ye sawal hai, let's do a flashback. Ta-ta-dan! The lady जो जर्नलिज्म और मास कम्युनिकेशन कर रही थी, क्या अंदर ही अंदर उस वक्त भी आपको लग रहा था, यार मैं जर्नलिज्म तो कर रही हूँ, मास कम्युनिकेशन तो कर रही हूँ, आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू जॉइन अ मीडिया हाउस, आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू जॉइन अ पब्लिकेशन, एंड डीप डाउन इट वाज ऑलवेज बीइंग एन एक्ट्रेस?
Sid, acting, I had never actually, acting was never an option for me as a career because somehow the kind of family I grew up in, it was almost like this industry was almost like unreachable. Like even the thought of joining this never really crossed my mind till when I was in college and I was doing my BMS, Bachelor's in Management Studies from Bhavan's College, and I was doing something for the Navy. My dad was in the Navy, and I was doing something for them, and that opportunity got me to a point where I was offered a film by Films Division, which was like a woman-oriented thing. And I think that's when it kind of became a reality for me, in the sense that it just came out of the blue. And when I decided to do that film, which never released, but I think that's the experience that made me decide that I want to be an actor. So yes, after that, whatever I studied, I finished my BMS and I did my postgraduate diploma in journalism and mass comm. Now doing something in journalism wasn't like, "Arey, main journalist banungi." I think after that one experience I had with that film, I was very sure that this is what I wanted to do. This is what I wanted to give all my heart to, all my hard work to. So yes, it was just a way of passing my years and reaching a point where I feel ready to kind of join this industry in a full-fledged way. So I was buying time and I was studying things purely for the sake of studying it. I really feel that it's not always about main padh ke ye banungi. I just liked studying something or a particular subject at that time because I was interested in that subject then. So yeah, I think the goal was to always kind of start acting.
But एक चीज बताओ आप, 2002 में you did your first film, which is an Odia film.
Which no. So this is the clarification. It's not an Odia film. It's a Hindi film directed by an Odia director who was a national award-winning director called Sushant Mishra. So this is when I was in college. This is the first thing that happened to me. So yeah, I mean, this is What else? What else about this?
Yeah. So उसके बाद 2011 में या
2010 was Khichdi.
Yes, and after that you had Shaitan. But that gap जो 2002 और 9 साल बीच में you were doing theatre, am I right?
No,
or was it difficult struggling through the films?
No. So after I finished this film, I finished my studies. I finished my graduation. I took a year's break. I did the postgraduate thing, and then in 2007 I started working. I think, I always see 2007 as the year that I got into this industry, purely because that's when I had told my parents, that listen, I'm done with my studies. Now I want to do this, and I sat with my parents. I said, give me 2 years, mujhe 2 saal do. I think my heart is into this. I want to see what I can make of this, because something pulls me here. So 2007 I started, and 2007 I started with ads. I started with a lot of TV commercials, and simultaneously I started learning acting. I started doing theatre workshops. I started doing plays, and my journey as an actor started again in 2007, and 2010 Khichdi released. So the clarity was that I want to act in films. I didn't want to do television. Television somehow was never an option for me. I wanted to just do films, and all my energies and everything that I was doing in terms of my work was a way to get there, So ads were, of course, paying very well. They were also, making my face popular. And then alongside, I was learning my craft. And then it just came together when I did Khichdi, and then followed by Shaitan right after.
Wow. तो जो भी आपका डिजिटल मैनेजर है, उसको 5,000 रुपए एक्स्ट्रा देकर उनको बोल देना विकिपीडिया में 2002 उड़िया फिल्म चेंज करवाने के लिए, और आप उनको अभी बोल देंगे. पक्का है कि नहीं?
Yes, मुझे बोलना पड़ेगा अभी. बहुत कंफ्यूजन हो रहा है.
हाँ, उसको बता दीजिएगा अभी. But listen to me, क्योंकि हमारे स्टूडेंट्स इस वक्त हमें देख रहे हैं एजुटेनमेंट शो में. जर्नलिज्म, मास कम्युनिकेशन, एक्टिंग स्कूल. did they really help you in what you're doing right now in your journey of feature films and acting?
You know what really helps in life, and especially today being an actor, what really helps is life itself. You know, while you have acting schools, while you go and take training, you know, somewhere or the other to kind of learn the craft, to hone your skills. But for a creative person, nothing teaches you like life, you know. And that's why when you start, you know, so now the thing is, some people, all of us have an aptitude for something, you know, and it's very important to find out what do you have an aptitude for. You could be amazing at maths, you could be amazing at music, you could be amazing at sports. I think the trick, I'm not saying this is the formula to success, you know, do not get me wrong when I say this, but I think purely the satisfaction and the happiness you get from pursuing what you love doing, you know, and if that what you love also happens to be something you are good at, then really, like, you know, I mean, of course, all of us want to be successful, all of us want to make it, you know, and all of that, but I just feel, above all, I just feel so lucky, Sid, that I can wake up every day and do something I love doing, you know. So one thing I have always done, and I think one thing that I always advise to everyone who kind of asks me, you know, how should we go about the industry, acting, this and that. I said, if you're here for acting, then that's what you need to focus on. You need to work on your craft, you know. You cannot, you might be a born Meryl Streep, you know, but there is still you should never reach a point where you realize, oh, you know what, I have arrived, I know, I got this. You always have to keep working at it. And I think I have, if nothing else, even when things were not going in my favor, you know, even when I was not getting what I wanted, one thing that I kind of had in my control was to keep working on my craft. I would do plays, and plays take a long time, anywhere from 3 months to 6 months. They take a lot of time and, you know, effort. And I think thanks to all of that, thanks to getting that aspect of my life right, that I think I'm here today talking to you and talking to everyone and telling them, you know, how it's done. So yeah, I think and as again, coming back to, as an actor, as a creative person, nothing that you experience in life, good, bad, or ugly, goes waste. You have to use all of it to become a deeper person, to understand yourself better, to understand the world better, and then you can use all of that in your craft.
Wow. So, jo dekhne wale log hain, let me tell you, bottom line, degrees are great, but experience, that means your principal, your teacher, who's called life, will teach you the best way. Look at this. I love your choices, all right? Khichdi happened, which could I say was your first major film,
Yeah,
all right?
yeah.
Which, however, did not do that well at the box office, all right?
No, it did pretty well.
The way it should have, maybe.
It did pretty well at the box office, but I don't think it did very well for me, if I have to really look at it like that. Like what you kind of expect from a film to do for you when the film is actually very popular, that's not what it did for me.
No, but why did it end up going against you? That's a very interesting point that you brought up. What did you think did not work for you?
I'm not saying it went against me. I just said it didn't do as well for me, you know. And I don't know, yaar. I mean, I think maybe Khichdi wasn't the commercial kind of a film that I think the industry takes notice of. Maybe, you know, it's a very popular film. You know, it came from a series which was very, very loved. So it was actually a very popular film, and a lot of people remember me for Khichdi. But I think people just didn't take notice of me playing the part that I did, which I mean, I was so-called the lead girl of the show, of the film, the romantic interest or whatever, but it had a lot more going on. So I think that probably was the reason. And at the same time, you had a film like Shaitan, which released like 6 months after Khichdi. And now Shaitan kind of brought me to the limelight in a much bigger way. You know, people were suddenly like, because Shaitan in itself was like a film that people took notice of, you know, and it was something very different. It was something very new for Bollywood, and everyone associated with Shaitan kind of got back from it. You know, they received the rewards of being a part of a film like Shaitan.
But kaha jaye to dekha jaye, moving from Khichdi to Shaitan, the choice of film us waqt, which was about 7 to 8 years back,
Yeah.
people, did they come and say, "Arey Shaitan hai, thodi dark film hai, ye mat accept karo," kyunki us waqt this film was way ahead of its time, directed by Bijoy Nambiar, produced by Anurag Kashyap. It had its dark elements, it was bold, it was edgy. Did you feel somewhere deep down कि वो hesitancy थी कि ऐसी edgy film करने के लिए उस दौरान, अब तो सब कर रहे हैं, या lot of people are taking those chances? Did you feel that deep down कि करना चाहिए, नहीं करना चाहिए?
Actually, no, Sid. I think I almost got Khichdi and Shaitan at the same time. It's just that Shaitan got pushed. So Shaitan could very well have been my first film, you know. So no, I didn't. For better or for worse, I didn't have too many people around me to give me their opinions. So I was kind of free to do whatever my heart felt like, you know, whatever felt right to me. And Shaitan felt so right to me. I remember testing for it, and in the audition itself, I had so much fun. And I was like, wow, I hope I get this. You know, it's going to be so much fun. So I think I just have a thing for things being ahead of their time. You know, I just like to, now that I look back, I think I've had a thing for doing films or, you know, acting in projects which have something extra, which have something going on in them, which is against the tide, you know, like which people don't expect, which is not convenient, which is not safe. I think I have a thing for something like that. So I'm very, very proud of being a part of Shaitan.
Okay, I also please give yourself a pat on your back like that from my side too, because I really thought Shaitan was edgy and it had those traits of being very fearless. Coming to me as well, you know what, जब मैं 14 साल की उम्र में मैंने radio शुरू किया, then I moved on to television, voiceovers, events, chat shows. I remember when I started doing interviews with energy and just being free-flowing, whether it was irreverent or whether it was being blatant in what I wanted to ask, लोग कहते थे यार पागल है बंदा है, कुछ है, माने क्या है ये, क्या है? And over a period of time,
Siddharth, I don't think much has changed. तुम्हें लोग पागल अब भी कहते हैं. So I'm sure you have learned to live with it. Yes.
So there you go. But somewhere deep down, I just felt that is who I am. मैं ये हूँ. And you stick to a belief. लोग आपको रोकने की कोशिश करते हैं. लोग बोलते हैं ऐसे मत करो, वैसे मत करो. Even when I started hosting events, I used to jump on chairs and people said, ये क्या कर रहा है? And then, by God's grace, it probably became a little bit of a trend, if I could say so.
Yeah.
So all the listeners, viewers watching, like how Kirti said, you got to stick to what you believe in. There will be people who come and say, ye galat hai, ye galat hai. At the end of the day, you fell because you did what you felt was right. And then you fell. But at least you didn't fall because of what people said, right?
Yeah.
You take onus for your failures and you take onus for your success as well. But tell me, really honestly, ये बातें चल रही हैं हर जगह, outsider, insider, and you're a perfect example of an outsider.
I'm the perfect bakra you have caught in this show. You know, while all this, let me call myself the bakra here. Yes, tell me.
Genuinely, dekha jaye, a lady who people use the word outsider without any connections, without Godfather, and then look at the body of work from Shaitan, Mission Mangal. You had Vidya Balan, you had Sonakshi Sinha, you had Nitya Menon, you had Akshay Kumar. Everyone had a crisp role, but everything left an impact. Indu Sarkar, though controversial, you carried the film on your shoulders, which was brilliant. Pink, tell me a lady with no godfather in the business. Was it really, really tough getting these kind of roles?
I think being an outsider, the one, I mean, if just because of the argument that's going on, if I look at the whole thing, the one thing that I felt like I was missing out on was getting enough opportunities, and I think that's the biggest problem. Like I am not expecting, there are so many people, as I said, working hard. There are so many people who are here, to make it and here to do good work. And not everybody gets a chance, unfortunately. So I think that's what that was my biggest struggle, because yes, you had to find your way through. You had to struggle to just reach that point where you are like, you know what, consider me along with these 10 others. Just consider me, give me an equal opportunity, or give me an equal chance to stand with them and show you what I can do. Then that's being fair. And so I think that is Siddharth, pretty much the thing that I don't even hold against the industry, but it's just the way the system is. And I know the system, not just in our industry, but I think everywhere, is not the most fair. But so having said that, I think, as I said, I think I also didn't let myself be very affected by what was not happening for me, or why it was not happening for me, and things, especially when they were out of my control. Rather, I focused on things that I can control, which, as I mentioned to you, I kept working on my craft to keep myself sane, to keep myself in a positive frame of mind, keep myself creative, keep my creativity flowing. I kept working on stuff. I kept working on plays when I had nothing else, and I so loved doing that, and I was so into it. So yeah, I mean, I understand what people are talking about, and I know there are people responsible for leading the system the way it is. And when I say the system is like this, I mean, it is stupid to say, because it's people who are controlling it. It's people who have created it, and it's also people who can change it. And I truly believe that it's changing. The way things are in the industry, it's really changing. And I can't think of a better time, of a more fair time for new people to come in this industry, new talent to come in this industry and be given a chance. So I think I personally just I also stuck to as I said, what I wanted to do. And while I may not have had, instead of 2 projects, maybe I didn't have 10 projects in my hand which I had to choose from. But if I had 2 projects and I felt that out of that I really could be a part of one, I went for it, because my heart told me to, because I just connected with it. And if there were 5 projects and I didn't want to be a part of any of them, I didn't go ahead and be a part of it. Of course, there were times that I would feel insecure. Of course, I would feel oh my God, am I making the right decision? Maybe I should do this film. Maybe I should play this role. Maybe I should do that. But most of the times, better sense prevailed, and I'm like, no, my heart is not into it. I would rather sit at home than do something which my heart is not into. And fortunately, I was financially, capable enough to not get sucked into wrong decisions because of that reason. And I completely understand that a lot of people do. A lot of talents have to support themselves. They have left their homes. They have made a promise to themselves. They've made a promise to their families. They have something to prove. And I know that it's not easy. It's not easy to kind of make things happen here. And so yeah, I think you just have to, none of it is easy, Sid. I want to say none of it is easy. Not for you, not for me, not for anybody else. Our struggles might be different, but there is always hard work. There's always struggle involved for everyone.
अच्छा मुझे बताओ, आपने बहुत candidly बोला ये शब्द, which was insecurity. All right, Bollywood, especially because when it's box office numbers, new people coming in and day out, sometimes you get to hear about big projects. Sometimes you want those big projects, don't know how to access them. जब insecurity होती है, जो बहुत सारे professions में भी होती है, how do you handle that insecurity? क्या करती हैं अपने आप से? क्या बात करते हो दोस्तों के साथ? How do you pump yourself up and say, okay, insecurity, fly out of the window?
Well, first of all, by accepting the fact that insecurity is a part of it all, I think as people, we are always taught to reject any negative feelings that we have about ourselves or anything else around us. I mean, we have this resistance towards negative feelings. So I think just accepting the fact that you're human and you are bound to feel happy sometimes and insecure sometimes and not so secure sometimes, I think that's the first step. Of course, sometimes the insecurities get the better of you. Kabhi aap matlab wo itni is level. See, so what has happened, Siddharth, like if it's not like today I am completely secure. I mean, there are moments, there are times that I still feel insecure. But the kind of hold the insecurity has on me is for a much lesser time. So I might spend like maybe a whole day sometimes, just feeling like shit, But maybe back, maybe say 4 years back, 3 years back, I would have spent maybe like a week, just wallowing over the whole thing and feeling so insecure about everything. So the time period has decreased, which should make you believe that it's getting better. You are getting better at handling it. The trick is not to feel कि ये तो एक दिन ऐसा आएगा जब मुझे कुछ नहीं होगा, मुझे किसी चीज से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. The trick is to just know how are you improving on it. So yes, there are times that you speak to people you're close to, you kind of express your insecurities, which also takes a lot. I must tell you this, it takes a lot for someone to express that they are not so strong, that they can feel, they can have these kind of thoughts, that they haven't got everything in control. So yes, no matter what makes you stop, you have to be able to, if you are capable of observing your own thoughts and your what's going on in that moment and let it pass and deal with it, it's great. But if you are not, if you think, what, I really need to speak to someone, please reach out to whoever you need to reach out and just express yourself. And even that expression will make you feel a lot better. And just, as I said, focusing your energies on something creative. As I said, it's not like I haven't been through disappointments and lots of times, but I chose every time to not drown in my fears and my insecurities, but to focus on what can I do? How can I make myself better? How can I prepare myself for the moment when something is getting stuck?
That's okay. Don't worry about that. In the meanwhile, you can have water if you want to. In the meanwhile, jo mere dost hai from Edutainment show, you can send me the questions from our beloved, lovely friends who are there. Questions bhejiye. I'm going to ask Kirti Kulhari on your behalf as well. But Kirti, I want to know. I don't want a diplomatic answer. Out of all your roles, I know you worked hard. You've been passionate about each role. But one role which was your toughest, which one was that?
this is not being diplomatic, but it's actually is the truth. You work hard on everything, and everything is so special to you. But I think I would say Indu Sarkar for a lot of reasons, because also it was a film that I was carrying on my shoulders. I was playing someone who stammers, so getting that right was a big thing for me, and it took a lot of hard work to get that right. But so I think it would be Indu Sarkar if I'm if I really had to compare. But like even an Uri for that matter, like Uri, I mean, I come for the time that I come for, but it was so important for me to get it right, to be to look like an Air Force pilot, to look like somebody who's in the forces, look like the rest of it, getting that right. It's it's never, it's I think these two roles are very, very, very special to me.
Okay, so moving on, since you've told me about two, let me ask you about two more. क्या बात है? दोस्ती का फायदा इसे कहते हैं. Pink के किरदार के बारे में. That was also one dynamite of a film.
Yeah.
Bachchan Saab, strong performer. Taapsee, a strong performer. You there as well. Tell me about that.
Tell you what about it? What is
the role? How did you prep? How did you prep for a role?
How did I prep? Well, my preparation is something that is pretty much the same for every character that I do, which is I work on the backstory of the character, of what is her background. What was the childhood like? Where did she study? What did she do? What is she like? So just working on all of that. And I never I'm somebody who has come to realize that I use the dialogues, I use the text when I'm preparing for a character, but it's never about the dialogues for me when I'm shooting, so because I believe that once you have prepared, you have done your homework, you go out there and you could have you could have lines like kutte mein tera khoon pee jaunga, and it will not matter because the rest of it is ready, and you will be that character. So when Pink happened, of course, Pink was a film that I was very, very, I didn't know that Mr. Bachchan was a part of it. I just knew when I went to test for it, and when I heard of it, all I knew was it's a story of three girls, who are living alone in Delhi, and then this happens with them, and that's this. And I think that just, again, one of those films where I was like, I just want to do this. It's so important. Like, there is so much going on in this film. I want to do this film. And I was told later when I was on board that Mr. Bachchan is actually playing the lawyer. And I was like, are you kidding me? So it was something that really I didn't see coming. I would have done Pink nonetheless. That's what I'm trying to say, that Mr. Bachchan or no Bachchan, I would have done that film for what the film is about. But of course, Mr. Bachchan coming in as Mr. Deepak as a lawyer, just like did so much more to the film. And people often ask me, were you like intimidated by Mr. Bachchan? How did you kind of, act with him? But I was telling somebody today that, as long as you are doing your job, and you are being honest to it, you're being sincere towards it, it doesn't matter who's in front of you. They could be the greatest actor in front of you. They could be a legend. But all you have to do is not worry about how am I going to do this and who's in front of you. You just have to do your thing. And it was, Pink was again one of those films which also reminded me of Shaitan, because Shaitan was about all of us coming together and being so passionate about it, like doing everything, in our capacity to just make it happen. And Pink was one such film. And in fact, Pink was a film that uske dialogues, film likhi ja rahi thi as we were shooting, because so much was developing, so much was changing. And, you just wanted to make it better and better and better. And I remember Ritesh being on set like all the time. He was with us. He was living with us. And my very famous court scene, it was never a part of the script initially. But at some point, I think Shujit and Ritesh and Tonida decided that, you know, we need a scene like this, and I think Kirti should be able to manage it. And I was like, okay, fine, bring it on. Let's see what we can do. So it was a scene added later to kind of, and I think, so yeah, it was a film that got made like, you know, धीरे धीरे करके on a daily basis. वो ऐसे पकाते हैं ना खाना एकदम मतलब प्यार से धीमी आंच पे. It's a film like that, and it's such a beautiful film. It's such a powerful film, and I'm so glad that I'm a part of it.
Acha, when it was Mission Mangal, जहाँ पे अक्षय, विद्या बालन, सोनाक्षी सिन्हा, तापसी, नित्या मेनन, आप सब एक साथ थे. Tell me honestly, how much of give and take is there in terms of before the scene happens? Are you all improvising spontaneously, or are you all saying, Acha, Akshay, Paji, you do this, Vidya, you'll do this? Do you all have that kind of give and take before the scene as well?
No. I think a lot of that happened on Pink, like a film like Pink, that happened. But on a film like Mission Mangal, people just, everyone just knows what they are doing, and they know why are they all together for a film like Mission Mangal, because it's really not about anyone, but it's about the film. You know, the film is so this thing that everyone's just come together to make that happen. So no, to be honest, we didn't have this kind of give and take. हम लोग अपना आते थे, मस्ती करते थे. Akshay, all that Akshay cares about is doing masti. So for him, in fact, I remember me being the actor that I am, and I would, of course, I had done my preparation for this role also, Mission Mangal also. But when I came on set one of the days, and Akshay is like, "तू इतना serious क्यों रहती है?" And I was like, काम करने आए हैं यार, serious. I'm just, preparing or whatever. He's like, chill करना, मतलब ठीक है काम कर, but just chill कर. And I mean, I don't know, but something did. That statement of his did stay with me. Like, of course, I was doing what I had to, but also I understood the importance of that line, and I just अक्षय को बस ये फर्क पड़ता था कि सब लोग साथ में खाना खा रहे हैं, बहुत सारा खाना खा रहे हैं, बहुत सारी मस्ती कर रहे हैं, बस बाकी he's like काम तो हो जाएगा, काम तो हम कर ही लेंगे. So it was a very different atmosphere on Mission Mangal.
I have been subjected to a lot of Akshay Kumar's pranks, and let me tell you this.
Oh yeah, and the pranks.
And you have no idea what I have been subjected to. Okay. I never keep my phone next to him, because what messages he sends out. Yeah, एक बार in the morning he came for a 6 o'clock interview. He took my phone, and I did not focus on the fact that he had my phone in his hand. We came down the lift, and suddenly he says bye, and he gives me my phone back. And I've got missed calls from Honey Singh, because Akshay Padi sent messages to Honey Singh from my phone saying, "I love you. I want to kiss you right now. I've been dreaming about you all night."
Oh my God.
And then I saw missed calls, so I didn't even see my WhatsApp message. Then I called Honey back, and Honey's like, "What's wrong with you? 6 baje kya bhej raha hai?" Then I realized what he's done. Yeah. But that's the part of hard work, passion. You also have fun with what you do, right?
Absolutely.
That's so important.
Yeah.
Because sometimes, if you're not having fun with passion, hard work, and films, the joy of doing the whole process goes out of the window.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Akshay Kumar taught me a big lesson in that.
So on that note, we've got our other speakers waiting. Thank you so much, Kirti. ये रहा तुम्हारे लिए victory wave. ऐसे करो मेरे साथ. Come on. Yeah. Superb. You know what? Hard work, passion, enjoying what you do clearly comes across, and self-belief in your journey, Kirti. So I'm very proud of you. I'm proud of your decision. I'm proud of who you are. On behalf of the Edutainment show, on behalf of Siddharth Kannan, I'm going to just salute you. Be bindas, be fearless.
Thank you so much, Sidke. Lots of love to you, and I will see you guys very soon. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Khyati. Thank you, Deepak. Thank you, Edutainment. And thank you, everyone, for watching me speak. I don't know for which time, but thank you so much. Stay well. Bye.
Thank you. And Khyati, rock and roll. शादी वादी कर रही हो कि नहीं, कि अभी भी single हो?
Sid, thank you so much. And Kirti, it was lovely listening to your journey and your experiences. And Siddharth, of course, having you there, it had to be lively and energetic. So thank you to both of you for that lovely experience for all the students who are watching us. Thank you so much. And before we move away, let me remind all of you one more time, there is an exciting virtual event which is happening simultaneously. You can log on to www.edutainmentshow.in and register there. It is India's first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media and design. So don't forget to go there. Also, let me remind you, there is a giveaway at the end of today's day. All you have to do is register to our 3D virtual expo on www.edutainmentshow.in. Log in, enter the virtual expo, visit the stalls, and look for cookies in the document section. Once you've collected all 3 cookies, send the screenshot to us on edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. I'll repeat that ID for you. It is edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. 3 lucky winners get a chance to win Amazon vouchers worth 1,000 rupees each. So don't waste any time. Go and check out our 3D virtual expo on www.edutainmentshow.in. Till then, we'll be right back. and welcome back to the day 9 of the Edutainment Show Live 2020. Now, our next session is something that all of you don't want to miss. As Frank Capra once said, there are no rules in filmmaking, only sins, and the cardinal sin is dullness. Now, to shed light on filmmaking as a career, we have two amazing artists. Let me first introduce you to the one who's going to moderate this session. She is Geetika Ganjudhar, the darling of India's experiential industry, curator of the Ministry of Talk Made in India. Geetika is India's most awarded live host and the preferred choice for events that require more case than trace. Experiences that are large format, content-based, and necessitate the gear of experience and expertise. She has been recently named the Nation Builder by India Today magazine, one among 100 nation builders from across the spectrum of Indian industries. She has also been recently awarded with the Women Super Achiever Award at the World Women Leadership Congress 2020 and the Best Anchor for Corporate and Lifestyle Events Award at Life Quotient Awards 2019. There are so many accolades that she's received. She is the queen of content, and today she is going to be in conversation with a filmmaker who is a magician, to say the least. She's going to introduce him in just a bit, but before that, let's take a look at this audio visual.
यहाँ से बहुत दूर गलत और सही के पार एक मैदान है। मैं वहां मिलूंगा तुझे।
पता है, यहां से बहुत दूर गलत और सही के पार एक मैदान है। मैं वहां मिलूंगा तुझे। क्या आप सिनेमा के दीवाने हैं? मैं हूं। सिनेमा में एक ऐसा जादू है जो आपकी रूह को छूकर आपके जहन का हिस्सा बनने की क्षमता रखता है। पर हर फिल्म में यह जादू नहीं होता। हर कोई चलचित्र का कलाकार नहीं होता। कुछ होते हैं, थैंक गॉड फॉर दैट, और उनमें से एक नाम है इनका, जिनसे मैं आज गुफ्तगू करने जा रही हूं। वैसे तो मैं अपनी फेवरेट हूं, पर ये मेरे फेवरेट डायरेक्टर है। Why? Because he can tell a story. Because he can draw you into a story. Because he can make you a part of the story. And most magically, because he can make that story a part of you. इनकी हर फिल्म के साथ एक रिश्ता है मेरा. I cannot describe in words the love that I have for his cinema. जो भी मैं कहना चाहूं, बर्बाद करे अल्फाज मेरे. Films like सोचा न था, आहिस्ता आहिस्ता, जब वी मेट, Highway, Tamasha, Rockstar, Jab Harry Met Sejal, Love Ajmal 2, the web series She, and many more. His work has received both adoration and detestation. But no one can dispute the fact that he is a master filmmaker. And that is why, in the honor of his masterful filmmaking, today, I would try to dress up like Geet from Jab We Met, my favorite character that he's ever created. Everybody, बहुत मजा आने वाला है, because today I'm talking to Imtiaz Ali. Hello, Imtiaz.
Hello, Geetika. Thank you so much. When you were talking about me, I was filled with this feeling that I wish in this lifetime I could become this, and I will try my best.
No. I think whatever I said, every word was correct. पर उससे पहले मैं एक छोटा सा stunt करना चाहती हूँ. I want to shake hands with you.
अच्छा ऐसे ना.
हाँ. तो अब मैं कहना चाहती हूँ, अब तो हाथ छोड़ दो मेरा, इतनी भी सुंदर नहीं हूँ मैं. You know, I've been wanting to do this all my life, and imagine I'm saying this to the very man who wrote these dialogues. First of all, belated happy birthday. Yeah.
Thank you.
And happy National Reading Day, because today is National Reading Day and I know you read a lot. So happy National Reading
Thank
Day.
you. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't read that anywhere though. But thank you for telling me.
So good. I kind of told you something new today that you don't know, which is
There's lots. There's lots.
No, but that doesn't seem like it when I see your films. अच्छा मैं ना आपसे जो पहला सवाल पूछूंगी बहुत predictable है. Your next film, is it going to be a love story based in the lockdown?
Oh no.
No?
I've decided not to make a story on the lockdown because I have a feeling that once the lockdown is over and we start making films, many of those films are going to be on lockdown.
Yes.
So I want to not make a film on lockdown. It's like, I mean, the lockdown comes with its advantages and disadvantages, but when it gets over, I'm sure that I won't be missing it.
You want to be done with it, and so does the audience. Yes, सही जवाब. Okay, so इस conversation को मैंने 3 हिस्सों में बांटा है. The first about a career in filmmaking for the benefit of the students who are watching us on the Edutainment show. The second about the craft of filmmaking, and the third we'll try and take some questions from the audience. So सबसे पहले छोटा सा excerpt पढ़ना चाहती हूँ आपकी एक interview से. जहाँ आपने कहा था, my parents were still in Patna, but I, along with my brother Arif, joined midterm and stayed with my aunt in Karim Mansion, and well-known building in Jamshedpur, where it had 3 cinema theaters, 2 of which were attached to the house. So I would go and hear the sound of cinema in the background, and since we lived there, I could go there whenever I wanted to. I was allowed in there very easily, but I made friends with the projectionists and so on. So forth. We go on and say as to how we used to watch a lot of cinema when we were a child. Now, Quentin Tarantino se kisi ne pucha that where have you gone to film school? And he said, no, I've gone to films. So I'm guessing that you, Imtiaz, too, went to films. How did this love for cinema happen, and what was Imtiaz's story before Socha Na?
So I feel that cinema was obviously, for me, the most fascinating departure from regular life. And it did not even matter what film was playing, whether it was a good film or a bad film. Those things never came to my mind. What came to my mind is the opportunity of getting into that huge dark hall where there would be so many people, and there would be the smell of pan, and they used to smoke bidi also those days inside cinema theaters. But it was a dark hall. Everyone was united in being entertained by the things that were coming out from the screen. The large face of the hero, the large face of the heroine, the romance, the sound. It was a very fascinating world. And as much time as I could spend inside that world, I was just very fascinated. And I had no idea that I will actually end up being a part of that world. Being a part of the movie industry, I had no idea. I did not know. I don't think anybody from my city had actually made it into films, or there was no established way of how to become a film industry person, let alone a director. But it was, there are some impossible dreams that you have. And this was an impossible dream. I think I never tried for it, but I got steered towards doing theater. I used to write while I was in school, and that led me to do theater, acting to begin with, and then directing, and then I did theater for many years as an actor, yes. And by that time I was in Delhi. I was doing more and more serious theater. Coming back to Bombay, I thought I'd get a job in advertising. I enrolled myself in the Xavier's Institute of Communication in St. Xavier's College here in Bombay. And I tried for advertising because I couldn't even admit to myself that I'll ever be in the film industry. It was just an impossibility, From my small town, Jamshedpur, it was an impossibility. However, I had a series of accidents, I feel. Series of accidents, not literally, but one of them was the fact that I never got into advertising. Like, I didn't get a job in advertising. And then I had to take up a job in ZTV as a kind of a glorified, delivery boy. But I was a production assistant, yes. And then I was taking tapes from one to the other studio, etc. And then I started getting into the understanding of how to do this thing. and gradually worked and started doing television. Then I think very early on, I did a series, a talk show called Kurukshetra, which was a concept that I had written. And then I followed up by a series called Imtihan, which was on Star TV later and previously on DD Metro. Actually, I had taken over from Ravi Rai, who used to direct earlier. But फिर उनका कुछ अनुपम खेर के साथ I think कुछ अनबन हो गई थी. He walked out or something had happened. I don't want to second guess actually. But Anupam Kher, who was the producer, said to me that अरे यार तू मतलब ये कर लो, and I did it. And then other TV serials, and then gradually into the film industry.
So when was that point in Diaz where you thought that, or where you realized that, yes, I want to pursue a career? Or in your case, it will be, I want to pursue a life in filmmaking. When did that happen?
I think when it happened, it happened at the time that I actually got into the media world, so to speak. When I started working in ZTV, I realized that I already have a profession and I was enjoying it. And then I thought that now, like, I don't know whether I got this thought, but retrospectively, when I look back at that time, I feel that that's the time I realized that now I'm going to be here, do this kind of thing. Whether I'll ever get a chance to be an assistant director, which I never got, whether I get ever the chance to write a script for somebody else, which I also never got. But I will be in this business. That's when it happened.
Let me sort this out for you. So this was just destiny pushing you towards filmmaking with these series of accidents. It's so clear from the story what you told me. Yeah.
And I do believe that. I feel that one should not get very distracted by these small accidents that happen, because you, in your intelligence, can only plan things to a certain extent. Yeah. Your accidents sometimes become the bigger reason for you to achieve things in your life.
Yes, yes. Now, for the benefits of students watching us, can you suggest to them the choice between assist on a film, go to a film school, or do both?
I feel that, see, I have done neither. I'm really the wrong person to give this advice. I feel that whatever enables you the opportunity to engage with film work, you should do that. Okay. In my time, there was only the Film Institute or the FTII was the only institute that was available and prevalent, and it was very difficult to get in. I never even tried for it. Now there are many institutes, and I do not run them down. I don't say that don't go to film school. I, like Quentin Tarantino, maybe it's an unfortunate thing, did not go to film school. I went to films. But now that film schools are there, I will encourage people to give that a thought. When you want, you can also assist. You do anything that you get,
Okay.
Chances are, with young students, Gitika, they will not get the option of either or.
Yes, that's true.
My thing is that if you get something, if you're interested in it, do it. Yes. Don't wait for the next thing to come. Till the next thing comes along, do what you're getting. That's what I can tell them.
Gee. I'm still going to ask questions related to students here. So quickly, if you can describe a career as a director in filmmaking. And when you're sort of giving us this answer, can you please encompass the human aspect, the business aspect, and the creative aspect, all three?
Yeah, so I think, see, my job is basically as a director, not as a writer, which I also am, but as a director, my job will always be to show the way, to have the vision, to have a picture in my mind. Yeah. So I have to imagine, and that imagination has to be brought alive by various other people as instructed by me. So there is something called vision. That is something that I, as a director, am responsible for. That vision unifies the work of the entire unit and brings that to one screen. Right. So that is my job as a film director. There are many technicalities that are involved in it. Talking about the human side of it now, of course, I deal with many people, right? And every person, there's a saying that goes that says that ये आदमी ग्राहक देख के पुड़िया बांधता है. जैसे पान वाला होता है ना, वो ग्राहक देख कर भी पुड़िया बांधता है, which really means that you can't deal with any two people in the same way.
Yes.
You have to talk to them in a way that they understand. And why is it so important that they understand? For your own selfish reason, that they do good work in your film. So it's the cinematographer, behind him standing are the focus puller, the entire camera team, the camera hiring team, the lighting team. There are lots of people there. You have to communicate to many of them in order to bring about the uniformity in that vision that I told you about, right? Similarly, there are actors and their various actors. Similarly, there are art directors. So there's a huge number of people that you have to communicate to. The good thing, the important thing for the human aspect of it, Geetika, that everyone should understand is, we have to understand that this one word, same word, can mean different things to two different people, you know. Words have, जैसे कि आपने कहा ना कि जो भी मैं कहना चाहूँ बर्बाद करे अल्फाज मेरे. अल्फाज का ना की एक लिमिटेशन होती है, भाव की कोई लिमिटेशन नहीं होती. So that expressing is very important. And this human aspect, I feel, is the most important part of being a director. Of course, there is the creative aspect wherein you imagine, and that is actually a very easy thing. If you close your eyes, मैं कह रहा हूँ, लोगों को लगता है बड़ा मुश्किल है, मगर आप अगर सिर्फ अपनी आंखें बंद करें और आपको कोई कुछ कहे या आप खुद कोई मंजर imagine करें, you will be able to, good or bad, but you will be able to. That there is एक पहाड़ है, उसके नीचे नहर बह रही है, उसके बगल में एक छोटा सा झोपड़ा है और उससे एक लड़की निकलती है और बाहर आकर के, so this some visual will happen. It's not possible in any human mind that a visual doesn't happen. To just focus onto this visual is creativity. There is nothing more to it. You know, this is where the first step towards creativity begins. And then carry on.
Please go.
आप कह रही थी कोई थर्ड एस्पेक्ट कौन सा होता है? बिजनेस एस्पेक्ट.
जी.
So business aspect is simple, मैम. आपको कोई पैसे देता है जो कि प्रोड्यूसर होता है और वो पैसे भी नहीं देता, वो कहता है कि आप जो फिल्म बना रहे हैं. As a director, I think in India, directors are responsible for the amount of risk that the producer is taking monetarily on you, and you just have to make sure that you get that money back, because no business will ever prosper if the investment is more than the returns. That's all.
I also want to ask you, how has corporatization of the film industry over the last few years changed the trade for people who want to make it a lifetime career opportunity?
What has happened with corporatization is the fact that a lot of things have become regular. For instance, money has become regular. Believe it or not, many years back, there was a time when people used to get paid cash as well for the work that they do. Then there was this whole question of, this is, I'll give you this much cash, this much check, that kind of thing used to go on. Luckily, by the time I came around and my contemporaries came around, all that was gone. It all became white.
Achha.
Long back. So there is no, like, in my life and times as a film director, writer, I have not ever gotten paid in anything which was not white, for instance. Yeah, so that's a good thing that happened with corporatization. The second thing that happened is that we started to get a good reference from the West also about how those people run their films, so how should we run our films. A lot of people that were not from the film industry but were intelligent people came into it for the business aspect of it. So in that way, the business and the market developed, and as you can see that in the product life cycle of the film industry, we have entered a phase where there are different kinds of brands going on at the same time. It's not only one kind of film that is being made. So there are different kinds of films that are being made and being successful. I think that is also a subject of corporatization, because it looked at distribution, marketing, all of these things very, very carefully, like how you do in some other business. But the disadvantage also happens. What happens is that filmmaking is a unique blend of intuitiveness, creative energy, and marketing.
Yes.
And business. You know, there's a place where it meets. If somebody has no idea about making a film, he might have every knowledge about business, but he might still fail. Because inherently, film business is such that you have to make the sale of the product before and watch it later. You buy the ticket first, you're committed. Doesn't matter now whether you like the film or not. I've already got the money. You understand? So it's a risky business. So intuitively, you've got to be very alive and agile.
So net, I'd like to sort of share with the students out there that it is a very massively sized Hindi film industry. You have significantly sized regional film industries. So there is enough volume and enough girth for you to actually think of making lifetime careers out of any aspect of filmmaking. I'm going to move on quickly to the next part of our chat, which is the craft of filmmaking, and here is where I start having more fun. My first question to you is, what is your process of creating how do you create the characters, the scenes, the setting, the dialogue, the music, the lyrics, and how do you then weave it all together so beautifully? What is your process? Tell me.
So it kind of flows from the same source, from a singular source, Deepika. It is basically, it comes into you not because you think it's a story. It's like daydreaming. You imagine something. Now that thing, why you're imagining it, you don't know. You just imagine that there is this person and she is getting onto a train, or there is this guy who is talking to somebody, You don't know why you imagine it. You perhaps imagine it because you see somebody in real life, and then you start thinking, putting your imagination on that. Like, what would have happened after this man went home? Did he tell his wife that he had this encounter? Was his wife upset by it? All of these things have not happened or have happened, but I don't do it. But I start to imagine on top, on top of what I usually see. This becomes like an infection in my body that I cannot control. Then it develops on its own. I find myself talking about it to other people. I'm going on auto rickshaw. भाई पता है मैं कल एक आदमी से मिला, ऐसे किसी आदमी से मिला नहीं हूँ, ये मेरा इमेजिनेशन में चल रहा है, बट उसको क्यों बोलूं? उसको मैं बोलता हूँ ऐसा हुआ था, उससे मैं बात करना शुरू कर देता हूँ, and I keep telling him. So the same story to different people at different times. That's how it happens, because I'm so eager to say it or think about it and enjoy it for my own sake. And then one day I realized that, oh, you know what? Now I need to get it out. And that's when I write. And when I write, it all comes out together. It's not ever that, okay, now today I'm thinking about characters to this film. Now I'm thinking about the plot points of this film. Now I'm thinking about the setting or the location of this film. Nothing. It's all together. It's just that one imagination. You're thinking about it. And it's just in your mind that this is how things are happening. If you focus onto it, you will see the kind of setting there is. If you focus onto it, you will see what kind of location you would be shooting this in. And you just follow those instructions, convey them to other people, and that's how it happens.
Gee. Okay, as an audience, I must say here that for me, the differentiator with you is your imagination. Ma'am, seriously,
Thank you for that. I understood that.
Is that, I see your imagination going to places where not too many can take it. And I'm going to ask you a question regarding that. We're going to play you a scene from one of your iconic films, Jab We Met. We quickly played for you the iconic scene of Hotel Decent. I'd like you to briefly take us inside the scene. Here comes the scene.
Credit card accept करते हो?
No credit, only cash.
Credit card. टैरिफ क्या है?
हाँ?
एक दिन का रूम का कितना पैसा लेते हो?
आपको रूम घंटे के हिसाब से चाहिए?
जितना पूछना उतना ही जवाब दो, समझे? एक दिन का रूम का कितना?
दिन भर के लिए क्यों चाहिए? हमें कौन सा दिन भर रहना है?
सुनो,
inside this scene?
Yeah, so let me tell you some things about this scene. So ये जो hotel decent scene है, this was supposed to happen in Ratlam, but fact of the matter is the unit never went to Ratlam to shoot. We shot this in Manali.
You never ever went to Ratlam at all to shoot any
No.
part of Ratlam? Galiyan were like, acha, okay.
Ratlam railway station was shot in Kamalistan studio back in Mumbai. Ratlam ki Galiyan was shot in Manali. Part of Ratlam was shot in Lonavala. Part of Ratlam was shot in Bombay. Ratlam was shot everywhere else, but not in Ratlam.
Not in Ratlam.
This particular scene was shot in Manali. And the reason it was shot in Manali was because we had extra time and we didn't know what to do, so we placed this over here. The whole of Jab We Met has been shot like that. We've just been like all over the place. We never knew what we were going to shoot the next day. There was no planning. We were just like getting together and saying, "Boss, kal ye scene kar lete hain." Kyun kar lete hain? Kyunki kar sakte hain.
Then you should shoot your films like that only.
Yeah, so there was that.
Yeah, tell me.
So there was that. And then, so that is one thing about the scene I said that is been shot in Manali. Second important thing is that we were shooting in Manali and we were trying to get some actor to come and play this part of the receptionist. Right? So I asked a few people, but they couldn't make it or they didn't want to do it. Then I asked my friend Vijay Maurya. Vijay Maurya was busy, he couldn't make it either. In the meantime, the set was already being made. And we had taken up some house and we were making the set over there. Who was the art director was a guy called Teddy Maurya, who was also who's acted and directed theatre plays. Incidentally, that is the guy who acts in the film now.
Yeah.
Right? So he's the receptionist of the Hotel Decent. One day, when I realized that no actor is actually coming for this part and I had to figure out who can do it, I saw Teddy standing behind that reception, jo aapne abhi visual dekha. He was standing and just getting the set made. And then I told him, Teddy, tu idhar le yaar bhai. So he said, Paji, main kar lu. So, main kaise karunga? I said, koi aa to nahi raha yaar. Ab to किसी को तो करने पड़ेगा, तू कर ले. तो कपड़े वपड़े भी सही लगे, थोड़ा ऐसे कर लेंगे, थोड़ा वैसे कर लेंगे, and then he just became the Hotel Decent guy. And he has, believe me, his own fan following from this Hotel Decent.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can never forget the way he said beauty. He was like, come on. एक बात बताइए आप मुझे, सिनेमा में बहुत सारा ग्रे होता है, बट मैं ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट से ये कह सकती हूँ कि करीना was Geet and Geet was Kareena. Sejal was Anushka and Anushka was Sejal. How do you cast for your films?
Well, the thing is that Kareena, for instance, was always my first choice to play Geet. I wanted her to play Geet, but at that point of time, after making Socha Na Tha, I was like, I didn't know, like I had approached Kareena, but we couldn't really work it out. So anyhow, one thing I must tell you, there are a lot of differences between Geet and Kareena.
Acha.
बहुत सारे differences.
Yeah.
That's how good she is. Kareena is such a fantastic actor. She makes me believe that she's completely Geet. Fact of the matter is that there are lots of things that are different in her. In fact, most of the things are different. She's
Then
not as talkative. She's very she's reserved. She's a reserved girl. She's not so talkative. She won't warm up to any stranger and start talking to them. Not at all. Kareena, you know. वो नहीं करेगी. But secondly, she'd never been on a train before in her life.
But of course.
So uski jo, the way she appears, it seems as though she's been on a train so often.
Yes.
Her biggest nightmare was how is she going to do that scene where she has to get off a moving train and get back onto it. If you remember, like miss the train.
Yes.
Like get off the train, running train. She just thought, mere se sab kuch ho jayega, ye nahi ho payega. But she did it very effortlessly. So there are lots of things that are different. But one very important and interesting thing, and I love her for that. Even now, when she messages me, she writes Geet instead of Karina.
I'm telling you, it is the best character of her entire career. I think she can outdo what she did in Jab We Met as Geet. I have a quick round of quickies coming towards you for the fun of this. Jo kare jaldi se.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल.
Okay. So choose one: money or appreciation.
Sorry, go on.
Money or
appreciation.
Appreciation. Awards or rewards.
Rewards.
Newcomers or stars.
Newcomers.
Lip sync songs or non-lip sync songs.
Lip sync songs, if possible.
Okay. Social media or no social media.
No social media.
Love or lust.
Laugh or lust.
Lust. Last day, love or lust.
No, you must call, say this again. I can't get you.
Love or lust.
It's an obvious answer. I mean, just imagine me saying lust over here.
I expect you saying love, considering all these beautiful films that you made.
Yeah, but just to shock and surprise you, I'd like to say lust. No, actually, it is love. I was just played with it. I couldn't believe you asked me that, but it's good.
I knew. तभी पूछा मैंने. अच्छा, अगला सवाल मेरा ये है कि लोग कहते हैं कि इम्तियाज captures the flaws of his characters and somehow manages to make them likable. How do you do that? Because it's a flaw, it gets real and thus is attractive. How do you manage like a Jay or a Mahabir in Highway?
You know, Gitika, I've always believed that it was the right time for a person like me to get into the film industry because for all the cinema watching that I've done in my life, I'm not cinema literate, so to speak. I don't think I've learned much from cinema, about cinema. So I'm compelled to make those characters in my film that I've seen in my real life. I've seen people, men and women, having imperfections, having frailties, having negative qualities perhaps for time, but never perfectly wrong, perfectly right. You will notice, and somebody told me this, actually many people have told me repeatedly that my films do not have a villain. That's because I've not seen anybody without any merit, in life or being negative. Similarly, I've never met a person who does not have frailties, weaknesses, or flaws, so to speak. So I cannot make characters like that. So when I write, I realize that, like Geet is so good, she's nice, but there is a flaw. She's a bit like, she can be silly, she can be immature, she can be emotionally carried away, she might be irresponsible, which she was, all of those things she does, because that's how people have been in my experience in life. So that's why it happens.
I think this worked in your favor that you aren't film literate in that sense of the.
And what also works in my favor is that maybe 20 years before I started making films, if I started showing flaws in the characters, maybe people wouldn't have accepted it. But now at this time, people do accept people because what it gives them is a certain sense of relatability.
Yes. I'm going to tell the technical team to share an image for you, and after that, I'll ask you my favorite question of today. Okay. Now, you obviously remember the scene, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Whenever I see these 20 seconds of the film, it blows me away. Okay, because she's trying to hug him, and he wants to hug her back, and she doesn't allow it. And the way Shah Rukh and Anushka have executed this, it's like I just look at it every time and say, "Yaar, ye kaise imagine kiya hai? How has he imagined this? Where did this come from? Kaise? How?"
So what is happening over here is that this is really the theme of the entire film, this particular shot. So he is somebody who thinks of himself as an inferior for her. He thinks he's a corrupted quantity. He thinks he's a corrupt man, badnaam aadmi hai, kharab aadmi hai. He has he's dirty. He feels he's dirty, and he feels that she is so pure that she should be put like a porcelain vase in a showroom and just kept over there, not touched. So he doesn't feel deserving of her. He likes her as much as she likes him, but he doesn't want to spoil her by hugging her, so to speak. So that's how he's feeling. She might be aware of that, but she has never actually been with any man as she's with him, like where she can just let go. So it is very ironical. He does not want to destroy her, and she wants him to destroy her in a way.
But I'm telling you, this is a beautiful, beautiful moment of the film. It's just, I haven't seen too many of these moments in films. इसी बात पे मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ कि मैंने by the way ये film probably 10, 12, 15 बार देखी है. It's my go-to film on Netflix. Like when I want to find, yeah, listen to me further, okay? So I'm thinking that ये मुझे तो बड़ी अच्छी लगती है film, and I keep watching it again and again and again and again and again and again. And why didn't it do well, despite being the fact that it was SRK, Imtiaz, Anushka? What went wrong? Because मुझे तो कुछ problem nahi dikh rahi hai. I can watch it 100 more times.
So I don't know. Yeah, it didn't do well. People did not like it. Most people disliked the film and when it released. And when that happens, I feel that really the film was not good for them. It's very difficult to say for a maker. मैं ये कभी नहीं समझता कि पब्लिक को समझ में नहीं आए, पब्लिक बेवकूफ है, मैंने तो बड़ी अच्छी फिल्म बनाई थी बट किसी वजह से नहीं चली, ऐसा नहीं होता है. For some reason the audience didn't like it. I accept it, right? And why they haven't liked it, I have tried to analyze, of course, and I feel that they expected something else, something better. Maybe they expected for it to be more a Shah Rukh Khan film or more an Imtiaz film, but it was disappointing on both levels because it ended up being neither. Some people liked it, and I'm glad that you did. And but yeah, mostly people didn't like it. Yeah, and there was a certain experiment that I was trying to do here. It was a very, very thin storyline, and Shah Rukh Khan is a very, very big star. So some people have told me that maybe if the star was not so big, it was just some other person, then it would have had a better chance of being seen for what it is. Maybe that was the reason.
No, I think it was one of his. I've never seen him look more attractive than in this film. Really, ये समझ नहीं आया मुझे why people didn't want to go in and see it. I would have.
But things happen. You've got to go through. As I said, certain failures are more important to reach you to places than successes.
Gee. And this scene is also a great example of how you capture scenes and don't construct or create them, which is something I wanted to put out there for the students also. Okay, another quick rapid fire coming your way. If you want, you can answer. Otherwise, अगर आपको लगे मैं नहीं कह पाऊंगा, then I'm okay with that. So, favorite film of yours?
Sholay.
नहीं, आपकी अपनी बनाई हुई.
अपनी बनाई भी बड़ा मुश्किल है. मतलब you can't like your own films. Ultimately you don't.
I'll go with Sholay. The favorite character you have created?
Jordan.
Okay. Any favorite dialogue of yours that you've written?
मुझे ना जब भी मेट का एक डायलॉग बड़ा वेग सा बहुत अच्छा लगता है. कहते हैं कि यार सामने से तो मैं भी उठा लूंगी, तू कोने से उठा, पता नहीं किस कोने में घुस गए मेरे टमाटर. I somehow like that dialogue a lot.
But ये फिल्म में नहीं था.
फिल्म में बैकग्राउंड में एक औरत बोल रही होती है जब
स्टेशन पे
टमाटर वाली होती है, वो कह रही होती है पता नहीं किस कोने में घुस गए मेरे टमाटर. Somehow I like that a lot.
Nice. Favorite song of yours?
फिर से उड़ चला. From my films, right? From my films.
Yes, abhi films ji. And favorite scene of yours जो आपने create किया है?
I can't think of one particular favorite scene, but I like the scene. I'll say some of the scenes. Okay, one of them is the climactic scene of Rockstar, where Jordan and Heer are just looking at each other, but she's like not there. He's imagining her to be there. That I like. Then I like the scene in Love Aajkal, the first one where the characters are actually dating other people that they meet, but they meet behind Qutub Minar secretly. And she says, "What the hell are we doing with each other over here?" That scene I like. I like the scene in Socha Na Tha a lot, where the first song happens, where Kabhi Dil Ke Qareeb, the title song happens. I really like the scene where she sits on the mirror and is looking at herself and feeling shy of herself. That I like. I like the scene in Highway where Veera is on that rock and she's just gets emotional seeing the beauty of that place.
Yeah. The end. Yeah.
So these scenes I can remember off the top of my head.
Oh, your favorite scenes of your own films are different from my favorite scenes of your films. I'll later send you a list of the ones that I completely get blown away with.
Why don't you say right now, quickly, if you have the time?
मुझे जब भी मेट से वो ट्रेन का सीन बहुत अच्छा लगता है जब वो बोलती जाती है looking at her and he's like his expressions are changing. Lot, I can't give you a scene or two here.
But you are a Jab We Met fan, aren't you? You like Jab We Met.
नहीं, इम्तियाज, I'm a fan of all your films. I love romance. मुझे romance से प्यार है. And I think I don't find better romance in any director's films other than yours. It's my brand of romance. For me,
what do you think about the romance in Highway, let's say, a film like that?
I like the film very much. And I understand why she loved him. I understand it. But I just wish it had had a different ending.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. You are a romantic.
I didn't want
die-hard romantic.
I'm a die-hard romantic. Absolutely. And for me, I was so relieved that Harry and Sejal finally got married at the end. So you should do another film with Shah Rukh. I'm telling you. You should, probably something set in Kashmir or something. I don't know. Make him. Okay, I have some questions that I've been sent that people have asked you on Facebook. I'm going to quickly ask you some. So, Nitin Shashidharan has asked us. He's a big fan. And my question is, though your narratives are more about characters, locations, and internal conflicts, but you also tend to create characters who are relatable, yet aspiring. At what point of your character development do you take this call, ki bas hua? Beyond this is the saturation point for my character.
I don't have a point like that. As I said, that it's not as though I go to develop characters separately from developing the plot. I think these things are like intuitive and instinctive. I do not have a point. I don't have a threshold point for that.
Yeah, you go by your intuition. Yeah, I can. Yeah. There's another question from an anonymous citizen asking how to tone down and bring out the balance of genre when we do stories like Highway and Tamasha.
Yeah, I see. The important thing is that I do not understand and do not try to pertain to a certain genre. A story comes to my mind, I start to write it in the way that it is coming to my mind. That is how I think that I don't get trapped in the concept of genre. And that's why it is possible for something which is usually not permissible by a certain genre to come into a film. For instance, on Highway, and I'm not talking about my films only, lots of people have managed to do that. So I feel that it has worked for me, or it works for me, to not be conscious of the genre that I'm making. Let people decide that. Like people say that all my films are love stories. I don't believe that. I believe that there are various films for various reasons that I make. My treatment is such that it comes through like a love story. Of course, they are love stories, but it is better that people decide that rather than I'm saying that I'm making a love story.
There's another question here. Who is your favorite director and what is your favorite genre?
What's my favorite? So my favorite director, like like David Lean of the past is my favorite director, and I feel that Bimal Roy of the past is my favorite director. Sometimes I think Raj Kapoor is my favorite director. Sometimes I think Pedro Almodovar, Wong Kar-wai, Amir Kusturica are my favorite directors. I see a lot of, like, I really enjoy language films, like non-English films also. So वहाँ से बहुत लोग हैं. India में I really liked Vijay Anand. I have liked, as I said, Bimal Roy. I have liked Rahul Ravel a lot. I like this. The directors that are making. Shyam Benegal is one of my favorite directors also. And there are. I like it when people are making stories that are not very like pseudo intellectual, but just like for common people. But they are completely authentic. You can't challenge their believability. I like that kind of storytelling.
That's really what you also end up making.
I'm trying for that. I think I try for that.
It happens. That's also the plus point. Is the added advantage is that you're also making it look very. It's very beautiful. It's very enjoyable for the soul to watch your films. I have one last question for you because I have to let you go because I've exceeded by 15 minutes. All your female characters have a lot of agency in your films, whether it's a lead up, lot of agency, lots of
agency. Yes, of course, yeah.
Why?
Because again, life, art imitates life. I have found women around me to have a lot of agency, much more than men, and honestly. Like I am, when I look at my mother or I look at my various friends or even my daughter now, and they have a lot of agency. They are intelligent. They are not banal. They are practical at the same time, creative at the same time, intuitive at the same time. They can multitask so many things that I can't do. So in admiration of women, I try to make women in my film the same as I see in life.
Okay, I don't want to stop this conversation, but मुझे डंडे पड़ेंगे अगर मैं stop नहीं करूँगी. So, any last message that you have for everyone who's watching?
Watch a lot of films. Watch different kinds of films. When you watch a film, give it a chance. Do not become the critic. Just remain the audience.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I really enjoyed talking to you, Gitika. I must say that there was so much that I'd heard about you, and you've achieved so much. I feel very, very happy to get back in touch and to have spoken with you over here.
No, No, I don't deserve your praise. Honestly, genuinely love your films, which is why probably it has come through in this conversation. It may have not been like somebody else.
No, I'm sure that's not the case. I'm sure that you deserve all the accolades that you have received. But thank you very much. I had a great time.
Thank you. And we're going to send you off by playing my favoriteest song from your film, which is this one. It's going to surprise you, the one that I've picked. I'll sing 2 lines and then they'll put the film on.
Oh yeah, please.
So it goes. Remember?
Yes.
Take it on, guys. We love you, Priyaz Ali. Thank you for
ओ यारा रब रुस जाने दे दीवाना ठग छुट जाने दे मैं तेरा दिल बन के रहूं बेगाने दिल टूट जाने दे अब साथिया नहीं मंजिले नया रास्ता है तुम्हारा हमारा
ओ यारा रब रुस जाने दे दीवाना जग छुट जाने दे मैं तेरा दिल बन के रहूं बेगाने दिल टूट जाने दे अब साथिया नई मंजिलें नया रास्ता है तुम्हारा हमारा हमारा ओ यारा रब रुस जाने दे
हाय दीवाना जग छुट जाने दे
So
Are
thank
we
you.
off live? Are we off live?
I don't think so. I've not been given that instruction, but thank you, Gitika and Imtiasa. This was
Thank
such
you,
a
Khyati.
wonderful,
Thank you.
enduring conversation. Thank you so
Thank you
very
so
much.
much. Thank you. Should
And I
leave?
hope all of you students have also enjoyed this conversation and taken some tips on filmmaking as a career, because what is films after all? It is a slice of life. It is something that you see around, and Imtiaz sir has been doing that so beautifully in the past couple of years, and we've been enjoying those films. So before we move forward to our next session, let me quickly remind all of you there is an exciting virtual event which is happening simultaneously. You can log into www.edutainmentshow.in and register there. It is India's first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media and design. We also have giveaways to give you, so please do not forget. Register to our 3D virtual expo on www.edutainmentshow.in. Log in, enter the virtual expo, visit the stalls, look for cookies in the document section, collect all 3 cookies and send us the screenshot at edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. 3 lucky winners today will be announced at the end of the day who will win Amazon vouchers worth 1,000 rupees each. And now we'll be right back. everybody, to day 9 of the Edutainment Show Live 2020. It's been such a wonderful day with amazing sessions coming back to all of you. And now we have another very interesting session. I'm sure all of you out there who have ever watched TV or have been interested in anchoring, this is going to be your session. Now, before I introduce the session to you, let me introduce once again the moderator of the session. She hails from the Valley of Kashmir, now settled in Mumbai. She's a prolific writer for live industry platforms. She's penning her first book for children. She's also a member on various national committees at the Event and Entertainment Management Association of India. You can also catch her in many a commercial on television as she marks a return to acting after many years. Like I've mentioned before, she is the darling of the live experiential industry, the curator of the Ministry of Talk Made in India, Gitika Ganjudhar. Ladies and gentlemen, she's going to be in conversation with Mini Mathur to shed light on learnings from Mini Mathur's journey. Really, really happy to have you ladies here. Take it over, Gitika.
Kathy, you know how embarrassing it is to listen to your own introduction go on and on like that. It's genuinely embarrassing, but thank you very much for being so very kind. I don't deserve your kind words. Okay, so allow me to introduce Mini.
Embarrass me.
ये तो मैं करूँगी, ये करना पड़ेगा मुझे. So everybody watching, she's anything but Mini. She's a major woman. And she's the kind of woman that girls would want to be. So I'm every woman. It's all in me. Anything you want done, baby, I'll do it naturally. These lines capture her essence. So Mini studied English literature at the Sri Ram College in Delhi and then went on to complete her business management at IIT Ghaziabad. She then joined J. Walter Thompson as an advertising executive. And then from there on, destiny took her to being a model, a television anchor, a live host, a reality show host, a VJ, an actor, a scriptwriter, a producer, a storyteller, a social media influencer, and most importantly, in my book, mom to Vivan and Saira. Now, she is somebody who has explored different mediums of expression. And will you say that she is jack of all trades? Yes, she's jack of all trades, but she's also master of them all. You know, I was getting to know her a little bit on social media yesterday. I said, and the words that shone out at me were passionate, driven, honest, upright, romantic, happy, and pragmatic. Why take it from me? Let's hear it from the lady herself. Everybody, chaliye jaldi se. And welcome in our midst, Mini Mathur, and let's gather some learnings from her journey. Mini.
Thank you so much, Gitika. And you placed me exactly in the place you were at 5 minutes ago. Embarrassed me completely with this list of wonderful things that you said. And coming from you, they become even more special. So thank you so much.
No.
And I'm really looking forward to this chat. I'm really looking forward to everyone who's joined us. If we can learn something from where we are at, there's nothing better than that.
So, Mini, I'm now going to go from there to there and ask you a predictable question. What is the what, when, how, why of your lockdown?
My God. So the question is that I shouldn't be asked that question because honestly, we've been comfortable. We're one of the lucky few who have a roof over our heads and, we don't really have to worry about where we're going within a month or two. There's so much, that you see outside and all the strife that you see with everything that's happening to our country right now. And it really bothers me. But once you realize that you've got to get your own positivity going within your world and do as much as you can for the outside, but you have to maintain positivity inside. I think we managed to get a routine. It's the first time a whole lot of us are doing stuff we've never done before. Like the whole house is involved with, how finally I'm very glad that the entire house knows what it takes to run a house and run a home and what happens in it and what what are the little logistics that make it run. So I'm secretly and wickedly very happy for everyone else and myself. But I think we managed to make it work for us. We managed to have a lot of conversations. We managed to bond a little bit more with the kids. We never got this kind of time before. I have to say, I am dying to get back onto a set and hold a mic again. But I think this has been necessary, and it has been necessary for the inside as well as the outside.
Yes, yes. And I completely feel you there. Ab aaya hai pahad ke niche. Now they know what goes into running a house and running
Right.
in family.
Absolutely.
You know.
Absolutely.
So, what did Winnie want to be when she was growing up?
You won't believe it, Gitika. I've always wanted to study medicine. I've always been a biology student. And it's just, they say that you can never tell, never say never. So I have been studying very, very furiously throughout
Minnie,
sorry.
Have we lost Minnie's voice?
I'm right here, but you're kind of frozen. So is this a technical issue? Should I stop?
I can hear you, ma'am.
Okay. So my visual is, I continue?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay. So I mean, I have been very fortunate that I wanted to study medicine, and I actually did studied furiously for medical exams till that crucial 12th PMT exams happened, and I got waylaid on the last moment by thinking that, oh my God, is this really what I want to do? Because I felt that I had a lot more. I was also deeply interested in English literature, and I wanted to study more. And I thought that medicine would rein me into one particular profession, and I wouldn't find time for anything else. So I didn't sit for my pre-medical tests, and I joined Lady Shriram College for English literature instead. And within 2 months, I realized I should never have given up on my dream. I should never have let that go, because that's what I worked for all my life. So I sat for a whole year and studied for pre-medical tests and gave the exam again at the end of my first year, all the while, being in LSR. And I actually made it to a medical college. And then I took a very calculated decision that I would not be doing this, and I would choose the path and where the other path takes me. So till date, I regretted just a tiny wee bit that, I didn't become a doctor, because as you can see, I would have been far more useful in the world we are facing now than sitting at home and, bartering yarn. But no, I think destiny had other plans for me. And from then I studied literature, which I loved. And it automatically, I was interested in the performing arts even then, with music and debating and, the debating society and theater. So I decided that advertising karna hai, but my mind is a very structured mind, right? So I wanted to do business management, because I felt that is what would be the natural corollary of where I would be able to take my abilities. Yeah. And so, yes, I made it to IMP Ghaziabad, which is a pretty premier institution. I spent 2 years studying the rules of management and marketing and consumer behavior and all of that. And then automatically, I always knew that I'm not a corporate bird. I'm going to be in advertising, because the creative industry and the corporate side marries very well in advertising.
Yeah.
So since we've lost Gitika, I'll just continue what I was saying. That so I kind of found myself at J. Walter Thompson. I was working on really fun, fantastic brands like Pepsi, and also a laxative for cows called Himalayan Batisa, those who want to know. And within those 2 years, something happened. I was always, I was never very keen to face the camera somehow. I always thought of myself as a worker bee, somebody who would be working very well on the strategy aspect of it and not really the execution. And one weekend, the company was pitching for a Ray-Ban account, and they said, you know what, we need to get a model, and this model hasn't turned up, and can you come and wear this jacket and these glasses and shoot a picture? I said, no. They were like, we have no choice, and you're our employee, and come and sit down. And so I shot for that picture. And when we got the account and we were pitching for it, actually, they said, no, let's use the same model. And they said, no, she's not a model. She works for JWD. They said, no, we're going to go ahead with her. And that's how I got my first campaign. And it was a big campaign. And after that, a lot of modeling offers came my way. And JWD was very amused. They were like, karo, jo karna hai karo. This is great. It's a feather in our cap. They were very encouraging. And I did a lot of campaigns. Till one day, I got a call from Sanjoy Roy, who's Teamwork Films, who said, listen, we want you to test for the first ever game show that's happening on Z in India. It's called Tol Mol Ke Bol. We are replacing the host and we want you to test.
Yes.
That's how it all happened. Gitika, while you were away, I've given my life. I've just bled out my insides.
I knew you'd be able to handle it.
When there are two hosts interfacing, we can take over from each other, not a problem.
I was like clapping to myself and saying the number one learning for all the students watching is, see, this is how she's just saved the situation. अच्छा मुझे आप एक बात बताइए, your body of work as a television presenter really is colossal. I always knew you did a lot of work, but कल जो मैंने अपनी website में list पढ़ी, I was like,
बहुत काम किया.
I'm like, how much work you've done? It's you've been so tireless. Now back then, आपको याद होगा that the career of a television presenter was a standalone career. You had full-blown opportunities, and you could just do only just one thing and still be such a big star and such a big achiever. Now things have changed. How different was it for you then, and how different is the ecosystem now?
I think it was less competitive than, Gitika. It was less of, we could pour in more of our personalities into what we were doing. So a show would take on the host's personality, and we had the freedom to do that, to create a space or a voice of our own. I feel now there are just so many, and wonderfully so many people who are more talented, who want to take this up as a viable profession. And therefore, also because of the way the television industry has changed, you have to sort of fit in a box. You have to look a certain way. You have to read the prompter. You have to make people cry if you're doing reality. And somewhere along the line, though I pride myself on the longevity that I've had in my career, touch wood, and that we'll discuss later, that's come essentially because I wasn't greedy to kind of do everything and then burn out for the year. You can't do back-to-back shows and then have the audience completely bored of you. You know, they're like, okay, we don't want to see her again. We know all that she's got. So I paced myself well by picking quality work. And that's an advantage. And we can go to all the reasons of why I was able to pace myself. But going back to your question about the difference today, I think the difference today is that the parameters for picking a host are sadly very stereotypical. Okay, it depends on popularity and not about your ability and as a host. You know, I feel that a job of a TV host is a highly underrated one. Okay, it's like I always use this analogy. It's like a good whiskey. Till you don't get a hangover, you don't know it's a bad whiskey. So till somebody doesn't screw up your show, you will never know that host was really good. And, you know, crisis, we never had a crisis on the show. Never mind what happens backstage or, you know, whatever. So, yeah, that's a bit of my problem with, which is why when people say, "Aap aajkal kaam kyun nahi kar rahi hain?" It's because it's like reinventing the wheel. I've done it. Now I feel that I don't want to fit into a box. If there's a show that needs me and my voice, and I'm the only one who can do it, I'm in, even for half the money. But if I can be replaced by a newbie, let the newbie have it. You know.
Do you also feel what I feel, that often very good talent gets sidelined because he or she is not a star on television, and very often you see people who, you know, you're looking at them and you're saying, this can be so better done. I mean,
of course, all the time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. One of the criteria to pick TV hosts is you have to be a popular bahu, or you have to be a popular soap actor. Now, every soap actor cannot be a great television host. Just the way a great television host need not make a great actor. So these are two very distinct job profiles, and we need to make that distinction, and channels need to make that distinction. I have spent, like you, 20 years honing my skill as a TV host. I bring something to the table. I do not want to be doing a show where I'm there only for ornamental value, because that's not what I bring to the table. So if your show is about getting an ornamental host, go for one. You know, then don't say, "Oh, ye show mein maza nahi aaya," because a TV anchor is like glue. They keep everything together. That's that one factor that keeps every aspect of your show tight. You go loose on your anchor and everything falls apart. And that's something I wish people knew.
And this is something that is only happening probably in India. Let's even say Asia, but around the world, people have realized that for hosting you need to prefer talent over star presence. Have you also felt what on many occasions I did, that if you were a man in the same job, doing the same thing that you did over the last 20 years, would it have been different for you?
No, I think women have it much better as hosts. Somehow I feel the love that I have got from the audience, I think that has been extended to me because I'm a woman, and though I had fantastic co-hosts, say for example Indian Idol, I'm the only woman who has done 6 seasons back to back. And then even when I was pregnant, and that's another thing that they didn't want pregnant hosts on TV. When they replaced me with boys. But women anchors always bring warmth, I feel. I'm not saying male anchors are not warm. Of course they are. They bring something else to the table that I don't get, which is why they always use a combination. But I've always felt that one extra bit of love, for people who say, oh my God, we love your saris, and oh my God, we love the way you did your hair. There's just so much more affection that came my way. And I don't think if I was a man, and if you're talking about pay parity, I've always insisted that if you are paying the co-host 1 rupee more than me, I'm out. And I've lost a lot of projects, Gitika.
Really?
Believe me,
Really?
I have. So,
But
in the beginning of my career, after which I felt like I was telling my friend Roshan Abbas, who you know very well as well. I said it's a waste to get somebody like you and me on stage together. We are the same people. We are both alpha hosts. So what is the point of getting 2 people who do a great job together? One person can manage it. So it's I don't think being a man, to be very honest, would have given me the longevity that I've had in my career. I mean, I've come back. Not that I went anywhere, but I've had my babies and I've had shows lined up. I just feel I've been extra fortunate. Maybe I'm getting the feeling that you don't believe that is the case.
No. So let me tell you why you had such a gloriously long career, which is again what is conventionally expected of female hosts in India. That's because there is a core to you, and there is a substance to you, and there is when you're writing, or when you're talking on stage, or when you're talking to somebody, or even on television for that matter, there is this bit of content that you bring onto the table, which is the only way that one can sustain. And I think in your career, that has played a very important part. And believe you me, if you want to keep doing this for the next 5 years, you'll still get a lot of work, because you actually bring the craft onto the table.
I love it.
That's what you bring onto the table. That's fine.
Well, thank you for saying that. But I think in terms of what is more important, I think since there are a lot of students watching this telecast, I would like to say that more than a male-female kind of a distinction, I feel what you can bring to the table, and this could be going away from the direction that you're taking this conversation in, is a certain amount of security that you must have before you decide on a career in, say, hosting or television entertainment. Education that always helps TV hosts. I'm not saying that's the same case with soap actors, but the more life experience you have and the more education you have, you will have more things to bring to the table. It will reflect on the way you come across, what you read, whether you are versed with current affairs, whether you know what's going on, and not just limited to that little I'm a star and I am on TV space, And life experience is very important. More problematic is age. Now, abroad, internationally, you will see that the top 30 television hosts are people who are above 50 and 55 because they value the seasonality and the season experience that a television host brings, which is why your signature shows from Oprah to Rosie O'Donnell to Ellen to David Letterman, everyone is 60. Here, we cap women's careers at 40. अरे आपको तो बोटॉक्स चाहिए. अरे आप तो मोटी हो गई हैं. अरे आपको तो बहुत देख लिया. So my problem is, and I've always had this issue, people need to understand television hosts are a different segment altogether. And I think that understanding is coming slowly, but it will never go mainstream.
So I have an admission to make. I wanted you to say all of this, but I was only waiting for it to come organically. Because for all these years, I've been saying this within the live industry. And I think people are getting very bored of me saying this all alone. So I'm very
I've
happy
been beating the
that
same
today-
drum, Geetika. You know what happens is it ends up sounding like a rant. And I don't want it to sound like a rant because it is not, you have to make a noise about stuff that people don't understand. And only people who are in the shoes of a TV host will be able to, and I think collectively, I speak for all women television hosts in India, they will agree with this, just the way you've agreed.
So for students watching, the takeaway is that you can indeed have long-term careers as TV hosts, whether you're a woman or you're a man, it doesn't really matter. Just focus on your craft and it'll happen for you. Mini, we'll do a quick rapid fire for some fun here. Yeah? No,
I have my coffee ready.
Okay, so the first one is coffee or tea?
Tea any day, and it's tea. I was faking it.
Mine was tea too. Okay, acting or modeling?
Acting any day. I just had my first brush with as an actor with Mind the Malhotras on Amazon, and Geetika, I just sat on. I did this, and after 7 days of this, I looked at the producer and the director and said, "This is it. This is acting. Oh my God, this is like so much easier than being a TV host because you don't have to be the energy of the place. You don't have to speak your own lines. You don't have to read up and research on people. You're just a fat shit sitting on a sofa and acting. It's a dream. It's a dream. I love acting. Give me more."
Same thing I said on my first day of shooting in the film. And I said, "Boss, itni mehnat karni padegi hai." ये तो मैं करूंगी फिर तो.
It's so telling, isn't it? It's so telling. You're the first one on stage. A TV host is the first person on stage and the last person to get off. After everyone's left, you're still doing television pickups. You're still sort of sweeping up after everyone's gone. So it's a tough job.
Yeah. So the takeaway for all the students watching is that yes, please do want to be a television host or a live host, but there's loads and loads of hard work that goes with it. It's not just about the glamour. बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ती है.
I hope we're going to expand on that because I would love for students to also know what goes into it. You know, what is it that they need to prepare for so they can get that longevity. So that I will leave for that.
So the other rapid fire was the live hosting or television.
Shit, I forgot it was a rapid fire. Shut up, Mini. Sorry, Geetika, I will not hijack your rapid fire.
I've enjoyed listening to you. So is it live hosting or television hosting?
Television.
Sure. Okay, I think I do that.
Because you meet less random people in your show, yeah.
Mommy or wife?
Ooh. Oh, that's a tough one. A bit of both, but if you're pushing me to a corner, then wife. ठीक है. I mean, it's a tough choice. It's like saying which kid do you like better, your first one or your second one?
That I would.
अच्छा, चल mommy.
Mommy, I would have said the
it's
same.
more work though.
Yeah, it's more work, but I would have said the same.
Yeah.
So, gown or sari?
Sorry?
Gown or sari?
Oh, sari, any day. Sari is my gown.
Yeah, okay. Twitter or Instagram?
Instagram.
Okay. Here comes the next question. Now, you also put on your dancing shoes and went on and did Jhalak Dikhla Ja. How did that happen? Itni himmat kahan se aayi?
So I've always had 2 left feet, and Jhalak was a hugely popular first season. And I had just come out of 2 years, 2 seasons of Indian Idol, and I have to hand on my heart say that I was fairly at the peak of my popularity at that point. And Sony thought it would be a great idea for me to be one of the contestants. And I said yes, only to conquer, tick out the bucket list saying, okay, chalo, maybe I'll learn some rhythm and maybe. So, and also what was an added bonus was that the contestants in my season were all really close friends. And I was just like, wow, this will be a party. Let me just do it. So I lasted all of 5 weeks, 6 weeks, which is not bad. I put out 6 dances. And it's become the fodder for my kids to Google it on YouTube and laugh me out till date. It's like, Mom, this is so cringy. So that's it. I just set up my own grave. Yeah.
No, but this is another learning for all the students watching, that darna nahi chahiye. We're trying all kinds of different mediums to express ourselves, and she did too. And looking back, she has Jhalak Dikhla Ja under her belt, and I think it's fantastic.
I've never ever felt more excited about being a participant in anything. That's the only thing I've ever sort of been a participant. Also, can I go back to your very interesting question and look at me like a tube light answering 2 minutes later? You said live or studio anchoring in the studio. The best is live in a studio.
Oh, acha.
We don't get opportunities to do that too often. So,
that's perfect. That's like the perfect thing. Asha, a few minutes ago, you were saying you wanted to tell the students about longevity and all of that.
So I get a lot of people asking me about, whether television hosting is a viable career, and there are people who are very good also. So there are various aspects to it. First, we've already discussed, which is that don't jump into this when you're 16 or 17 or 18 because you want to be a star. Okay, if your aim is to be a star, there are other ways. You can be on TikTok and be a star. You can be a soap person and be a star. You have to love speaking and communicating and not talking at people, but talking with people. You should really love being able to go on the street and talk to a rickshaw wala or talk to a film star and be able to converse without looking like you're out of sorts. So for that, it's too early at 16 and 17. So if you're thinking of taking this up as a career right after school, it's a bad idea. You must finish your graduation. You must, even if you can and have the luxury of doing a postgrad, do it. Because this all kind of collects to a sort of a life experience that you will eventually use. Read up a lot. Read. Because the more you read, the more comfortable in your own skin you're going to sound when you're standing out there representing the entire energy of the place to the viewer. So it's important to be well read. It's important to be well versed. And the second thing is be good with your languages. If you are speaking in Hindi, so शुद्ध हिंदी में बात करो. ये बोलने का, आने का, मारने का, this I can't stand. So if you are well versed and you can speak good Hindi, it's always a plus. Look at what Mr. Bachchan does. Mr. Bachchan speaks such beautiful English and such beautiful Hindi. He's probably the only television host in India who I feel can take the place of, he's the only actor who makes a great host because he's so comfortable with the language. That's important. Working on your body language and grooming is another thing. You have to look good also when you're a host. So it's important to stay in touch with trends and fashion, but you're not all about that. But it's important to groom yourself in the way you speak and find your own voice, and voice modulation is so important. Geetika, I remember when I started Ton Mol Ke Bol, I used to have such a high pitch that I couldn't watch my own show. I used to watch it and say, oh my God, she sounds hysterical. And I used to talk about myself in third person. She sounds hysterical. So it's a very important, and this is something the wonderful Siddharth Basu taught me when I worked with him. He used to make me lie on the floor and, use my stomach and take out deep voices from, like you do theater exercises. Theater is another great thing to be part of when you want to be a TV host, because it allows you to control your body movements and your voice and your modulation. It really helps. So these are a few things that you must work on. And I'm sure there are a lot of institutes that teach you this, but be very careful about who you're learning from, I talk too much.
No. I'm totally enjoying all your talk. And in fact, I think I'm noting that you've actually learned with some of the stalwarts of the industry, whether it's a K. Roy or a Siddharth Basu or Anita, I mean, these people.
Right at the beginning, started from Sanjay Ray Chaudhary at TV18, and I mean, I was literally happy. I was literally very, very lucky to be at the crux of when television was changing, and I still credit. I think my learning ground, really, so to speak. Of course, I did the first travel shows that were happening out of Delhi when good content was happening mainly out of Delhi for non-fiction, for Namaste India and Indian Holiday and Khoobsurat. But my big learning ground has been MTV. My 5 years at MTV has taught me hard work and perseverance and being able to converse with a mic with, like I said, somebody on the road and do an interview with Amir Khan and 11 of his Lagan team people all at the same time. So I just feel the more you do, the better you get. It's very simple. Yeah.
I have to ask you one question for myself.
Please.
Watching you at the MTV audition. And for me, I never went in and gave that audition because I was petrified of it. They just made you do random stuff on stage and everybody was watching and, it would get recorded and replayed. And there you were. I mean, you just did it. And
it was...
How? I'm like,
Geetika, it was a very intimidating story. Yeah. Because when I got a call for the MTV VJ Hunt, it was the second year in running. And I had already done a lot of work in Delhi at that point. And I was like, these are newcomers and I've done so much work. And, should I be competing with somebody? Yeah. That is the point. And I'd gotten married 6 months ago. Okay. And I remember my husband and my mom-in-law, my newly minted mom-in-law, sitting me down and say, who gives up an opportunity to be an MTV VJ? And I'm like, wow, what's happening here? And that was my opportunity when it's very important for everybody to feel like zero at some point of time. Start from scratch again, to build up again. Otherwise, you'll always think you're the greatest. You have to come down to a zero level and start again. And I went there for the final round, I know, because they'd already done a whole lot of things with the other contestants. So I felt like a fish out of water. And everybody looked at me like, oh my God, but you already do so much television. Why would you do this? And I just remember feeling so uncomfortable. And we had to prepare a talent performance. And I said, okay, what am I? I'm a TV host. So I'm going to simulate an interview. I'm going to pretend to be Simi Garewal interviewing Mamta Kulkarni, who are two ends of the spectrum. 5 minutes before the show was live, they came and told me, guys, Simi Garewal is one of the judges. All right. And I can't tell you, it can be a confidence tripper. I knew I'd lost. I said, she's not going to have a sense of humor about what I'm going to do. So it's not going to work. But the judges were Karan Johar and Manish Malhotra and Ashok Salian and Ravina Tandon and all these people. And they just laughed their guts out because I'm so glad they had a sense of humor. And that's how I made it. But I was dead sure I was never going to make it. I think it was the highest point of my career.
I'll tell you, I had a learning from that. I told myself, look at her. She's already achieved so much. And then she's gone out there and put herself out. It's very risky.
It was very intimidating, Geetika.
Yeah. And you also just feel, oh my God, सब मेरे बारे में क्या सोच रहे होंगे, मैं कैसा करूँगी, oh, I hope I don't fall flat on my face. But huge learning there that always stay grounded.
And you cannot take yourself too seriously, Geetika.
Yes.
For a performer, you can never be bigger than your image. Your image is something that is only in your head. Nobody is thinking of you the same way as you think of yourself. Oh, if I do this show, I will be looked at this way. Nobody is thinking about you. Nobody has time to think about you. So it's important to, like you said, stay grounded. Remember, what goes up always comes down.
Yes.
So everyone who's gone all the way up has come running down. Be nice to people when you're working with them. Crew is the most important. And most importantly, don't be scared of embarrassing yourself because, abhi kya hai? You have to start at zero. Even when I started my acting stint, I was like, I know nothing about this. And there are people who I hang with who are going to kill me because I'm so bad. But I just said, I'm going to take that chance.
You got an award for it.
I got 7 awards last year. I'm just so happy. I've never got so many awards for hosting a show than I got for acting.
Yeah, I mean, I know that. But tell me, where are you going to take this journey of acting?
Sorry?
Where are you going to take this new journey of acting?
Gitika, I'm very, very keen to explore, especially now that we've discovered that it's so much easier than hosting. It's a new avenue that's open. Luckily for us, there are OTT platforms now which are not only making shows or writing shows for 18-year-old starlets or writing shows for stars. Thankfully, everyone has a space. Thankfully, all of us will find a way to strip ourselves of our erstwhile personalities and find something that finds resonance with us. So I'm very excited about, I don't push myself. I'm a very non-pushy person, but I'm sure if the universe has plans for me, it will come. And I'm looking forward to playing somebody negative or grey. I'm sick of being the really nice, affable girl. Yeah, what ho gaya?
You can do more of those hunter wali scenes that you do.
I have a.
That was nice.
Yeah,
You once again were challenging your own boundaries there. Okay, I have, the reason I've kept this paper in front of me all this a while is that I spent a lot of time on your Instagram yesterday, and I'll tell you later. So
oh my God,
there's something you've written here that this is your latest post where you say, how do we get Kabir to start in a TikTok video without his knowledge? Bets on who will be the one to trigger Dadi's rant against college capitalism on the dinner table today. It's scary, but as parents, we're all doing our best to keep the light for our kids. Because just like my favorite film by Antonio Benini, we got to keep believing that life is beautiful. After seeing literally the entire scroll of your Instagram, I figured being a parent, good is relative, is very important. My first question is, how do you manage to really, balance it out with your work? How? Okay, I know that your mom-in-law lives with you, it must be a huge support, but still, firstly, that how do you balance it out? And two, let me give you a compliment here. I pride myself at being a good mom. I have only one, you have two. But yesterday, when I saw, I was like, she's really giving it her all. How do you have you left behind a few professional goals to render such intensive parenting to both of you?
I'll be very honest. I would be very unfair to my family if I said that I let go of professional goals or my professional dreams to be a mother. For me, it's been very important to have the full Monty. I wanted everything. I wanted a career. I wanted the white picket fence, a beautiful home, 2 kids, a dog, everything. I'm one of those people who pay enough emphasis on every aspect of my life. I don't want to be a work chasing person, and I don't want to be a homebody. So I have maybe taken some decisions. Thank you for that. I may have made some decisions where I let go of work that was only bringing in the money. So I may have qualitatively chosen shows that gave me money and something to, other than that, intangible. Maybe I was learning from it. Maybe the show was giving me something else. So I've taken those kind of choices. But I have to say that, yes, having family is great, but it's important to delegate. It's important to say, okay, when I'm at work, hell, I'm not carrying my kids to set. I'm yours. I'm not going to compromise this show because I have a kid with fever at home. But when I'm home and when I'm not working, don't call me. Okay? Don't call me, and I'm not going to take your call, and someone else is going to, figure this shit out. And when I'm on, so I've had to keep things separate. I've had to say some things, and I've had to compromise on. It may look like that on Instagram that I have my shit together. It's not true. We all are constantly guilty about not giving enough to your kids, not giving enough time to your parents. We always suffer from that, and we always will. But the point is, if I can be 80% on the scale of everything, I'd rather have 80% or 70% of everything than have 100% of one. That's what I feel life is about.
One thing I'm discovering as we're talking, and we haven't spoken so much in the last 20 years, is that we are very similar. We are very similar. Okay, I'm going to ask you about your Instagram account, 479K. Good God, young. Tell tell our viewers out there, especially students, how do you build this up, and then what are the business opportunities?
You are speaking to someone who has no clue about how to build. I do not post to build anything. So I am constantly in awe of people who are putting out content which looks a certain way, which looks perfect, which looks color coordinated. I am in awe of them. I post
Halt. So this just happened on its own, organically?
Yes. I have not done. I have people calling me and saying, hello, why aren't you posting more? Why aren't you making this? And why? I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that I post from my heart, and that's that. That's how I live my life. And when I want to, I do it. If I don't want to, I don't. But thank you for the compliment.
But this is not the answer the students want to hear. So now tell me if there are some business opportunities aligned.
There are. It's a big business being a digital influencer at this point, and especially with us being in lockdown. I'm the only one at home making money. Okay. The filmmaker is not making money.
Totally. This is exactly what I was telling my husband yesterday. I should have also done this. I'm sitting at home.
No, but
twiddling my thumb. Anyway, but so there are business opportunities, students. So you can look at Instagram also very, very seriously with building it, organically building it, genuinely building it. And then, of course, aligning little business.
I'm sure you will be great at whatever you do. I mean, you are already. You do so much more than me. So you should not be asking me these questions.
No, that seems like that because I'm probably doing. I'm in the middle of it right now, and you also been right there in the middle of it. I'll also I don't go the same way. So, any last message you want to give our viewers who are watching?
I think since it's an education kind of a forum, I would love to tell people that it's a wonderful industry. Don't believe any of the. I mean, I'm saying believe. Remember that in every industry that has to deal with performance arts, there is some amount of insecurity. There is some amount of maybe you'll make it, maybe you won't, and that is probably true. Very few people actually make it to the coveted top 50 people who are in entertainment, but that should not discourage you. I think you should keep honing your craft, and at whatever level you start, whether it's hosting an event for your family or it's doing a stand-up with 20 people at a dinner party, or just hosting something which is very small, start at that level. Most of us have gotten here not because we got one big break, but because we continuously worked, and by the time you hit big time, you're seasoned. So it's a great profession. Study, educate yourself. It's important to have a fallback. So if this doesn't work, you have something to fall back upon. That is really very important. Keep thinking of a parallel business, that you can run.
I just derive a lot of happiness in this conversation from you. So I'm going to break a cardinal rule of mine and actually ask you a question that I slipped asking you, despite the fact that I have told you to close the show. But I'm not going to let this question go because
I was just told hard stop.
Happy place. No, so storytelling, Mini, you do it so well. Tell us a little bit about storytelling. All the students.
So storytelling again is an extension of, you are a storyteller yourself. Storytelling is something that Roshan started with Commune, and he gave me an opportunity to just relate a small anecdote, a small story within 5 minutes. And I feel that what storytelling does is brings to a funnel your experiences in the best articulation and performance ever. So in 5 minutes, you have to have your story. You are also the narrator and the screenwriter of how you are unfolding dramatic developments, and you are modulating your voice, your expressions. You're standing there performing for the public. So for me, it's extremely pressurized all-in-one entertainment. You are the one person who's giving out a story in a way that is interesting to people, and you are performing it. So for me, it's a very challenging and I wish it finds a bigger market, and I wish people have the patience to listen to storytelling and audio podcasts and all. I have lots of plans. They never find their way because I'm busy being a mom and everything. But one day, hopefully one will find its way. But this has been such an incredible chat, Gitika. I have a feeling that this could go on for an hour and we will bore everyone else to death.
But you're taking charge and wrapping it up. So I'll go with you and I'll say thank you, Mini Mathur, for joining us on the Edutainment show. And thank you, everybody who's been watching. Many more power to you, and keep talking and keep entertaining us. And I will catch you soon.
Thank you so much, Geetika, for having me. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, Geetika and Mini Mathur. That was a lovely, warmed, heartwarming conversation, to say the least. And I'm sure the students have taken a lot of learnings out of this. So thank you very much to both you lovely ladies. Now,
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Before we move on, to all the students, let me remind you one last time, because we have this final session coming up for you. There is an exciting virtual event which is happening simultaneously. You can log on to it at www.edutainmentshow.in and register there. It is India's first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media and design. And your last chance to get the giveaway. So register on this 3D virtual expo and log in, enter the virtual expo, visit the stalls, and look for cookies in the document section. Collect all 3 cookies and send the screenshots to us on edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. 3 lucky winners right after this session will win Amazon vouchers worth 1,000 each. everybody to the day 9 of the Edutainment Show Live 2020, to our final session, and one of the most exciting one as well, because here is when you're going to learn some of the tricks and trades of how to actually do photography through your own mobile phones. I think सब जानते हैं कि आजकल तो मोबाइल का ही जमाना है, and while you are here, let us teach you some tips and tricks and hacks on mobile phone photography by Pritesh Rao, who is the course leader at Pearl Academy. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Rao. I request you to unmute your mic. Right, till then, let me just speak to all of you. I hope all of you are ready and excited for this one, because I am. I've been doing a lot of photography using my iPhone, and phone के साथ अगर हम कुछ अच्छी photography कर पाए, कुछ अच्छे videos ले पाए, कुछ अच्छे tips or tricks कर पाए, so why not? I mean, I'm really excited to hear from Mr. Rao how we can improve our photography skills with our mobile phones. So, Mr. Rao, over to you.
Yes. Hope now I'm audible to everybody. Clear?
Absolutely.
Kathy? Perfect. Okay. Sorry for the technical glitch. So let me give you a brief introduction about myself. My name is Pritesh Rao, and I'm in the photography field for the last 30 odd years now. I'm a graduate from JJ School of Arts, and that's one of the premier institutions in India, and did my photography career. And I'm a strong believer in Jack Ma's philosophy and principle, and that is in the first phase of your life is when you learn. Okay, the second phase of your life when you earn, and the third phase is when you share. So right now it's in that phase. So now it's the time that I need to share what I have with me, and here I am to share some lovely things with you with the mobile phone photography. So this art which is there, I would rather say an art in shooting with the photography, the tips, the tricks, the hacks, whatever you see. Okay, these are some things which normally will come to you as you go on shooting, but as you will see in this presentation, there are some things which probably will make you even more better in your thought process, in your thinking and everything. So let me start off with the presentation. It's quite a bit of long presentation, so probably we'll have to go in a bit faster on the presentation because I want to have some time on with you. So almost 150 odd years back, it started out with the art of photography, and as you will see, this is becoming one of the most popular branch. So let's see something about fundamentals of exposure, which is there across the table. That means even if you have done what I can say, negative based photography or your digital based photography, or right now you're doing your mobile phone photography, this is going to remain same, and this is going to remain as it is. There's not going to be any change for it. So first comes in the eye of the camera, that is the lens of the camera. Okay, but obviously then comes in the sensor, that's the heart of your camera, and then comes in the processor, which is the what you can say, the brain of your camera. So let's proceed further. But what is exactly a digital image, and are these pixels or whatever that we are talking of, are they also in my mobile phone? Yes, definitely. You will see the companies trying to sell you the mobile phones saying that it has so many million pixels, so many things in it, and that's how this thing comes in. So what is basically pixels? uh, Basically pixels are small picture elements. They're the smallest part of the digital photographs. It is made up of very small squares. It's an electronic file. It can be displayed, transmitted, stored, or it can be printed. So these pixels, how are they stored? They are stored in your mobile phone in different sectors. Okay, in your what you can say, the EEPROM, the erasable programmable chip, your memory chip which is there inside your mobile. That's what the company says, that your mobile phone has a 60 GB of memory, a 128 GB of memory, a 256 GB of memory. Okay, so 512 GB of memory. That's where your images and everything are being stored. And the moment you say that you want to see a certain image, what exactly happens is they are summoned to you and they are kept in a systematic order, and that's how you see your image. Basically your image is broken down into thousands of different small parts. Okay, and when you say that you want to see the image, that's the time it shows you that image. So this image on the top which you're seeing is basically called as a low resolution image. What do you mean by that? It's an image which is having lesser number of pixels, and the bottom image, it has the adequate number of pixels. So we call that image as a high resolution image. So this is a result from 1 megapixel, and this is from 4 megapixel. Let's see what's the difference. You will see that 1 million pixel has more granular, textured, pixelized sort of an image, while as the second one, the 4 million pixel, okay, is much more better. It gives you much better resolution. Your sharpness is better, your depth is better, your resolution is better, everything is better. But does it always mean that as you go on increasing the million pixels which you have in your mobile phone, it's going to make a big difference? The difference is going to come in with the sensor size. The bigger the sensor starts becoming, the better is going to be your quality. Then comes in the ISO and light sensitivity. Okay, so basically, is it valid for my mobile phone? Yes, very much. And the moment you're talking of images that are going to be shot in daylight, okay, you'll find them to be fantastic, beautiful, fantastic, awesome, people say. Okay, but the same image you try and shooting at like late in the night, or when it's dark and stuff like that, that's the time when the ISO has to be bumped up. The moment the ISO is bumped up, what is happening? You're seeing those grains, lot of grains coming into the picture. So typically, this is like 200 ISO, 3200 ISO. Your camera automatically boosts that ISO up to a level in which you're able to see the picture. But normally, what happens is you land up with something which is not very clear and not very sharp. So how do you get the best results from your mobile phone, your cell phone? The first and the foremost trick is that you need to have your lens which is there. Okay, this lens which you're seeing, okay,
That
that
has
has
to
to
be
be
very,
very
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 sharp
sharp
and
and
very
very
clean.
clean.
Natural
Natural
light
light
is
is
the
the
best.
best light.
Natural
Natural
light,
light, natural light is the best light for photography. Okay, so the second most important, the third key, okay, is you need to follow the rules of photography. Okay, that's the key in which you can get the best results from your photography. Okay, so basically the rules of photography is you need to have because that's how you keep in your heart, your mind, and your soul the groups that you had, your school groups, your friends groups, and stuff like that. Okay, so these are some of the famous, that's the most famous Oscar selfie. Okay, and this is how it was shot. Okay, so it was shot on a phone, and then that's the angle which some other photographer had shot it. So that's the actual picture, and that's the selfie. Then comes in the royal selfie. Okay, don't worry, I'll also be giving you tips on how to shoot beautiful selfies. Okay, the famous Bollywood Modi ji selfie. So this is not actually selfie, this is group phase. Definitely, I do know. Okay, now these are selfies, and these are some dangerous selfies. Okay, that means people do risk their lives, they do death defying selfies, which I will never recommend to anybody. Okay, and these are the people who have died taking selfies, uh, which I would again say, again, are boon, are selfies a boon or a bane to technology? It all is a debatable thing. So now let's share some tips for shooting good selfies. So first and foremost is you need to look towards the camera. Okay, you can't be seeing somewhere else. So it's always better that you see into the camera. That's the first tip. The second one is to extend your head back from your neck. The third is, instead of holding the phone in front of you, okay, hold it on the sides for a flawless selfie. Relax your mouth, exhale, blow air through your lips, and then and only then be ready to shoot. Okay, in your selfie ready position, slowly spin your head for the best light of what you can catch on your face. That's what you can go on seeing on the screen, and you can shoot one of the best selfies that is possible. Again, shooting selfies is just not shooting selfies. You can shoot it with a selfie stick too. Okay, so if you want to include the, what I can say, the atmosphere around you, the place where you are, and everything of that sort, then you need to use a selfie stick. Then you have some beautiful macro lenses by which you can attach on top of your camera. Okay, and you can shoot these kind of beautiful macro shots. You can do wide angle shots, you can do fisheye shots, and these attachments are available very at a very nominal rate online too. So this is the selfie, what you can say, the camera fisheye lens attachment. The attachment over here, which you're seeing at number 3, the bottommost, it gives you that. The second, the middle one is what gives you the macro, and the first one is what gives you the wide angle shots. Okay, so this is your fisheye lens. Then you can shoot beautiful panoramas. Okay, so from your mobile phone, if your mobile phone is capable, then it can go on stitching. Your mobile phone can stitch beautiful panoramas also, but you need to take care of one thing, that your camera, your mobile phone should not be going up and down. Okay, it should be going in a single line in from this way. Okay, so it gives you a seamless stitched panorama. Shooting through an object. Okay, this is one of the tricks which came to us by accident. Okay, and that is when you are projecting and seeing something through your binoculars. Okay, so when you're seeing it through your binoculars, then that's the time you can keep your cell phone onto that binoculars, and you can shoot pictures. The view which you have, very close up view, is what your cell phone can shoot. You can put in a small drop of water onto your lens, and that can give you a beautiful macro effect onto your camera. But you'll have to be careful that the drop does not fall off, because if that drop falls off, you'll have to put that drop again. The drop has to be very small. Okay, then these are some of the hacks, okay, in which you can get some beautiful picture with that pattern, okay. And people often do wonder, how do you get these patterns? So these patterns are created by what you can say, the nets, or the shawls, or the winter woolies which are there, okay. You can get some beautiful pictures of yourself. Go out and explore these kind of pictures in which you hold that thing on from one side, okay, and then you go on shooting your own self pictures. The one on the left which you're seeing, okay, that's using your winter woolies, okay. On the right also, what you're seeing is with a winter shawl. So you can use that also very effectively, okay. If you have some light source which is coming from below, like your table lamp or something, then you can be using even that to shoot beautiful pictures. This is one hack which is like taken the what you can say, the Instagram world and the social media world by storm, and that is, you hang your mobile phone on the ceiling, okay. But how do you put it up in the ceiling? Okay, so you take a piece of cardboard or a paper which is like you want to give you some stiffness, okay, and stick it up on the ceiling and keep your mobile phone on top of that, so you can have the lens which is exposed, and then you can put it onto the self timer, come and sit below and have some beautiful pictures like these. You can convert your mobile phone into something that we call as a pinhole camera. And trust me, these are the cameras that we teach our student at Pearl Academy. Like, how does a pinhole camera, what is the principle of a pinhole camera? So there was a point of time when uh, people did not have access to good camera lenses or stuff like that when photography absolutely started out. So there was a small hole that was made in a box, okay, and that small hole used to let some amount of light pass in through, and the moment that light hit the back portion, you used to get an image which is slightly blurry, hazy, and the sides were dark because there was no concentration of light, but still you can get some beautiful pictures like this. So this is one hack which is very effective in shooting beautiful pictures. Bottle, the top and the bottom portion, you had cut it off, you had kept it on top of that, and you shot it with a second mobile phone. So that's the clue. You will feel that effect as if the leopard is in a water hole or something of that sort, and it's looking up to you. So you can have some beautiful pictures like these, and people will say, wow, what kind of a beautiful image you have got, okay. Then you can either go to the pro mode in your camera or the manual mode in your camera, okay. And you can do some beautiful light paintings, okay. What do you mean by light painting? This light which you see, the small torch, okay, you can use this torch or any other torch which you have, okay, to paint on a object or a subject, okay. On your left hand side, the image which you're seeing on a violin, okay, you're painted it with the help of a mobile phone. The second mobile phone is shooting the picture, but mind you, while doing this, your mobile phone camera has to be very steady. Okay, so 15 to 20 seconds is what you give a normal exposure time. Okay, and then you go on painting on that object, so you get that kind of a beautiful effect on it. You can shoot beautiful long exposure night shots, okay, of car trails, going and coming. If you're on a highway, you're on what you can say, a bridge or something, and cars and motorbikes are passing in from below. You can get this kind of an effect. It looks cool. Okay, if you have a mobile phone, then there has to be a what you can say, preset HDR mode. If you do not have, there are plenty of mobile apps that can let you download the HDR function on it. So what does the HDR do? HDR will start giving you beautiful sceneries, okay? And usually what it does is shoot three images and combine it into one. So here what is going to happen is your skies will start becoming blue. Your greeneries will start popping out. The reds will start becoming more vibrant. But mind you, as far as possible, uh, if you're having some people in it, don't try to take too close pictures with the GTR mode. There are chances of them getting a bit blurred. So the moment you're shooting sceneries, absolutely nothing, no problem at all. You can shoot beautiful pictures. So you can do your normal and your HDR too. Okay, then you have something called as the sequencer. This is also an app that you can download on your mobile phone, in which you keep your mobile phone steady. Okay, and any action which is happening, that moment which is there, that's going to be captured. Rest everything is going to remain steady. So that's again the sequencer app. You can get some beautiful shots like these. Okay, and people will be just thinking, how come he gets so beautiful images? Okay, then there is selective color. In that, in this mode, okay, in this mode specially, this is again an app in which it's called as a selective mode, in which you can select one color. Okay, and that particular color will remain, everything will turn black and white. So this gives you again cool hacks, and you can see some beautiful pictures. Okay, there are some beautiful apps that can be used to edit your photos also, like a photo editor. Okay, this is again a beautiful app by which you can do that. Okay, and then comes in one of the most popular one, that's the PixArt. This is something which my daughter is like, she's crazy about this. My wife, she's crazy about this PixArt, and anything and everything which they post it with the help of PixArt. They can do wonders with it. Okay, then Instagram, that also is a beautiful app which gives you some good collection of what I can say, filters and stuff like that. Okay, and you have some new additions, the AI and the augmented reality. Okay, it gives you those kind of different filters now. So that is also started off. See that you explore that function also. Then you have camera FV5. Okay, this is one app, all devices, all phones can use. Okay, this is again a beautiful app in which you can shoot beautiful cell phone. You have photo grid, in which you can create beautiful pages for your Instagram. You can have collages made in your Instagram. Then you have camera 360. Okay, this gives you 360 different capabilities of coloring, enhancing, magic skin, light coloring, retro look, cartoon, funny, dreamlike effects, sketch effects. You can do tons of it, 360 of those effects. Color Splash is one which we love, again, because it converts everything into black and white and keeps only one portion colored. Mixtures helps you in merging 2 or 3 different pictures, and they have 70 unique textures that you can get into. But obviously you have the Twitter, the Facebook, the Tumblr, the Pinterest, the Flickr, the 500x. So there is where you can share your images, and you need to say cheese. So now we'll take the Q&A. Okay, if there are any Q&As, please, if you can type it in. If you have any questions regarding anything that you have seen or something, you can type in your questions. Yes, Kathy?
I don't see any questions right now, but I do have one quick question to ask you. That what do you suggest people who are interested in wildlife?
Kathy, you're not audible.
Oh, am I not?
You'll need to unmute.
I have unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
I'm not able to hear you, Kathy.
Okay. So here we have one question. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a question. It's saying, in today's world of photography, there are so many getting this passion as their career.
Okay.
What?
Your question and answers. If anybody has any Q&A.
Yeah, there is a question here, sir. It's by Bushra Sarwar. She says, what makes a good
you can
photographer?
Just type in, I can answer them.
Can you see the question in the chat?
Okay, that comes in the first question. Okay, that's from Bushra Sarwar. Okay, in today's world of photography, there are so many getting this passion in their career that they make good photographer different from the other ones. Yes, depends upon your passion, how passionate you are, but that passion is something which can take you to a different level itself. Yes, definitely, it does make a lot of. Yes, any more questions? Kathy, if there are no more questions, then probably would we want to wind it up? If there are no questions coming in.
Yes,
If
sir.
there are questions coming in, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, currently I don't see any questions coming in, but thank you so much, sir. It was a wonderful presentation. I'm sure the students out there have learned a thing or two about mobile phone photography. I definitely have. I'm going to try some of those tricks.
Ugly. Ugly. Yeah, that too. I don't like what I see. Okay, let me rephrase that. I hate what I see. I see work for work's sake. I see potential digging itself a nice, comfy little hole. It's almost as if somewhere along the line we decided that this is how the world is supposed to be. People walk past things every single day, and I can't stand the fact that we look but never see. We're all creators, you and I. We're supposed to see things. We can change things, twist form and function, alter perceptions. But the first step to solving any problem is recognizing there is one. Open your eyes and look at the bigger picture. It can be bad, or it can be good. And that is totally up to you.